有一个人前来买瓜。
生意行吗？你们俩？
你这大招保重吧。
我一个专业团控能给你空的。
那你要是打不中怎么办？
要是打不中，我给你送人头，满意了吧？
我操！你上次上盘跟我做队友的时候了吧？5个人打4个人，他们4个幻象加个蛋。另外你说了，空大了自己送啊！你他妈逼我忘了！送头了！
多打 plus， 恩怨无需多言。
一个团队最需要关注的是什么？赛前各分段英雄胜利走势版本强势与否？赛中实时经验经济的走势以及胜利预测？赛后各项数据与大数据的对比分析，无一例外，都得是数据来说明。掌握数据的人，方才掌握胜利。听懂？掌声！
多打 plus， 您的火辣让数据不再冰冷。
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the DPC CN. My name is R.Cryptic, and of course, I am here with Neff, and we are so stoked we get to round out the final series here of the day. Neff, how you doing, brother?
That we're doing, and I'm doing amazing. You want to know why?
Oh, tell me why, please. Tell me why.
There is a number of reasons. Not only are we having exciting matches that are going to decide who's going into the upper division here at the very end of the season, both games matter. These four teams that are playing against each other right now are all tied for first place. That means the winner of Series 1 and the winner of Series 2 are both going to move into the upper division. And what better to round out the season than to have your mid player, White Album, return to Aster.Aries after taking the season off and being in quarantine. The man is back and he's ready to play with his roster.
Dude, it is pretty sick to see this all come together. I mean, very rarely do you get to the very last games of the season and they're like, yeah, both of them matter so much. I mean, these are the most important games for a lot of these players for the next year. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, Aster.Aries taking on Magma here at the beginning. And then, of course, we have Sparking Arrow versus Extreme to round out the night. So, like you said, White Album is back here with Aster.Aries. Shout out to Phoenix, who has played an incredible tournament so far, but it's White Album time, right? It's pretty much right.
Yeah. White Album has to carry his team the last leg of this race here. Phoenix set him up for success, and now it's up to White Album to figure out whether or not he deserves to be in the upper division again. Formerly on Aster, now moved to the Academy team here. But if you get two teams in the upper division, I mean, Aster's going to be pretty happy.
Yeah,
Let's see if we can pull that.
No kidding. That'd be pretty wild.
Yeah, but Ricky, we're going to have to switch over to the draft pretty soon.
Oh, people see it. They've got full eyes on the draft.
Well, you know, they can see it, but I think we're going to have to start talking about it at some point because
they just blew right through it.
No times. Yeah.
I was like, we're 4 picks in. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely, there's where to start. I mean, you get the classic Mars Phoenix opener. That is one of the staples of the Chinese region. And Aster.Aries, very happy to have that. Magma going to respond with Rubik as well as the Abaddon. Double support opener. Not that common.
Yeah, it reveals a lot about your draft. You can't be that flexible with who's going to be in what lanes. And when you have Abaddon, Rubik, you don't really have any punish for enemies trying to dive towers or anything like that. Rubik doesn't rotate for kills so well. Abaddon doesn't rotate for kills so well. So they're going to be pretty weak roaming around the map. And, you know, they've got pretty good heroes that can punish that. I mean, Death Prophet is amazing at taking these early game fights. Mars is as well. Plus they have the Mars Phoenix combination that is a tale as old as time, being able to drop the supernova and having the arena alongside you as well. Also, I think that like the fear mechanic with the Death Prophet is amazing once you have the Aghanim Shard. So Aster.Aries lineup looks incredibly good. Magma a little bit shaky, and I think they're a little bit confused as to how they got here because they started their picks very quickly, but they've spent a full minute now thinking about what to do with their fourth pick. And Mercy does not seem happy with the state of the draft right now, looking at him, but he's going to go with the Ember.
I mean, it's a solid pick. I think this is likely to be the safe lane Ember, right? Do you really want to run Ember Spirit into the Death Prophet mid, or do you want to run TA into the Death Prophet mid? So you kind of have this scenario where you know, one of them has to go into that pretty rough lane, the other up against the Mars.
It's gonna be Ember, I think. You don't want to run the Templar Assassin into it. You'd struggle way too much. Your fraction would get burned down instantly. You wouldn't be able to find as much farm. The Ember Spirit can, you know, trade with the Death Prophet reasonably well. If he tries to go on you, can just drop Searing Chains and walk away from him. I feel like that's what they're going to do here. And we've seen position 1 Templar Assassin a little bit more commonly here in the CN region.
I'm very excited to see what they end up doing with these final bans. Then they're going to get rid of Slardar. Magma definitely need themselves an offlaner, and one that I feel like makes space for them because you have two heroes that do need a lot of farm. They're going to ban out the Medusa. But you do want to play fast. You have the minus armor component of potentially both. Like, you can go Orb of Corrosion on the Ember Spirit. You have the Deso Meld Strike likely to come out eventually from the Templar Assassin. And right now, Aster.Aries is very vulnerable to minus armor. So The question is, will Magma go all in on this?
还剩5秒。
What do you think? They run like position 3 Shadow Fiend or something like that and keep Presence of the Dark Lord?
No, I mean, they banned out the Slardar, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
I'm wondering if there's still another option for them.
I mean, you could go for position 3 Vengeful Spirit. That's a minus armor hero, but I think Pangolier is more likely if they're looking for a position 3 with minus armor.
Yeah.
I don't think Pangolier is amazing here. You need something with a bit more AoE damage for these team fights because, you know, Lift is a great spell, but single target Abaddon is going to be too much damage. And yeah, they're taking out these AoE disables now. Both the Slardar and the Axe gotten rid of here. And they immediately pick up a Juggernaut now on Aster.Aries, and they look quite pleased with themselves.
It's a pretty safe pick here. It doesn't really like struggle too much. There's no BKB piercing disable, right, from the side of Magma, unless you pick something here from the off lane to do it. So it is fairly protected. Shadow Demon also just such a strong hero with the save that you get from your disruption, but also Demonic Purge we have seen do wonders. And I think it kind of protected the DP pick here. So Magma may have wanted to take it themselves, but it's pretty much unplayable into the Shadow Demon, so they're able to take the Death Prophet themselves in that next spot. But what do you think for Magma? I mean, it's got to be an offlane or something that does well against the Juggernaut. The big ones are already banned. You could maybe look at a Legion Commander, but again, you're going into a Shadow Demon, so...
You need AoE. The only thing that really comes to mind that can run out your draft at this point is like Tidehunter, and it's not great against the Juggernaut, but they don't have a ton of options here. They need some sort of ability to take teamfight or defend towers, so Aster.Aries does just run them over. I'm not sure what stops them from just running them over. I don't think Doom's going to be the hero that does it for them. I think that Aster.Aries, with their draft right now, you know, being able to click down towers with this Juggernaut, play far forward, probably get the healing ward, cooldown reduction talent, play this push very early on with the Death Prophet on White Album. I think they're going to get like a 25-minute victory here on Aster.Aries. You do not have the heroes to stop this pushing power on Magma or to take these team fights.
Yeah, there is going to be that big tempo, right, that comes out from Aster.Aries here. I do feel like the Doom isn't as bad, though, because it does give you that BKB piercing disable. Doom is just incredibly strong against heroes like Death Prophet as well, preventing the soul siphons and stuff like that. So it might work out, but you do always have the save from the Shadow Demon. The Demonic Purge is just incredibly strong. So we'll see how it works. Aster.Aries, they've got some staples, right? Like we said, the Phoenix Mars, that's something that we've seen be incredibly successful all the way back to season 1 of earlier this year. I want to say last year, but it's still technically this year. It's very weird. It keeps confusing me. I'm just going to stay last year. I don't care what anyone says.
Fair enough. Last DPC season, right?
Yeah.
A circuit, circuit. That's the correct term.
Tour, circuit, who knows?
Yeah, tour, last tour. That's, I think, the title they're using over at ESL.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about this background at all, by the way.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good. I'm a big fan of the Marcy now, who's just hanging out on the side of the ring. She's got her, winter coat on. It's so good. It all looks so good. I'm so like they do such a good job with the overlays and all their stuff, like Santa hats on both, the axe and the earth spirit. You've got the cool Christmas tree. Like, it's just a great job. They do so.
And we got Dawnbreaker. Let's go.
That's what we really are waiting for, right?
Yeah, exactly. Are we ready? We can jump right into the game because I'm excited. We've got some bangers of series ahead of us, Ricky.
Oh yeah. If there's anything that I'm looking forward to, it's banger series. Ulu on his Juggernaut. I mean, this is probably like the 5th or 6th time we've seen him play this hero, mainly because I always remember his Juggernaut, and I'm so sad that I don't own this set. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, the dude, his hack game is just on point. I don't even know what most of these items are. I don't think I've seen that many of them before.
So the main set is from the Halloween chest of 2019, I think. Is that when it came out? Yeah, 2019. And then the sword is from the golden Juggernaut set that came out as like a TI ultra rare, like in 2018, I think.
All right.
Just some hat knowledge to drop on you. Don't worry about it.
Thanks for dropping that hat lore on us, buddy. I'm sure everyone would be very appreciative that they got the backstory and probably know the pricing of what is acceptable to pay for these hats if they want to look as good as Zulu, which, you know, I doubt is going to be too easy to pull off.
So let's take a look at the mid lane here. We've got Dust and White Album. It's going to be the TA versus the Death Prophet. So you were thinking it was going to be TA in the safe lane, right? But here we are, TA in the mid lane. We're going to see Ember here in the safe lane instead.
Yeah, I guess I was 100% wrong. I think the TA would have matched up a little bit better against the Mars. The Mars doesn't really have tools to burn down the refraction charges against the Templar Assassin versus White Album. Going to be quite good at that. Like, you don't have as much rundown potential because the Spirit Cipher doesn't sell you anymore, at least not with the talent level 20. But you burn down the refraction pretty quickly, and I feel like you have a pretty easy time standing your ground against the Templar. The only thing that you're concerned about is you don't have a ton of armor in the Death Prophet, so if he meld strikes you, he can blow you up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's very true.
Especially with an early rune. But he's winning the CS war right now against Dust. In fact, 2 uphill misses, 3 uphill misses.
What can you do, you know? Unlucky.
This guy would be like dead right now if not for those uphill misses. He would be forced way back out of lane, but he is going to be able to get up, get his bottle. It's coming a little bit later than he'd like it. Usually one around that 2-minute rune timing. But White Album could potentially just grab both of these runes or force Dust to grab one before his bottle gets here, which is unfortunate. You don't really like doing that if you can avoid it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wait, what else we got going on? Up in the top lane, to talk about
TZY, he's been a huge standout player as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. I talked about this one quite a bit. When you're in a lane against a Juggernaut, you either want enough HP to be able to survive him running down with Blade Spin, or you want enough movement speed to get away from him. So you have to go double gauntlets in this lane because he needs a little bit of extra bulk to survive, harass some Ulu and Red Panda.
And then immediately into boots, 2 points into the Scorched Earth. So the extra move speed from there is just enough to beat the Juggernaut. Mid lane, Dust actually falling very low. White Album going for the dive here under the tower. He misses the Crypt Swarm. Dust with a nice dodge. And White Album will not be able to claim first blood there.
Yep. In fact, he's going to be sitting at pretty low HP for a while now, and I think this means Dust has control of the lane. Ooh, careful. You don't want to get hit by a Sideblade there.
Nice rotation there from the Abaddon. Gonna just pass a salve on over and a quick D-ward as well. Always happy about that as a support.
I doubt White Album is too pleased, but yeah, missing that dive in the tower and getting that miss is a pretty big punish. He hasn't put a point into the meld yet. I feel like he'd have a much easier time trading with White Album if he went for that. But I guess he figures that he wants to be able to get these meld strikes off instead. Get the refraction hits off instead. Clear out stacks with side blades.
Yeah.
And Mercy, he's got a Doom in his lane on the off lane, so it's very easy for you to just move over to the camps here and stack them out every couple of minutes. Doom doesn't really need you there. He's going to be able to find farm by using Devour anyways.
Yeah, and Red Panda's actually doing a really good job at blocking the stacks Mercy. Just going to take a little bit of harassment there from White Album, as he does have 3 points in the Crypt Swarm now. But Shadow Demon rotated over, blocked the Ancient stack, and does have a Sentry down to block the hard camp. So just trying to prevent them from getting stacks for this Templar Assassin is going to go a long way.
I was laughing at something. Somebody noticed something. They noticed I was in the same blue shirt most of this season. I do like this shirt, though.
It is a nice shirt. I was wondering if anyone else was going to notice, because you were like, I'm going to wear this shirt all season. It'll be great.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm about it. It looks good. I hope you watched it.
I have been, yes.
Okay, great. Yes. I believe you would have,
Yeah. Once every, I've only been wearing it for the streams that we've been doing because I don't want to get like
You don't want to stain it mid lane?
stain it, yeah.
Nah, it's fine.
But enough about getting distracted. Got to get my head in the game here. Top lane.
You know, so you know whose head is really in the game right now? Ulu on this Juggernaut, 31 and 10. That is a lot of CS. That being said, Mars is also dominating bottom here.
Yeah, he's actually at the top of net worth on Mars. And again, this is why I was a little bit concerned about this lane matchup.
He's been left here pretty much completely solo, right? Like the supports have been rotating back and forth to the mid lane. TK stacking up a little bit in the jungle as well. And as a result, you know, Mars just looking to get to that level 6 as soon as possible and start finding kills probably. And he is going the standard Soul Ring into Blink Dagger build, so we're not seeing like an armlet or something like that.
No, I mean, he's got Phoenix does a lot of damage, Death Prophet does a lot of damage, Juggernaut does a lot of damage. You don't need to go for that armlet build. Instead, you want to be keeping people in place so Death Prophet can continue to run at people. You want to be able to set up so Phoenix can get a good egg off. So the armlet build is when your mid laner or your safe laner aren't going to be able to contribute as much to the fights, what they provide, but this game, they've drafted so Mars can essentially just be a utility hero. And they'll be just fine. That's one of the nice things about Mars is he's so versatile. He can do either of those things. He can pump out a lot of damage if he goes on the Desolator, or he can do a great job setting up kills if he goes a Blink Dagger.
Mars actually threw the spear just before hitting level 6 there. Otherwise, Ember might have gone down, but Ember now being level 6, just going to bottle up, head back to lane.
Yeah. Ember was playing very far forward to finish off the creeps there, so he would get his level 6.
Yep.
So Ember would have gotten his 6 off of that one, just been able to remnant out of the arena. And now the Mars doesn't have much kill potential on him there. If he could have gotten the 6 before Ember Spirit, it would have been nice though mid lane.
Yeah, White Album getting really aggressive in the traps from the TA. Way too strong. He gets the double Spirit Siphon out, and White Album, will he actually survive? He does not as TZOI rotates in, hits that stomp onto the Phoenix as well, making a doubles. He's now turned his attention on over to the Shadow Demon, the Doombringer. He's here to run him down. 3 fall on the side of Aster.Aries. A big way to start this game for Magma.
Very quick response there. Everyone other than the Ember Spirit TPing in and finding 3 heroes definitely makes it worth it. And it's being 1,000 net worth swing and almost like 900 XP going their way after that team fight. Bottom lane, Ember has to be a little bit careful. He's got a Remnant up, but I'm pretty sure Juggernaut's gonna Dissipy side it. He's gonna... He didn't go for the arena. I thought he'd go for the arena there.
I think part of it is he's trying to just bait out Ember Spirit. Oh my gosh, he is in a lot of trouble.
But he has Juggernaut.
Yep. Second Remnant out. Oh no.
Oh, he didn't have mana to Omni Slash him.
He's out of mana and everything. Red Panda does have vision for a moment, but he's not going to make it in time.
Come on, get him. He's got Windlace. Get him, Red Panda. Don't give up.
He's literally 5 MS faster. There is no way. Ember is out. The Great Escape, man. I mean, he blew all of his remnants for this, so it's going to be a kind of difficult, and they're going to be able to push this bottom T1 tower thanks to the Juggernaut and Mars being here. So you slow down the Ember Spirit a lot, right, with this arena, even though it doesn't connect.
Yeah, and at the very least, you'll get this tower off of this one. And this is what they're looking for. I mean, objectives mean everything, kills mean nothing, even if it's boring.
You have TZY top lane trying to go for a trade here, right? 2 points into this Devour. I'm surprised he went for 4 in the Scorched Earth this early, but I mean, you can't really argue with the results it had in the mid lane.
Yeah, it did do a lot of damage there. I think it's one of the main reasons why the Death Prophet did end up going down.
Does he have Midas already?
On Doom?
I see Courier moving. It is. Midas recipe already on the way out. Yeah. That is a very fast Midas. I mean, this is what Doom does, right? He just prints gold. He's the new alchemist.
You can't just print money. Think about what it would do to the economy.
I mean, there's no such thing as an economy in this game. You think people pay their taxes? No way.
In Dota?
Dude,
so.
he's the ruler of the underworld.
That's why when towers go down, they don't come back up. We just don't have the infrastructure in this game.
Did you see what the tower just did when the fortification came out?
No.
Oh, do you not have the hand tower?
No.
All right. You need to get it. Yeah, it's actually just so worth it now. The fortification.
The battle pass?
Yeah. All right, we'll come back to it in a moment. TZY mid lane, Arena comes through from the Mars. A lot of damage. He comes in, he drops the Doom, but Mars has already committed the whole kit on the backside of the fight. Ember Spirit does go in onto TK. Disruption will buy him a little bit of time. The healing ward, though, topping off all of these heroes. Finally going to go down here to the Ember. He's continuing the chase here. There is a trap blocking off the high ground. He does have the damage to finish off the Shadow Demon, so a 2-for-1. But you do lose the Doom here.
And Doom, your most farm hero in this game, so I think they're happy to trade both their supports for him. Especially considering it did get a little bit of damage off into the mid lane here. Mercy ends up taking God's Rebuke, but that fight, yeah, I mean, it's slightly favored as far as like XP and gold. It very slightly favored the Dire, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they killed the Doom for 2 supports. Yeah, it makes sense. Doom's super farmed.
Am I seeing this right? Is it really worth more for getting just the Doom?
Yeah.
I guess not all heroes are created equal.
Top net worth versus the bottom 2 net worth, right? That's kind of how it works.
But yeah, it wasn't great. Doom ended up committing his ultimate on the Mars, who already dropped the Arena, God's Rebuke, and Spear. So all those things were on cooldown when you end up using it. And then I guess he's like, okay, well, whatever. I'm just going to walk away now. And didn't even really stick much damage on him thanks to the healing ward coming out from Juggernaut.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to get the Doom off before he died, and it was kind of that panic mode of, all right, this is the closest hero that I can hit Doom with. Yeah. But oh yeah, I was gonna say the tower fortification, right? With the hand towers, it like wags its finger like no. Like when you try to hit it, and when the fortification comes out, it's actually pretty sick. You can also high five the towers, dude. It does a bunch of little animations. It just like, these are the coolest towers I've ever seen. They like taunt the enemies.
My default towers work just fine, thank you.
Nope.
And they were free.
Nope. These towers are sick.
I've only got a level 1 battle
pass. White Album mid lane. Oh my goodness. The double meld strike from Dust just deletes White Album there, thanks to the help from Mercy.
That'll do it.
Actually, it wasn't even double. You just got side bladed into a meld strike is what it was.
Yep.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it ended up being like I don't know, 600 damage in like a single second there, coming up from the Templar Assassin. Made quick work of that DP, and you were concerned about this in the draft. That's why they got rid of the Slaughter. You were really concerned about all this minus armor. Oh my god, these Evil Geniuses lines are awful. I mean, there's something special about them. I'm not gonna lie. It's very triggering. How bad the microphone quality for these lines are.
I mean, there's something to be said about like
it's effective.
There's something to be said about the voice line coming through a $15 mic from a convenience store, right? That's the key.
Yeah. From one of like the richest Dota players in the world.
That's what makes it funny, though.
Yeah.
Ulu has his Maelstrom completed. Meanwhile, Ember Spirit still pretty far away from his. He did go for a lot more items, all right. He's got the bottle. So, taking a moment for him to catch up. But you got some... it's like, where? Oh, yeah, they found the Abaddon. He does have borrowed time, though. Gonna pop that. Regen a little bit of health here. Doom debating on going in. I don't think he wants to... Oh, he could save him. Yeah, there's the stomp onto the Mars. He's going to and drops the egg, but TZY, he's in no danger at all as he's just trying to burn down the Mars as much as possible, down to just about a third of his HP. He's got another stomp in a second, but TZY, will he close the gap? He does. Meanwhile, Dust just deletes TK on the backside with that Blink Dagger double damage rune. So, quick 2 kills for the side of Magma. They're up 8-1 now, Neff.
They're not looking too hot, and Mars, the moment that Doom ended, he ended up going down the stomp and that last auto attack and finishing him off, and Mars just didn't want to commit the Arena for the Baden. He ended up getting away at like no HP, his borrowed time. Made him too tricky to take down, but if you're down like this many deaths, and you're playing that close to the enemy tier 1 tower, I think you just like commit the ult for the kill. I don't know. This is one of the strengths of this hero, that he's able to play so far forward and scout things out. And if you don't commit too much for him, his ultimate comes off a cooldown, then his team can come and punish you. That's exactly what happened there. They got way too greedy, trying to not commit too many abilities for that guy. And White Album, unfortunately, falling off, not coming online this game. I mean, enemy mid lane has got like 50% more net worth than you right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the TA, right? That's what this hero does. She will absolutely out farm you, and the Death Prophet kind of needs to have a team built around her to take fights. Like, she needs to be with the Mars, with the Phoenix, with the Shadow Demon, trying to take objectives with this Exorcism when it's off cooldown, and they just haven't been able to do that. Like, White Album hasn't really been able to farm.
Well, one of the reasons they haven't been able to do that is they did not have the Blink Dagger completed on Mars, but that has just been flown out, and they'll smoke immediately as soon as this guy, as soon as the Blink Dagger gets to him. So they're wasting no time with this one. And
going for the wraparound mid.
Yeah, they see Dust.
They're gonna see Dust. That's gotta be the kill you go for, right?
Go for it. You'd think so. I mean, unfortunately, this is behind a tier 1, but with all these heroes here, I think they have enough damage.
They also just saw a ward get placed behind the tier 1 tower, so they know that they're here and looking for them. And it's no longer an easy kill, so they're going to go ahead and head top maybe instead.
Yeah, that moment of hesitation going on the Templar Assassin cost them that kill. And Doom, I'm pretty sure, with how the side of the trees that he's playing on here, he realized that something's up and people want to go for him. In fact, it looks like he's going to get out of this. So look at all this time that they're wasting right now.
Yeah. I mean, this is such a... TZY has so much restraint because his Devour was coming off of cooldown in 1 second and was like, I don't have a second here to stay in lane to devour this creep. And 99.9% of players would be like, I'm eating that creep and would instantly die.
Okay, whatever, dude.
My train of thought would be free money. Don't mind if I Scooby Dooby Doo.
Yeah, exactly.
And I would have devoured the creep and then immediately died and not gotten the Devour gold.
And
then drop the worth in all chat.
Yeah, the classic worth immediately after. One thing I've noticed about how Magma are playing the map, they've been putting the Ember Spirit in the dangerous lane bottom, right? They've been keeping him in the scary part of the map where normally you don't want your safe laner to play, but your safe laner in this game is an Ember Spirit, and just like that, if they decide to try and make a play on him, he will just remnant out. So he's just playing very smart, very safe, able to find farm despite, you know, playing in a scary part of the map.
Oh no.
I say, speaking of scary, TZY barely gets the blink out. Okay.
So yeah, he's trying to initiate into that one with the Crypt Swarm to disable his Blink Dagger and then hit him with the Yules afterwards, but he missed the Crypt Swarm there, and then he ended up getting the blink as soon as he saw someone. He's obviously on very high alert there on TZY.
Yeah, he's super alone top. He knows that if he gets caught, he's dead. But still 8-1. I mean, Aries not really able to get on the board so far this game. Ulu gonna find Mercy, telekinesis, steals healing ward. That's actually pretty sick.
I mean, Phoenix, Shadow Demon, Death Prophet, all decent at clearing that one out. But
oh, did he end up Omni slashing him?
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Okay.
He's just dead. All right, you don't have that one to worry about anymore. Oh. Ulu is still reasonably farmed at this point and just tore apart that Rubik. He's almost got his Manta style done as well. I'm not crazy about it this game, but at the very least, you can get the Searing Chains off of you. If Doom blinks on top of you.
Well,
oh god,
Doom, speaking of which, finds the Mars there with the help of the Ember Spirit, and that means your tier 1 tower stands no chance at surviving. No Mars Arena means no way to set up the egg, so very big pickoffs from Magma. I mean, they are playing so clean right now.
It looks like that's the only objective of TZY. Well, the main objective of TZY this game is to just find this Mars and stop him getting his ideal initiation off. Like, his Scorched Earth is always going to be able to disable his Blink Dagger as long as he stays on top of him. And if he can get the Doom off before he gets the arena, then it does ruin the setup on the team fight from Aster.Aries.
Dust almost finds Red Panda there with the Meld Strike, but it's going to end up being a very difficult initiation. In comes the Exorcism, though. Ember Spirit does find his first kill, will be able to back out, but there's the arena. They've managed to catch Dust inside of it, and he is alone without any help. They will finally be able to take down that Templar Assassin. The question is, can they get more? Because they need to. Mercy on the run, has Spirit Siphon, but there's the spear. Safe for the moment, but it's not enough. Way too much damage coming through from White Album here. Wait,
and the Spirit comes back in.
Ooh, TZY popped the BKB by mistake instead of a Clarity.
What can you do? Well, now he knows it works. Unfortunately, He gets to actually try this thing out in combat, not in this Roche. There's no way he's going to be able to contest with that BKB that he just used.
Oh,
I wouldn't even...
No
he's going to try, though.
Yeah. Ember Spirit's got to be careful. He is playing with fire. Yule's going to come through from White Album. The Spear to come through. It's going to connect. Pins him against the wall, but on the backside, Doom able to chop down one, and Kazi there with the save. Running low on resources. The Abaddon will sacrifice his life for this Ember Spirit. They do stop the Roshan, and Mercy gets another healing ward. But Ember's going to find a regen.
Even better.
He's going to go back in. He's ready to go.
The sad part about that fight is they would have been able to play way more aggressive on TZY had he not used his BKB by accident.
Oh, that's what I'm, yeah, absolutely. He just like took the Shadow Demon down and was like, all right, I'm gone. I'm out. I have nothing. Dust into the Roche Pit. Deso plus the Meld Strikes do a lot of minus armor. The question is, can this Ember make enough space here? Looks like it might be working as Roche finally goes down. Dust will grab the first Aegis of the game. Magma continuing their lead here. Now 5,000 gold at the 21 minute mark. About 6,000 experience.
Yeah, of that. I mean, it looked like they were the poised to grab that Roshan, and the accidental pop of the BKB by TZY made it look like there was absolutely no way to contest that one, but managed to get in, delay that one, and find a couple of kills. And now Magma on the front foot again. I think you're beginning to miss your timing on Aster.Aries. You're expecting to have a little bit more map control at this point. You haven't even taken them tier 1 tower mid.
Yeah.
What you were saying?
Nothing. I was gonna say something stupid, but it doesn't matter.
No, go ahead, Ricky.
No.
I insist.
Nope. I don't need to make myself look even dumber. Mid lane, they're gonna grab the Mars telekinesis. That bulwark not gonna work from behind as Dust claims another victim. Bottom lane, Juggernaut taking a ton of damage here from the Ember Spirit, but he's microing that healing ward so well. And in comes the Shadow Demon with that disruption. Just trying to make space for Ulu here. He really wants his healing ward. Not gonna get it though. Is Ember even like considering backing? I guess he's not. He has a BKB completed.
Yeah, he's got a BKB. He's got Dragon Skill, so he's got a decent amount of armor. Juggernaut's not gonna be able to turn on him and Omni Slash him. Otherwise, he gets out.
This Ember has just played like a Chad this whole game. He is just constantly in the most dangerous parts of the map, basically. And they can't do anything about it. Like, his itemization is just solid.
This Blink Dagger effect really messes with my brain.
The new one?
Yeah. I don't like it at all.
There's a couple new effects that are a little too much. I think one of the like range projectile effects is just like way too many particles. It needs to be tuned down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about this. Anyway, Dust working on the BKB now. They've got them completed on the majority of the heroes here on Magma. I think
they go mid. They find the Phoenix. Dust also going to find White Album on the backside. TZY with the BKB, but it doesn't come out before they read it, but he gets the perfect stomp. The Doom onto the Death Prophet. In comes the Omni Slash from the Juggernaut. The Egg gonna pop. A lot of damage being dealt back. TZY able to survive for now, as well as Dust TK. Melted by the Templar Assassin. The Doom comes down. Mercy with the stolen Egg himself. Able to set up the Juggernaut. Can they finish him off? White Album manages to survive just long enough to get out of that Doom. But they're chasing. He's gonna pop the Exorcism, but Dust is there. They get the shackles. He gets the kill. Aegis finally gonna get claimed there, but they need to back on the side of Ares. They don't have any more left in the tank. And a fantastic fight here from Team Magma.
I think there was a misclick there by the Death Prophet. Ended up throwing the Rubik up into the air with the Yule Scepter instead of the Templar Assassin. I thought that he'd throw it at the TA, so he'd have... God, that Blink really messes with my head. So he'd have a little bit more HP to work with it after he came back down, but he just doesn't have enough armor to stand his ground against Dust once he's on top of him. So he needs to be able to blow up these heroes, or a way to control this TA so he doesn't just melt him immediately, or somehow get a little bit more armor. He's got the plate mail now, but at this point he just doesn't feel like they're scaling nearly as fast as this TA. Already she's up like a full item on top of these other heroes. The BKB almost completed, and once he does that, they're not going to be able to control them with that arena anymore. That's really the only thing that did it for them in that last team fight. And yes, they had Aegis to get back into it, but I think even without, or Yeah, even without Aegis, once you have the BKB, there's no way you fight into this TA.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary. And Ember Spirit about to have a Lincoln Sphere as well. So he is just playing super defensive. I mean, in this last fight, he did a ton of damage, but a lot of it's because he's level 18. Like, he is super high level for the safe lane right now. Juggernaut, the only one that's really matching him. And yeah, I mean, I love his build. BKB, Maelstrom into the Lincoln Sphere. He's going to be incredibly hard to actually kill off. And meanwhile, Dust, BKB completed on her way to that Desolator. Or, I'm sorry, Daedalus.
Yeah. I mean, Daedalus is still the most popular build on TA. Sometimes you get the Silver Edge, but I think this game, it makes sense that you just want, like, pure damage, nothing else.
9,000 gold lead, and they go for the smoke. If they could find Ulu, that would be the dream opening to this fight. But with the BKBs, they don't care as much about Mars anymore, right?
It's super hard to get Ulu. I think it's all right. Yeah, now it's going to be too difficult. So he's got Manta Style. He's got
no, it's not. They found him. They gets the Blade Fury off though, and he is off to the races, and that is just back to his base. But Phoenix comes in right to a stun, and you're going to lose the Mars as well. Double kill for Dust.
All right, that was a very sick jump there by the Rubik. They're going to have to get that D ward off. They had vision of him there, but thankfully he did manage to get that spin. He just completed the Aghanim Shard, so he got the plus 100 movement speed on it, which allowed him to get out of that one.
Yeah, if he didn't have that shard, he was super dead.
Yeah.
Oh, mercy. He's going for more, and he's found the Shadow Demon. Not expecting the deep ward there behind the T2.
They had just gotten Juggernaut with that, though. He should have known that that one was there.
Well, they thought the ward was on the left side of the tree line, right? And there was one.
Well, there is a ward on the left side of the tree line as well, yes, but... yeah, super unfortunate.
Just
I mean, you have to figure
reactions.
the ward is going to be over there.
Yeah.
And yeah. You already used your Fortify. It's on cooldown for another 30 seconds here, and so they managed to take the tier 3 and going to be able to grab these outposts on their way back. They're probably going to control Roche Pit for the next 2 minutes here. They're going to grab tier 3 neutral items, then they're going to bring up this push again. Even though I preferred Aster.Aries lineup, you didn't manage to win these lanes hard enough. Well, as soon as the laning phase ended, there's just like I don't know, 8-1 kill advantage for the side of Magma.
Oh, Red Panda.
And they're showing up big.
Trying to get aggressive on a TZY, just pops the BKB and he will TP home. Does not want to risk anything.
Yep. That's a great play. The rest of his team is way too far. He tries to stand his ground in his fight against that Shadow Demon ultimate. He just ends up dying. Paladin's already found on the Death Prophet. I'm not... I guess she's not going to hold on to that one. They'll probably pass the way of Juggernaut. And yeah, he just jumps out on the Ember Spirit. Basher's completely on Juggernaut. So this is the build a lot of people go when they're playing a losing game on the Jug. And they're playing against heroes with so much magical damage. They just want to bring somebody down inside a single spin. So his goal is going to be Blink, Omni, Slash with all these extra effects on his auto attack. So Blink, spin on top of somebody on the back line, and maybe he can catch Rubik out like that.
Did find a Titan Sliver. Pretty dang good item. Yeah, he's going to go and use that one instead. Meanwhile, mid lane, they get the BKB out from the Mars Spear. It's going to catch the Abaddon, but that's about it. Egg right on the corner. I mean, you've committed every single ultimate here. And Abaddon's the only thing to show for is, I mean, they have to get him, right? Okay, they do. Death Prophet will be able to bring him down here.
But this was everything that you had. Doom still available. BKB still available on every one of these core heroes on the side of Magma. So they're either going to come back in, they're going to have a very easy time taking this Roche, depending when it spawns, and we'll find out in the next second here.
Okay, relatively, if it was a quick Roche, this would have spelled disaster for Ares, but a minute gives them the time for some of these spells to come back off cooldown, but the Exorcism's the big one. That's not even going to be close.
Not at all.
All right, they're instead going to smoke up right away. They know that they don't really even need the Abaddon right now. They've got no ultimates left on the side of Ares. They are ready to try and find some pickoffs, and White Album in the mid lane. This is the big one. Can he find him? There's the blink, the telekinesis into a stolen spear. The worst spell to give this Rubik right now. And on the backside, Ember just melting these supports. White Album trying to run away. There's going to be the Yules to cancel the TP. And it looks like Mars will be able to make it, but TZY, he's chasing after the Juggernaut. He gets the Doom on the high ground. White Album still just getting crushed here by Dust. Gets an evasion, but the blink forward. You've lost the Juggernaut. You've lost the Mars, almost trying to hobble away. There's the Sleight of Fist. Double kill there for the Ember Spirit. 5 heroes go down. And right into the high ground, and there it is. The GG comes out. We have the winner for game number 1.
White Album, his debut match not going his way, and starting to look a little bit scary for Aster.Aries. Team Magma now only a single game away from making that upper division dream. Ended up getting brought down the first time, but they want back in, man.
Yeah.
They want back in, and they look good this game. They played this incredibly quickly. TZY, I think, had an outstanding performance on this Doom. Amazing rotation in the mid lane at the very beginning. And unfortunately, Aster.Aries, they could never get back into it.
Yeah, I mean, he rotates in. They find 3 kills. They punish the Death Prophet. That's the big one. Dust just balls out of control on the Templar Assassin, but also the Ember Spirit. I mean, I talked about this. The dude ended deathless. He went 7-0-6, and he's playing in arguably, like we said, the most dangerous part of the map, and that's just the nature of the safe lane Ember. He's allowed to do that because they don't have anything on Aries that can punish it. He rushes that BKB, so the silence from the Death Prophet doesn't really matter, and he has the Lincolns to stop things like Disruption or Demonic Purge. So, I mean, this was just a really sick game from Team Magma all around. Excited to see some of these highlights, but Aster.Aries, man, considered to be one of the favorites, down 1 game.
Yeah, definitely my favorites. I loved them in the last season, but this is a 3-game series here, and we've seen crazier things happen. But I'm going to switch over to some highlights of the previous match, and the beginning of this match is the TZY show.
Yeah, I mean, this was the big rotation mid, and just makes so much happen there. They do drop the arena. They get a respond kill here onto TZY, but it does end up costing you so much, as you see the Ember always targeting these supports in the backside, and didn't quite have Egg yet, as he just wasn't level 6. And yeah, playing exceptionally well. Oh, I did not realize he found an Invis rune there on the Abad, and that's,
yeah, he did.
That is unlucky.
What can you do? And couldn't combo up these things. I mean, Kazi, he did a decent job at keeping Dust alive, and he was too far forward, but he ended up dropping in that team fight. And they struggled to get their hands on people outside of the arena. It felt like they didn't have enough damage. It was surprising they didn't have enough damage, because it really felt like they should, all things considered. I mean, they've got Mars, they got a Death Prophet and Juggernaut fighting into this, but Juggernaut, even though he kept up in farm, I don't think when he was ready to take these fights, they just ended up starting to lose them too hard.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a sick stolen egg here, too. Like, Ulu realizes it just a moment too late and is like, uh-oh, that is not my allies. And White Album comes back in, tries to offer some assistance as well, but yeah, just too much damage coming through from Dust on this Templar Assassin, and all of that just for an Aegis. And I think this was really the nail in the coffin. I mean, you're already pretty dang far ahead here, but there's just nothing you can do. Like, this Ember Spirit just melting your backline every single time, and White Album, no way to get out. He ends up getting a couple really nice evasion misses here. Like, the Melt Strike misses, and he has to get the cleave off the side blades, but...
Yeah, that was very clean. I think it would have ended up going down there anyways. He blinked back on top of him. The side blade ended up finishing him off. MVP of that match,
TZY.
TZY, absolutely. Man, secured them that early game. He had an amazing performance so far in this DPC. His Pangolius popped off his Doom just as good, and I imagine after what happened in that match, they're not going to give it up to this guy again, because they had a pretty strong lane. Like, they put him against Juggernaut, but Doom, he managed to find a bunch of farm. He found those early kills with that rotation mid after maxing out his Scorched Earth. I think this is, you're going to be targeting him in this next game here. And in a series that you have to choose very carefully about who you're going to target, because this is the most important match for them. It all comes down to this. These next 2 games, or maybe even 1 game, is going to decide whether or not they qualify for the upper division here in Season 2 of the DPC.
It's going to be a fun series, man. They're going to have a couple fun series tonight. So we're going to go to a quick break, everyone. But again, like Neff was saying, this is a decider match. Whoever wins these 2 series tonight is promoted to Division 1. So a lot on the table here. We're going to go to a short break. Stay tuned for game number 2 of Aster.Aries versus Magma. Hey everybody, welcome back here to the DPC CN. My name is R Cryptic, and of course, here with Neff Sensei, we're going into game 2 of Aster.Aries and Magma. Dude, I am just so stoked. I don't know, I can't contain the excitement I have for the series tonight, so I don't know how the players are managing this at all.
Probably less excitement, more stress, because a very important match for them after having played a super condensed DPC season over a super small period of time. But if there's a time for them to show up and perform their absolute best, it is going to be now.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of options, right?
Yeah, even more important than any Div 1 match, this one is going to be. And both, in my opinion, Div 1 caliber teams, Aster.Aries and Team Magma. And
I feel like all top of the 4 are.
Yep. And they do end up taking my advice. They target these TZY heroes as bans. They get rid of the Pangolier, which he played absolutely amazing this season. And they got rid of the Spirit Breaker, which I'm pretty sure they do run on the position 3. And it's been a little bit more popular in the position 3 lately.
Yeah, I think that is correct. And yeah, it makes sense. There's no reason to give them the comfort heroes. And then, of course, they take the Mars themselves as a little bit of deny pick there for phase 1. That being said, Magma grabbed the Abaddon Rubik. Once again, the same support duo opener we saw last game, which I did question. I was like, that's really weird. We don't really see double support openers. But Rubik, incredibly strong against the Mars, if you're able to get the spear. And then against Rubik, I mean, that one is a no-brainer. I mean, it's one of the best reasons to pick this hero. The Abaddon, a good save. Yeah, I mean, they just played it really well. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're just going to run it back.
Yeah. I still do feel like it reveals a lot about your draft, the stages, and you're limited with, your ability to find kills and make plays around the map in the early game. But last time, they just kind of punished the early game dives that Aster.Aries tried to make. I mean, that's what happened in the mid lane. The dude TP'd in, they end up turning things around on them, finding 3 kills, and then from there, they just kind of snowballed. This game, I'm wondering if Aster.Aries will make those same mistakes, or they'll play their lanes a little bit more static. Weaver is able to be very annoying at running these heroes down and stopping the supports from being able to assist their carries inside the lane, their cores inside the lane. But I feel like there was no issue with Mars in the last game, other than the fact that maybe Juggernaut wasn't assisting the team as early as he could have been.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I really do like this support duo opener specifically into the Mars Weaver. So I don't think it's like that weak of an opener, but they also just grabbed the Queen of Pain here without seeing Aster.Aries mid lane options. So they could go back for the Death Prophet. Honestly, it is one of those heroes that I think on paper is a good matchup against the Queen of Pain. It used to be Queen of Pain favor, but I think in the current meta, it has been going a lot more for Death Prophet. But dang, if that ain't a spicy double pick here. Ogre Magi and the Shadow Fiend, which we've typically seen ran in the safe lane, except for Paparazzi, who is run at mid. So I'm curious what they decide to do here for Aster, if this is going to be White Album mid lane, or if it's going to be a Shadow Fiend safe lane. And then Terrorblade, a hero that has not been that successful, honestly.
No, it hasn't. We just watched, there's just some Terrorblade earlier, though. Did not end up winning.
So
but
yes, unsuccessful. Confirming my point. Yes, I love it.
Look, man, what I'm trying to say is that there was Terrorblade. That hasn't been the best. The hero is a lot tankier than it used to be. I feel like he is super good. If you end up going to the ultra late game, there's a lot of carry matchup that he's very good against. He does play very well against the Shadow Fiend as well, because Shadow Fiend likes being able to melt heroes with his Prince of the Dark Lord aura, a huge right-click damage, and somebody who has as much armor as the TB doesn't really care about that aura coming up from SF. So in all likelihood, they have more incentive to run this as a mid lane and have it do spell damage rather than that passive stats build in the safe lane with SF that we've been seeing a little bit lately. So I imagine this is going to be a mid at this point. They're going to run something else on Ulu in the safe lane. They also get rid of the Drow Ranger, again, a hero that ends up going right through TB's armor. That would have been an excellent counter, and does pair fairly nicely with the Shadow Fiend, just because you get that marksmanship agility, and it's somebody who can pump out a lot of damage. They try to run at the Drow. Faceless Void banned out as well. You don't want to, play against a hero that can do setup and hold people in place while SF just beats you down or turn team fights around on you for punishing you for jumping on the SF. So the options are a little bit more limited here. I think they're going to need a position 1 that can play kind of far forward, because Ogre plays far back, Weaver plays far back, and Shadow Fiend legs playing behind the rest of the team.
Yeah, I would say with this last pick here, man, I just don't know where this Shadow Fiend is going, and that's actually one of the strengths of this pick. It really throws a wrench into the draft because they can take it either position. We've seen it routinely in the safe lane, and I think that's where it's going with the Ogre. So they could still go for like the Death Prophet mid, but
no, this SF's going mid. We'll make a friendly bet on it.
I mean, I already owe you one non-branded energy drink.
Yeah.
So next time I see you, I'll make sure to get one of those. You want to double or nothing?
Yeah, double or nothing.
Okay.
Let's go.
What lane? Where you said it's going safe lane?
Yeah, safe lane SF.
No, you just said I was going mid lane.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, mid. Oh, man.
Trying to gaslight you. Don't worry about it. Gotta win my bet here.
That was close.
I almost got him.
Oh yeah, this is going mid SF.
All right.
I'm absolutely or I'm fairly certain it would be easier to pick a mid lane hero here, or even run like the Mars mid, because you definitely need like frontliner safe lane here in order to make this SF work. But I am almost certain that it's going to be a mid lane SF. And they think they've kind of realized that they jabbed themselves into a corner. They would have loved to have the Drow or the Faceless Void here, but now they aren't exactly sure what they want to do. The pure confusion on their faces.
I like the Doom and the Beastmaster bands here. Ooh. I mean, it's a lot of pure damage, and it's really good at holding this Terrorblade when he kind of likes to be able to run around with meta, so...
Mm-hmm.
It's also strong against the Queen of Pain, at least until she has her... Is it the talent that gives her the range, or the shard that gives her the range? Shard just reduces cooldown, right?
The shard gives her the silence.
It gives you the silence. Does it not do anything else
and the
now?
extra damage. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's just this. Yeah, it is just the silence and damage. I think you're right. So
Mm-hmm.
I know Queen of Pain routinely has been able to outblink the range with Bloodseeker's Rupture, but
So you have to walk a little bit and then blink.
yeah,
Because how Bloodseeker Rupture works is if you go over 1300 range in a
single instance.
No, it's over 0.0015 seconds or something like. Hold on, I can pull this up.
I mean, I get what you're saying. Then you basically don't take damage from the Rupture, is what you're saying. So,
yes, but it's 1300 is the threshold. So if you go anything over 1300 in like the very small window where it checks, then you take no damage from it. So you can mess it up every so often, but good Queen of Pain players will be able to pretty consistently dodge out the Rupture damage when they use Blink.
So Magma need an off lane here.
Mhm.
They're anticipating a safe lane Bloodseeker most likely. So I would say, ooh, Sand King. Okay, that's not bad. I was thinking of something that was a little bit more aggressive, but you really don't have any tanks on the side of Magma. You really do need an initiator. You need a frontline hero, and Sand King going for like an early Vanguard is pretty strong.
I mean, the early Vanguard, I'm not crazy about this game. It doesn't do too much in this game in particular.
Yeah,
Man, they really like that dog champ line.
Dude, everyone loves the dog champ line. It is so good, dude. The Awus are perfect. There's some great voice lines in a lot of team packs this year. I'm really happy that teams are putting a lot more attention into it and spending a little bit more time like putting out some quality content for their fans.
I sure can't wait for certain voice packs to be added to the game that haven't been added yet.
I'm sure you have no skin in that game at all.
I have no skin in that game, and I'm sure not waiting impatiently for those to be added.
It's all right.
Wondering why everything else wasn't completed yet.
It's all right. I'll eventually get a voice line. I'm sure, right? We'll copium. It'll be fine.
Both of us, right?
Yeah.
Both of us.
But yeah, we got game 2. I'm excited, man. This is a big one. Magma already up 1 game here. Aster.Aries. This is a must win for them, or their dreams of Division 1 are shattered. So we'll see how it goes. Favor in the draft. What do you think, Neff? How do you like them?
Honestly, I preferred Aster.Aries in the previous game as their draft, and I prefer their players as well. But Magma, they brought it so good in that last game. You know, I'm still going with Aster.Aries. I'm a believer.
All right.
I'll curse him if I have to.
Oh no.
I'm a believer in him.
Thank you, Don Breaker, for introducing us to game number 2. Very excited here. And we are off once again. Neff, quick question. Did you notice who's playing Shadow Fiend here?
Yeah, that's White Album. The mid player. Are you okay?
No, I'm not
Ricky?
okay. I'm not okay.
All right, just making sure.
Yeah, we okay, so we'll double or nothing again sometime. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely White Album the mid player. I was starting to question my own reality. You sounded pretty confident when you brought up that question. I'm like, yeah, I'm certain he's the mid player. He wasn't playing this season. He's listed his position too. He was mid last game.
I was hoping you were gonna think that I like successfully gaslighted you into thinking that you said safe lane or something.
What's a little gaslighting between friends?
All right. But yeah,
Whatever, dude. I just woke
gonna be a great mid lane matchup here. The Queen of Pain versus the Shadow Fiend. You don't really have the ability to dagger spam, honestly, as much with this because you're just gonna get hit by rays, right?
Yeah, especially at the level 1. The 450 range, which is the cast range for the level 1 Shadow Strike, that's the sweet spot where all 3 Shadow Raises can land on you. There's the, I think it's like the 300 AoE that each Shadow Raise has as it comes out as a projectile. So if you're 450 range in front of Shadow Fiend, exactly how far you'd have to be to throw that Shadow Strike out, he can hit you with any Shadow Raise at that point in that cast animation.
Yep.
So you have to be quite careful about that one. I don't think Dust is going to allow White Album to stack him up too many times. In fact, he hasn't even gone for the dagger. Most Queen of Pains, anyway, they go Scream at level 1 or to secure CS.
White Album definitely taking a page out of the paparazzi book we saw the other day, playing very aggressive on the mid lane Shadow Fiend, just trying to get these early levels. He's already up to 7-1. Meanwhile, Kazi took a lot of damage here bottom on the Abaddon. It looks like he's going to be okay. Yeah, we're here to watch White Album Shadow Fiend. I want to see him play this mid lane. I'm here to learn.
I know you're a big fan of SF gameplay. Me, not so much. I feel like this hero isn't really that competitive viable until I saw paparazzi on it the last couple of days. He definitely won me over.
I mean, clearly you've just never seen me play this hero either, so I don't know what to tell you. You're really
if I did,
out.
I blocked out those memories.
You jerk. Oh, man.
Nothing like repressed trauma.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
What's a little bit of trauma between friends? Ulu really does like this line.
Shout out to Dog Champ. Oh, bottom lane? Top lane? Yeah, TZY. He's going to just TP back to his tier 1 tower here, but he's taking a lot of damage, so he's got to be careful. That Fire Blast into the Bloodright doesn't have any points in the Burrow Strike yet to try and get out of that, so.
But Mercy will have a salve drop on him, so he's going to be able to heal back up and not have to play so far back. So doesn't lose up on too much XP. It would have been pretty awful to have to TP back to the base when Lane was pushing in like that, though. He would have lost a lot of XP underneath his tower, probably like 2 waves worth, like that last one and then this one again. If they could have shoved it in on Ulu, they probably would have tried if he TP'd back to base on the SK.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see too much action just yet out of this top lane. Mid, looking back over here, SF still winning, beating Dust here. And he will have farm Dust just because Shadow Fiend does farm a little bit faster, especially with all these water runes.
Terrorblade, he's out by himself, and that is going to be the first blood. He just gets pulled back by the spear, and the Abaddon not there to save him. So, I mean, good start for Aster.Aries in this game.
I mean, the Mars is the most farmed hero at the start of the last game as well, but did end up coming back into that one on Magma in the safe lane. I imagine this one will be no different. You recover pretty well on the Terra Blade as well if you end up losing the lane. But giving too free of a game to the Mars isn't ideal. Top lane.
Oh yeah, getting aggressive here on TZY. Red Panda going for the rundown body blocks from Mercy. Not going to be there. Fire Blast in one. Just needs one more love tap and he's got it. Red Panda taking down the Sand King top lane. Walking away on his chicken. Very happy. The waddle that this hero has is just so... I don't even know. It is something.
Yeah.
He's so smug, you know?
He's an absolute dump truck of a hero. He's got quite the waddle on him. Is that what you wanted to say?
I mean, you said it, not me, dude. I don't know.
All right. Bottom lane here. Kazi. I feel like you have to be careful with how far away you move from the TP, especially when the wave is pushed that far in. Otherwise, they're going to be able to turn it around on him again. I mean, they ended up just absolutely melting him last time. They don't have the urn yet on Weaver, so mostly physical damage. The Terra Blade in all likelihood is going to be able to survive it just because he has so much armor and decent movement speed.
Yeah, normally you'd want to have the Weaver getting pretty close to it, and you know he's almost there, just about a few hundred gold away. And once again, Terrorblade a little bit out of position, but the spear will not connect this time. They're still going to do a lot of damage. Nice heal there coming through from the Abaddon. We'll be able to keep him in fighting shape.
Yep. Top him back up. I mean, he's very low HP hero, base HP hero, but he, tons of armor. So the small amounts of HP recovered by throwing out these miscoils go a pretty long way on Terrorblade. But they're keeping him zoned out. I mean, again, way more farm than this TB right now on this Mars. Bloodseeker, he's struggling a little bit as well. Not as high, well, about tied in the net worth with the TP, but it's not easy playing a melee hero into the SK. So Ulu hasn't found as much farm as he otherwise could.
White Album's getting very aggressive mid, but Red Panda top actually falling low here to Mercy, but gets the Ignite off and will be able to once again just waddle away.
Mm-hmm.
But top 3 CS positions all held by Aries and by a pretty decent margin in the side lanes. Mid, kind of even. Well, I guess not really. He's still 10 CS ahead in the mid lane, plus plenty of denies. Dust will grab that illusion rune, but yeah, once again, Mars top net worth here at that 6-minute mark.
Shadowfiend's going for a Falcon Blade for some reason. I don't think I've ever seen this in an SF in the mid lane.
Really? You haven't?
Huh? No. Top lane, they find the kill on TZY.
Yeah. All right. Once again, nicely done. I mean, you only have 2 points in the blood right, so I'm surprised they have enough damage, but I guess he's really deep in the lane, so they have a lot of chase potential there. Yeah, the Falcon Blade is normally something you see through the safe lane SF because you don't really go for the bottle, right? And it's like your mana regen item, but still really favoring the Falcon Blade. Tanks him up a little bit. Yeah, Rubik ran down as well. Ulu level 6 now, which gives him Rupture. So TZY has to be very careful in this lane now. And it looks like he's going for the wraparound here on Red Panda, so they could go ahead and drop that right now.
Ulu's HP is a little bit low. He probably needs to heal up off of this creep wave before he can go back in. Otherwise, he just dies trying to fight him underneath the sandstorm.
They get the Terrorblade bottom last second, and they're going to chase after Kazi, do a little bit of damage here. Mercy with a rotation in. Spear does connect up Abaddon. Does go down as well. It is Aries turning on the heat here in game number 2. 6-0. They're pinging top. They want to go TZY again.
And they're going to be able to.
They drop the Rupture. He's got that epicenter, but there it is. The Fire Blast into the blood right, and he is not going to be able to make it out of this one. Tries to stand his ground against Ulu, but it's just not in time.
Yeah. Maybe if he had gone for a couple more auto attacks instead of trying to get that epicenter off, but they interrupted that one twice, once from the stun, second time when that silence ended up connecting with them. And I mean, it was pretty scary trying to fight with the Sand King underneath the storm there, but unfortunately both these heroes quite tanky. And now 7-0 for the side of Aster.Aries, popping off this game. I think it only gets worse from here. I mean, they don't have heroes that can They did in the previous game. They're a little bit better for it, but their supports aren't great. Rubik and Abaddon both not great at setting up kills and finding ganks. SK is okay at it, but that's like once he gets his Blink Dagger. So they're going to struggle to find their way back in this game unless their Aster.Aries makes, was a pretty significant mistake. So it tries to dodge and, allow Abaddon to turn these fights around. And after what happened last game, I don't see that happening this time around.
Telekinesis right into the Burrow Strike Epicenter, but he's able to block it, and now a second Rupture comes out with a Sand King, Red Panda. Oh, no. The stun duration was not enough. It's only a level 1 Burrow Strike. He just turns right around with that Fire Blast. Man, they are looking very strong. Ulu is incredibly farmed on this Bloodseeker. Level 8 now. They've also managed to find the Rubik here. Bloodright will connect, and Ulu sure to run him down here. Ignite gonna make pretty easy work of him as well. So Ulu now up to 3-0-3.
Yeah, TK and come over here to get some blocks off into the camp, but unfortunately, Terrorblade waiting here for him, and I'm pretty sure that he's gonna know that these camps are blocked. They're gonna get dewarded pretty quickly. I think there's already sentries. No sentries flying out just yet, but the supports will probably make a way over there. Get those cleaned up. There's no other reason why we would be over there than to.
Well, they commit the Sonic Wave here to take down TK. They are very annoyed by this bug.
Space created or something like that. That is their first kill of the game, so Magma on the board now.
On the board indeed. Morale kill there for sure. Dust blinks up to the top rune, but Mercy forced to grab that haste as a result. Red Panda was already there.
Yeah, Dust wouldn't have been able to get to that one, unfortunately. And I think he's a little bit too close to the rune to be able to body block him to slow him down at all.
Man, this Bloodseeker is going to be a massive problem.
Yeah. We're 5k net worth here at the 5-minute mark, and Mars is about that far ahead as well. 3k net worth lead here for Aster.Aries at only 10 minutes into the game. They're going to try to set up something. I mean, they put TZY down here in the bottom lane.
You got Arena.
Again,
it's like so scary.
Yeah, they're not going to go for this one. They know that the only way that Magma get back to the game is that they dive these towers, they mess it up, they allow Bad to turn the fights underneath the towers. So they don't want to go for them. Instead, they'll just farm through the enemy team's jungle and start to position themselves around this mid-tier 1.
Dust should have seen this rotation mid. He did see them under the ward, so.
Yep, so they're playing further back, and Kazi TP's in here. But yeah, they're just going to play the out-farming game right now. They know that they can't actually take these towers. Against these heroes that are solid defending, so they'll play back. And you're even going for defensive items instead of getting the Blink Dagger to tank up on this, or to set up kills on the Sand King. They went for Hooded Defiance as his first item.
He does need it. He has to have the Hooded Defiance this game. There's just way too much magic burst that comes through from Aries, and he's the only one that can really sit in front of towers. So now he's not susceptible to like just the Mars arena, right? He might actually survive through it.
Yeah.
White Album, level 10 though on the Shadow Fiend, has that Falcon Blade 440 build. So I'm curious what he decides to go for next. My guess would be he's going, I mean, he's not queuing up. He didn't go like President of the Dark Sword, so he's not going like the right click build. You have plenty of right click damage. Well, mid lane actually, hold on.
He is going the right click build. He's got the attack speed talent.
Quick pick off there for the Mars. So they will head into the triangle. TK just yoinking at your bounty rune.
Well, they're not gonna be able to chase Terrorblade down, but they can't force him back into the tier 2 and stop him from farming. So evading his side of the map, stopping him from being able to get anything. They still haven't taken any towers though.
All right, yeah, he is just gonna build, I believe, a BKB or a Dragon Lance, right? He's got the Ogre Club coming out, or the Ogre Axe.
Probably the Dragon Lance.
TZY into the mid lane.
It depends on what their items are going to be. If he can get away with it, he'll go for the Dragon Lance. Otherwise, he'll go BKB as his first item. But he's got to build tanky. You can't allow him to get kills off onto him. He's just too far ahead.
He's actually not that farmed here on White Album. He's given a lot of space on over to the Mars and the Bloodseeker, right? And as a result, I think you're pretty happy with the state of the game. Ulu is enormous. 13 minutes in here, 6,300, almost 6,400 net worth. Weaver goes down playing in their triangle once again.
Yeah. I mean, he's forcing them to play all so close together, though, so they're not using the resources of the map very well on the side of Magma. Like, yes, they'll get a little bit of extra XP and gold for finding that kill, but everyone else in the team is going to fall or like stay very far behind. The supports are broke.
There's the Blink Arena, comes out, finds the Queen of Pain, silenced up by the Bloodright, and Ulu gets the kill last second before she's able to blink on out. And there's gonna be the Rupture thrown onto the Terrorblade. Red Panda gonna go down to the Terrorblade.
The Rupture stolen.
He did steal Rupture onto the Mars, but do they have the damage? You are stuck here for the moment. TK rotating on and able to provide vision here onto Mercy. The Bug's also going to connect onto Abaddon and the Terrorblade. TZY on the backside. Here's the big Epi. He gets the Bro Strike onto the Shadow Fiend, but can he bring him down? He does in time. Fantastic turn of events there for the side of Magma.
They didn't have vision behind the tower. They couldn't see the Sand King sneaking up on them like that, and then end up getting just a little bit too close to the trees there. I guess they figured there's no way Sand King comes in at the tail end of that team fight, so a small lapse in judgment will earn him a lot of XP and gold. And White Elf, I'm not going to be too happy about going down. Probably wishes he built that BKB now, because he wouldn't be able to survive that one. It's all magic damage. Did end up taking him apart. He might just disassemble this Dragon Lance to a BKB as his next item. And yeah, he's got it queued up now. So a little bit greedy there. He'd go for a tanky build on this SF, but unfortunately, not as tanky as Magic Immunity.
Yeah, not at all. Did you smoke back up and head bottom here on the Mars? The Rupture as well as the Bloodright combo. Very strong with the Spear. Arena cooling down as well. So they're just trying to see if they can find someone defending this tower, it would seem. But top lane, TZY going to apply pressure of his own.
He's going to do a pretty good job of this. I think he's not going to take the tower nearly as quickly. Doesn't do as much damage or have as much attack speed as the Bloodseeker, but just clear out the waves pretty.
Yeah, you got the
fast.
Blood Rage attack speed talent. This thing is so good.
Yep. Dust came up here as well. Does end up showing herself, so I don't think anyone's going to defend this tier 1 tower. They're going to have to TP the whole squad in after the Mars, and I think the only person they'd be able to find is maybe the Sand King. And that's if they drop a Rupture on him. Does end up being a 1-for-1 trade, and they try to set up on this mid tower now.
Yeah, they do. They managed to find the Rubik there, and pretty easy pickoff. TZY comes in, though, once again, and this Sand King, pretty tanky. They immediately get the D-wards, dropping sentries under the tower. Kazi's just walking up like, come on, man, stop. Third sentry.
Three sentry.
Oh, my goodness. That is something else.
Oh, the economy of Aster.Aries in shambles.
I love Abaddon. He's just like, his whole time in that fight was just running after sentries. Sonic Wave comes through, ends up finding the Ogre, but not dead quite yet. They might go for the... He's tanky enough. That's a level 1 dagger.
Yeah. We even thought about denying him.
White Album did deny him. Free trip back to base, I guess.
That's, I mean, I was going to say that's Souls, baby, but...
I honestly think it was, he did it for a free trip back to base.
Yeah, that was a free trip back to base.
Because he did buy out before he died. Sometimes it's just better to die in Dota, I guess.
I would lose it if someone did that to me, but it's probably optimal. The disrespect on that.
Hey, I know you're not going to die, but what if?
What if you did? I think the worst thing is that several times when I played Dota, I've done the math and I wasn't going to go down, and then my teammate will try and deny me, and it'll bring me like low enough for the dot to finish me off.
Like,
that's happened to me a couple times.
Oh my goodness! I just watched White Album deny the whole mid lane.
Yeah, I was so angry when that happened. Oh my god.
Ooh, Mars almost finds the Queen of Pain there, but Dust able to make it out. He drops the arena anyway. Hoping for the best, but not today, sir.
Very embarrassing.
Someone was trying to tell me the other day that arena grants vision, and I was like, no. Like, it does not grant vision beyond the arena. That is not a thing.
No.
I was like, that would be way too strong. That ability is already very good. Well, White Album, pump faking the Requiem. Gonna throw it now as he catches the Queen of Pain. Ends up sending the Sand King the wrong way with that Epicenter, and TZY just gets crushed. This Bloodseeker doing an insane amount of damage, and Kazi gets that borrowed time off for the moment, but he's still got bugs on him, and TK looking to close that gap as it's gonna go the way of Mars with that blink forward. Another 3 kills here for the side of Aster.Aries, further pushing their lead, and into Roshan they go.
Yeah, it was a beautiful Requiem, and I guess it's unfortunate timing for the Sand King. Trying to gap that distance, and he ends up getting pushed back. He very much needs that Blink Dagger. 18 minutes, it's coming out kind of late, but he is 0-5 and 1. The only kill that he ended up finding this game was, you know, that SF when he snuck up to him in the top lane. Other than that, he hasn't really had a game on TZY, but they did target him with some of these bans. I mean, I think the biggest concern for them on the side of Aster.Aries was making it so TZY would have an awful time, and it is working.
Yeah, it's completely different lane stage here from Aster.Aries, right? Like, they are looking so much better here in this game as opposed to last game, and this Bloodseeker is going to be a major issue. There's a nice spear, catches the Rubik, stuck inside the Blood Right, and it's gonna be a pickup there for the Mars.
This game getting rougher and rougher now. 4-17, 6k net with advantage for the side of Aster.Aries.
So what's the avenue to get back in this game here if you are Team Magma? Is it just the Terrorblade? Is that it?
I've Scotty on the TB is very big. 50% slow onto the SF. Using his BKB. The healing reduction onto the Bloodseeker is not going to heal as much when he gets on top of the heroes and start taking them down. Bottom lane, it looks like they're going to lose the Queen of Pain.
Oh no, another Arena Spear combo.
That and, you know, the Blink Dagger on the Sand King. I think Aster.Aries is playing this fairly well. They know that they don't have great, you know, ability to find kills. The only person who can do that, get a job of finding kills, is the Sand King, and that's with a Blink Dagger, which we only just got. Other than that, Aster.Aries, it's like their game to make mistakes and go too far on, and they haven't been doing that this time. I think they learned their lesson from the previous game. So this draft, Aster.Aries figured out pretty quickly. White Album.
I mean, White Album is feeling very strong. He did disassemble into the BKB on his way back to the Dragonlance, and with the Aegis as well as that BKB, he is such a difficult target to kill. TZY does have the blink like you were talking about, but it looks like they're just going to give up this mid tower. I do not really blame them. He's got the presence aura affects buildings now, so these towers are so much easier for them to take.
-7 armor reduction. They're looking to open up outposts, it looks like. They will have Fortify available for this one. Dust.
Just trying to help clear up this creep wave, but
they're going to get back.
it'd be a pretty heavy commitment here from Aster.Aries to go for this.
I'm trying to grab next couple of items. I mean, BKB was just complete on the Mars. They could try to make a move with this one, but Bloodseeker in the middle of working on his Sanyash, sitting on 2,000 gold right now.
I mean, he's ready to go. He's got the blink. He's looking for these targets. The question is, will he find them? Up on the high ground is going to see Mercy, and he breaks it with the Sakuchi. Well done, but he finds the Sand King anyway, but it's a spear. Doesn't actually connect. TZY able to make it out for the time being. Does need to be careful, though. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to turn their attention here to this tier 1 tower. Oh, Arena comes out. They don't have the cancel, though. He's able to TP.
Was slightly too slow on that spear. That was so close. End up dropping another sentry onto the tower. This time he doesn't get rewarded, though.
Not yet. Abaddon on his way, I'm sure.
But yeah, they continue to pull further ahead here on the side of Aster.Aries, and playing very tight with each other on Magma. The only person playing by himself is TZY, and, you know, he hasn't had a great game because of it. 0-5 at the moment.
So there it is.
They are forced to.
Oh, go ahead.
They are forced to kind of stall this out for the next minute, because the only way that they win these team fights if they get the jump on the Shadow Fiend somehow, and he doesn't get his BKB off. But, you know, if he goes down, he comes back up, he's able to pop this and just kind of, you know, punish with an arena setup, followed by a Requiem after a BKB, and turn the team fight around. If you're like you're all in on the Magma heroes,
Yeah,
So
that is true.
and your only initiation is the Blink Dagger on the Sand King and him jumping in with Epicenter. So if everything doesn't go perfectly, then you just straight up lose the fight. So they don't have the opportunity for 2 initiations. They need this Aegis to expire before they can find anything. Kazi is a long way from home.
Yeah, he's gonna pop that borrowed time. White Album. There's no way he continues the chase here, right? Yeah. But he does force 2 supports out of the bottom lane now, and that opens up this tier 2 tower for sure.
Yeah, it looks like it. I thought they might come back, but they still aren't ready to fight on many of these heroes. Queen of Pain, still 500 gold off this. Well, more than that, 700 gold off the BKB.
He's just going to be reclaimed there. Fortification for the moment to push them out. I mean, one thing you did talk about is how big this Eye of Scotty timing is going to be for the Terrorblade. He has it completed, working towards his next item. It is honestly one of the best items at dealing with the Shadow Fiend. This guy hates this item. Like, having to deal with a Eye of Scotty as a Shadow Fiend is such a miserable experience.
At 50% slow. Also, you really struggle to stand your ground if you end up getting Satanic. TB just works wonders with it. They end up changing. So there's a weird bug you can pull with Necromastery Shard. Did they end up changing it? Consume 1 soul per attack. Yeah. You can toggle it off while it's in. You toggle it on so it makes your next auto attack crit. You can toggle it off while your auto attack is in midair. It won't consume the soul. It won't go on cooldown, and it'll still crit.
Yeah, it sounds like a ridiculous
feature.
bug. Yeah.
Feature.
Sorry, that sounds like a really cool feature, but also an incredible amount of like attention probably wasted on managing that instead of paying attention to the actual fight.
And like when to use your BKB and who to be targeting in the fight. Yeah, that's true.
One thing to notice, the Weaver has an Orchid. So a lot of times we see like the Spirit Vessel into the Aghanim Scepter, but he's got himself a Medallion and an Orchid and on his way to a Yule Scepter and a Shard. So TK, a very different utility build here out of the 4-position Weaver than some of the ones that we've seen.
Yeah, I think... I'm not exactly sure what they would for the Medallion. I guess they're really prioritizing minus armor. Like, Solar Crest is great if they wanted to be able to just, drop that on SF and have him chip away at the high ground, but the Solar Crest isn't even completed. He just went straight Medallion.
They got the Mars. Telekinesis. He gets the arena, trapping 4 heroes, and in comes White Album, but doesn't actually connect on that Requiem now. And you got a problem with the Bloodseeker. You're trying to do what you can on the Terrorblade. He's able to get the Sunder off onto White Album. The Burrow Strike comes through. The Terrorblade doing a lot of damage. He gets the Requiem off. Gonna be able to TP home. Red Panda will fall, and Dust now chasing after TK. Yo, big overextension here from Aster.Aries.
Yeah, that Mars figured, all right, if we're going to be able to catch them out, we can easily take this fight. But this is what Team Magma's been waiting for the entire game, them to extend a little bit too far forward and punish them for it. The Requiem didn't end up coming off, and Shadowfiend, he just doesn't do a ton of right-click damage at this point. He went for a tanky build, not a build with, like, a bunch of right-click damage. He didn't end up going for that Silver Edge. Instead, he went for the Satanic as his next item. Weaver doesn't do too much. Bloodseeker as well. Like, he's got Black King Bar and Sanj and Yasha. He can survive in the team fights, but they can't dish out a ton of damage during this arena.
They find Ulu here. This is huge. Blink up. Burrow Strike comes out. He doesn't have a BKB. The Spear even from Mercy, and that Bloodseeker goes down. 700 gold for the Queen of Pain. This game suddenly back in reach of Magma. 3,300 XP for that kill, Neff.
All right, that is kind of ridiculous, but he is the most farmed hero on their team, and they're going to try to find a kill off onto White Album here.
He gets the BKB off, but the Eye of Scotty, man, it just slows him. He turns on his own BKB. He's going to chase him down. White Album goes down, and Red Panda trying to get away. Force Staff up onto the high ground. Spear going to push back Dust, but he gets the reflection off, and Terrorblade just trying to chase down this Ogre, and there it is, the Spear from Mercy. The one spell you can't give on over to the Rubik. He stole it last game. He's got it this game, and he is very happy about it. Roshan on cooldown for about 15 seconds. They scout this out. It is big.
And the 2 laps of judgment from Aster.Aries going for that last push and then playing too far forward when a lot of these things were on cooldown. The Eye of Scotty means that the SF isn't able to play unless you got somebody setting up behind him, and right there, super heavy punishment on the Bloodseeker for thinking he can be in the bottom lane. It's just immediately look for another kill after they find him.
And Mercy finds the Roche. So they get the tier 2, the Outpost, and potentially Roshan's second Aegis and Shard. These are all really big. I'm sure they give the Shard over to the Queen of Pain. The silence plus the extra damage is very good. But
this is not good for the side of Aster.Aries, man. It all fell apart when you lost that fight in the top lane. And there was like, I don't think they should have taken that fight in the first place, but you know, they couldn't finish off that Terrorblade before the SF's BKB expired. White Album ended up going like full HP down to like 30%. Was forced out of that team fight. Dropped the Requiem super late. There's just so many things that ended up going wrong for them. And getting picked off all over the map afterwards. Now losing the Roshan, and fighting this Terrorblade for any of these heroes come ultra late game is not going to be easy. Yes, SF can kind of do it, but we were talking about this one in the draft. Your minus armor, your right click damage is going to be kind of useless against him, and you did opt to go for a right click damage build.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, White Album, he's kind of like a hybrid, right? He's this tanky, like kind of Requiem spellcaster that also does right click. Like, he does a lot of damage, but it's not a Terrorblade, right? Like, there's no counter to this late game Terrorblade if he's just popped the meta.
Yeah,
the Bloodseeker might be able to if he gets like the Mjolnir completed with like a basher. It's definitely possible because he attacks so fast, but
well, he's got the basher queued up, but you know, you're fighting into this DB who's now got 40 armor. His teammates are around and this medallion on him, and
he's top net worth now, baby. I mean, this is what you were worried about if you were Aster.Aries. You do not want to see this Terrorblade eclipsing you on the net worth chart, and he has done it. Queues up that butterfly next, which is a huge item for him. I figured this would be a no-brainer, as I mean, neither Bloodseeker or Shadow Fiend want to build one. Dust mid lane. Woo. Forced to BKB. Spear was actually just barely off the mark, but he will leave anyway. So that's going to be on cooldown here for about another minute. All right.
Yeah, their map is very small all of a sudden. Titan Sliver found on the Terrorblade as well. If your life wasn't hard enough already, Sanjin Yasha, Titan Sliver, he's going to have 31% status distance. You're only almost reducing his stun time by a third.
They do get the scan here. The Dire do know where they are, but both teams are smoked
You can't fight
up.
into this, though.
You got the high ground advantage. They do get a war down on the high ground. Mercy will pop the smoke, blinks in the arena onto 3. Mercy actually going to dodge out with the Yules. You caught the Terrorblade. He's fine with this, but the Rubik does end up going down. TZY comes in with a big epicenter. The Rupture is on top of him. There's going to be the Dust. The Mars just going to TP home. Kazi here on this Abaddon, trying to do what he can. The borrowed time will come through. Ulu, he doesn't have the damage. Big Sonic Wave forced to BKB. You've lost the Ogre as the Terrorblade. He's just too strong. White Album unable to join the fight at all.
I mean, you can jump them. You can know exactly where they are, but you don't have enough damage to bring down this TB anymore. Like, there's absolutely no way you kill him inside this Mars arena with the spear. He's got too much status resistance. He's always going to be able to get this BKB off. Even if you chain stun him perfectly, you don't have enough burst damage for him.
He's got Abaddon, who's always next to him as well, right? Like, that's the other situation. It's like, you've got to somehow burst him without the Abaddon being nearby. And we see why Magma's now picked it 2 games in a row. White Album will BKB TP home. He does not want to risk that these other heroes are here.
Yeah, White Album, he's currently working on solutions to this Abaddon. The Silver Edge, well, Shadow Blade into his Silver Edge, he's probably got queued up next. So looking to just bring him down, pop his, or break his ultimate passive. Kill him before he has an opportunity to react, but...
Mercy. Great find here onto the Weaver. Oh, he doesn't end up stealing an ability here. He's trying to find him, but only grabs the time lapse. They do see him running on into the trees. TZY comes here. They get the Yules. That's going to be a gem. And Weaver will end up going down.
Yep. Picks that one up immediately on TZY. Another tool in their kit. And they will end up losing this Aegis before they're able to push, but they're going to have a butterfly on this TB instead. There it is. Completed.
Just going to, I'm assuming, backpack the Dragon Lance.
No,
right?
the Aegis is going to expire soon.
Yeah.
think
Well, I mean,
it
I
was
know
with
he
30
swaps it in
seconds, but-
eventually. I just figured he'd backpack the Dragonlance for now, but
You'd
it's
think
not a big
so.
deal. But
I don't see how they bring him down now. 3,200 HP, 37 armor, and then the evasion on top of that. With all the strategies since he has, a single mistake that they made up in the top lane ended up costing them this entire game. It felt like getting back into this is going to be so hard.
yeah, I mean, they had a almost they had an 82% chance to win here earlier in the game here on Aster.Aries, and it is now 76 in favor of Magma, and almost 15,000 gold exchange.
I mean, that's just the nature of this current patch that we're on. If you lose control of the map when you're winning, you know, the game can completely turn on its head, where the enemies aren't managing to find any farm and they're forced to play super passive. A little bit of XP bounce that you get in map control can make all the
The
difference in the
arena.
world.
Mercy, he dodges the spear once again. He's forced to BKB here on Mercy. Gets the blink out.
Mercy.
Oh no. Their fight in shambles. They have to leave. TZY goes in. He gets the Burrow Strike out onto the Weaver. Force Staff will save him for a moment, but it doesn't matter. They get the kill. Oh my god. Mercy is playing out of his mind here on this Rubik. Two fights in a row. He's been able to dodge the combo. In comes Mars, drops the arena. He gets the refresher off, but the double BKB comes through, and then he just gets crushed here by the Terrorblade. He's trying to make his way outside of the arena, and he does. White Album trying to get into this one. The Terrorblade does end up going down. The damage from Ulu is enough. There's going to be the Aeon Disc popped on TZY, but it's still a 3v4, and I think Aries will respect that as they walk back into the base.
Get back up on the hill, but without the TB, that's your main building hitter. I'm not sure you're going to be able to grab this out of them. They might try to finish off this tier 3 tower, but without the Terrorblade, they're not going to be able to keep this push up. That was such a well-timed blood right coming out from Ulu. He saw the TB. Like, he timed his BKB. Like, the moment that thing ended, that's when the blood right popped. Silence came off. He wasn't able to get off his Sunder, and he ends up dropping because of it. So, punishing him for playing so far forward, punishing him for activating his BKB early in that team fight, and Terrorblade's reaction to that is going to be queuing up this Satanic. He wants to be able to get the Dispel next time he's silenced, be able to pop that Sunder. But Ulu, with the outplay in that team fight, getting that kill on it, found a TB, and going to buy them a little bit more time that they desperately need.
Yeah, they are down but not out, Aster.Aries says, as they are very anxious to try and get back into this game. Mercy drops a ward. We'll find the 3 heroes of Aries there when waiting. White Album channeling. Ooh, there's going to be the Epicenter. Goes right onto the Shadow Fiend. He's got a BKB in one, but the Telekinesis is there. Can he survive? He gets the Satanic off. Laying into Kazi here, and Ulu chasing after more. Going to pop that borrow time. Sentry does come out. They are able to find that Sand King. They nearly get White Album on the Shadow Fiend, but his tanky build paying off.
Yeah, and this is what he tried to do earlier. I mean, straight into Falcon Blade, Dragon Lance, BKB. The issue was he didn't have enough damage to finish off anybody else, and like, you know, the top lane fight ended up turning the game around. But, you know, she was on the other foot this time. He's able to survive that burst damage because of how tanky he is on this SF.
They're looking
He heals
mid.
back up on
Mercy.
Satanic.
He finds the Mars. They know that these spells are going to be on cooldown. He pops his BKB. The Arena Terrorblade trying to chase after him. He needs the range, but he's not going to get it. He's able to survive.
Yeah, he's just going to walk this one off. TP back into base. They couldn't quite finish him.
I mean, that was
Very
BKB on your Terrorblade. You don't have anything really left on this Shadow Fiend, but big Blood Right. Going to be able to silence up the Abaddon. Terrorblade's going to pop that Metamorphosis, though. Takes down that Weaver so fast. White Album into the Requiem. Going to be able to fear them away, and he's just going to have to TP. He stands no chance. No stun there coming through from the Rubik. The Roshan not up for another minute, though.
This is going to favor Aster.Aries, give him a chance to come back and set up around the pit in the next 45 seconds before it respawns. Weaver a chance to get into this team fight as well. This next rush could be super important. You can't afford to give this one up. I mean, if TB is a second life and you can't just like get the jump off on him and burst him down, then you lose these team fights. And he's just able to whack away at your base. There is no punish for him at that point. We've gotten to the late game where no one really does enough damage against the TB. Like, it was a super clutch thing that Ulu pulled in that fight in the top lane when they were trying to push Rax, but
Burrow
once
Strike
he got the Satanic,
onto the
it doesn't
Ogre.
work.
Another fight breaking out here, but protected by the Aeon Disc Dust. Able to throw out these daggers. Mars forced to BKB, but there's got the high ground advantage. White Album trying to find a way back into this fight, but once again, Magma hold their ground. I mean, that ward advantage is huge. They're going to get the D ward in the mid lane here as well. So Aries forced to play without knowledge of where Team Magma is. They will scout out the Roshan so they know that this is up. This is something that they need to try and take, but again, they just want to play around their own ward, it seems. TZY, he's going for the epicenter. They're going to go for the blink to burrow strike onto the Shadow Fiend. Do they have the damage? The Shadows, they get him! He's going to buy back right into the game. Mars pops that refresher as second arena is available. The spear is going to hold TZY down. That one is a dead Sand King. He's going to buy back as well, though. Spear stolen here from the Rubik, sending Mars way out of this one. So far, a 1-for-1 trade. 2 buybacks expended. Red Panda just slowly chased down here. He's gonna have to buy back into the game. I mean, this third Roche is everything. Spear, it catches the Shadow Fiend. Can they chain stun him down is the question. TK goes in, able to take them down, but he's gonna fall. No buyback available. Rubik trying to rejoin the fight. White Album needs to be very careful here on this Shadow Fiend. You haven't really spent anything on this Terrorblade, and that meta is coming off cooldown here very soon.
Yeah, they're just gonna go straight in the Roche pit. They made the call to get back there. TZY could continue to chain stun up White Album. He's trying to initiate into that fight, but they chose not to. They got to know that they're going for this Roche on Aster.Aries, though. I think they're just going to give this one up. They figure they're not going to fight into the TB. He's going to have Metamorphosis soon, and yeah.
Oh, he's going to have Ags.
Yeah, that Terror Wave in this next team fight, when they try to commit onto them, when Arena comes out, they're just going to drop the Terror Wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Dust is going to take the Aegis and the Cheese, as Terrorblade, very happy to have the Terror Wave like you were talking about. It is so strong, that 10-second Metamorphosis, but just that big AoE fear.
The moment Aster.Aries try to initiate, it is... the 1600 radius is absolutely insane, but when they're trying to initiate, drop that Arena, if they're forced back, then I don't see how they're going to be able to take these fights. 16k now with advantage. That Roche making it so much worse. I think they're just trying to grab the rest of these tier 3 neutral, tier 4 neutral items before they go for this last push.
Terrorblade also needed to TP back and send illusions down bottom to start counter pushing this wave, right? So he's going to be sending those across the map just to give themselves more map control. They don't want this bottom lane at their tower. And they're going to smoke up mid on Magma. Hex just completed on Dust here. I mean, this is such a big pickup as well. If they find this Shadow Fiend, this game is pretty much over. We can take a look at the buyback status here. Nobody has him except for the Bloodseeker and the Mars. Oh. Telekinesis. They got him. The Hex comes through. There's the epicenter onto the Sand King. Can they actually get him though? Shadow Fiend falling low. He dies. Tries to survive with the Satanic, but it's not enough. Terrorblade stuck inside the second arena, but does he care? Big spear. Looks like he's got it. They managed to clean him up big. Ulu on this Bloodseeker doing all of the work. You've gone way too far into the base here, and Magma fall on 3. That fresh Monkey King bar ends up paying dividends here, and now they're chasing after Dust. They get the silence. He actually doesn't have the BKB, forced to hex up the Mars, but Ulu, can he actually stay on top of him? Blinks for the moment, pops the Shiva's Guard, trying to do his best. He's got the blink, but there's an Orchid from this Queen of Pain, but the Blood Right's gonna catch him, and he gets the kill. On 4th, gonna fall there for Magma. Neff.
Just like that, the amount of damage that Ulu is doing here, man, is insane. And they did way too far for that SF, and they ended up dropping all the disables onto him as well. The Lift came out onto him from the Rubik. The Hex came out onto him from the Queen of Pain, and they threw the Burrow Strike onto him. So they had no stuns to deal with this Bloodseeker, and he just absolutely annihilated your team. And it helped they had so much movement speed for everybody being so low, diving that far forward in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, he did 10,000 damage in that fight on this Bloodseeker. The amount of Maelstrom procs, the Monkey King bar, obviously going right through that Terrorblade's butterfly protection, and you know they did their best to bring down the Shadow Fiend, and they definitely got him, but it was a costly one as they don't have the buybacks either. The Queen of Pain still dead for another 40 seconds. Nice reaction there from Mercies. He's only gets Bulwark, but still manages to bait out the arena once again. They're going to respect the Terrorblade.
There's only 8 auto attacks they got off on the TB that ended up melting him. But it's all this magical damage, right? It goes right through his armor. The magical damage from
Maelstrom, MKB, and
Yeah.
the Blood Right, of course, being pure damage.
Yeah.
He also, the Mars got a double spear from that shard, able to pull back 2 heroes, and that was a huge part of that fight as well. I mean, he just got controlled. He was way too deep into the base.
Yep. Bloodseeker actually also has the Aghanim shard on his Blood Rage, so he does 2% pure damage of the target's max HP with each auto attack.
That's
So he
pretty
did an
good.
extra 16% pure damage to the
That's
TB
like
there.
80 damage to the Terrorblade per auto.
It's a lot more. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I thought you meant 80 damage in total. Like, it is a lot more than that. But yeah, about 80 pure damage per auto. And against somebody like such a high armor target, like now all of a sudden they realize that it is Bloodseeker that is the problem, not the SF anymore. The SF has just gone for tanky items and continuing to do so. He's going for this Eye of Scotty next because White Album was sick of getting blown up in the fights. He's 0-4 and 12. He's an SF without kills. He's just got assists. But he's their main target. It's the same sort of thing that we see on Drow Ranger all the time whenever she's in a game. Like, if you let her pop off, yeah, she's amazing, but a lot of times she gets run at in whatever core she's paired with.
Terrorblade has a
ends up,
refresher, and he finds a DD rune. I mean, this is about as good of an option or opportunity you're going to have on Magma to try and actually close out this game. You don't really want to have to wait any longer. You've got the 6k gold advantage.
Pretty sure I watched an anime about this. It did not turn out so good for the people fighting against the Terrorblade.
White Album mid lane. There it is. The Blink, the telekinesis comes through. Can they actually finish him off? There's the Terror Wave, the Hex, but he makes it to the other side of the arena, and he's going to be safe. Once again, pops that BKB. The Satanic is there. Burrow Strike off the mark. The second arena comes through. Terrorblade pops his refresher, but needs to be careful. There's his BKB laying into Ulu, but it gets the Abyssal. Terror Wave number 2 sunders up Kazi, able to keep himself alive. The Yule's going to hold the Bloodseeker in place. Can they actually get him down? But the Force Staff saves. Is enough. Telekinesis comes through. A huge Burrow Strike from TZY. Ulu falling low. He goes down as the buyback dust inside the base. Gonna fall. DK able to survive for now. The Terrorblade. He's dumped everything he has. But can they actually close out this game? They don't know the buyback status of this Bloodseeker. They're gonna find the Weaver here. Potentially TZY gets him with the first strike. He dodges it. Telekinesis comes through. Do they have the detection? They do for the moment. TK able to kite this one out for now, but the auto attacks, they end up going down. Kazi grabs him with the Aphotic Shield.
An extra 400 gold going their way.
Oh my goodness, this is one hell of a game, Neff.
That Bloodseeker was so close. He tried to stand his ground at the end and survive that by healing up off of taking down the Queen of Pain, but Queen of Pain going down like half a second after the Bloodseeker. Couldn't quite clutch that one out, and it was super important they take him down. Otherwise, Terrorblade, he had used everything there. He ended up dropping the Bloodseeker after that, but they got him.
He pops the BKB spear off the mark. Terrorblade dodging a bullet there.
I don't think they would have the damage to finish him off. Without the Bloodseeker, I don't think they can burst this TB down.
I mean, maybe Ogre gets some real sick Fire Blast RNG. You never know.
The ×4.
Yeah, the good old ×4, ringing the bell. You know.
I wonder what he's. I wonder if he's gonna go for Aghanim Scepter. He's just got no items in the TP. Sorry, on the Ogre Magi. Very different heroes.
Very different heroes, that is true. I mean, he's got a Blink Force Staff, right? The Force Staff saved White Album in that last fight, able to get him to the other side of the arena for him to get that BKB. I mean, they've done a fantastic job at responding to the initiations onto the Shadow Fiend now, like making sure that he can get out and get saved, because that's your counter to the Terrorblade, right? Even though he's BKB'd, his attacks won't go through the walls.
Yeah,
so.
And he's been doing that. He's been... well, he's actually hugging his wall and popping his bulwark in the last team fight. So it was redirecting onto him and then just, hitting the wall and not doing any damage. So he stopped a lot of the TB's damage output in that last team fight, which stopped him from just like destroying them with a double damage rune.
They don't have TZY here mid, so then maybe they're a little bit scared, but they could just go for it anyway. They're going to initiate right onto the Bloodseeker. The stuns are there, the Sonic Wave, the spear comes out, and Bloodseeker goes down again. Does have the buyback. But do you want to expend it? They're looking for White Album up on the high ground. They get the vision for a second, but he blinks into the fear. Terrorblade a little bit worried here. Gonna back out as the buyback comes through from the Bloodseeker. TZY gets the cheese off, but it doesn't look like he's gonna survive this one. Kazi stuck inside the second arena. Has his borrowed time, gonna be forced to pop it. The question is, do you go back in? Mercy, he's looking for this Bloodseeker, the Hex, the second Terror Wave. This would be a dieback and a big one. He pops the BKB. Ulu trying to escape, but he goes down to the Terrorblade anyway. Mars doing what he can to backpedal, throws his spear, pins down the Sand King, but White Album, he's in between the entire Magma lineup. A second dieback, TK as well, falling one by one, and Magma may have just eliminated Aries.
Once again, a single lapse of judgment. Looks like it cost him so much of this game. The Bloodseeker going forward, coming into that team fight, then dropping his buyback. They don't have the damage for this
there
TB
it is.
without
They catch the
Bloodseeker.
Ogre. Can they hold? This is the question. White Album's back. You don't have the Bloodseeker. You've lost the Mars. You're against all odds. This meta, it's going to come off cooldown soon. But so much weight on the shoulders of White Album here to stop them from this, from just ending the game. They're going to go straight tier 4s, right, Nev?
Yeah, again, nothing is able to stop them. Without the Mars as well, they're not going to be able to drop the arena,
Strike
stop
comes
the
through.
TB's auto attacks.
They catch the Weaver. The Hex comes down, but Shadow Fiend, he just gets surrounded. The Scotty's too much. There's the spear from Mercy once again. And the GG comes out, and Magma will be the first team to be promoted here to Division 1.
A serious case of deja vu. These rivals from the last DPC season. Last time, ended up going to time trials. Aster in second, Magma in third. Didn't manage to get that promotion, but this time they changed it around. One of the teams that stuck it out together did the least roster swaps, and they ended up being the first team from Find Success here, and the first season of this lower division DPC here in first place. That's promotion there in a 2-0 fashion, man.
Such an incredible game from them. I mean, this was looking... It was looking so good for Aster.Aries, right? And like you said, the one fight next to that bottom tier 2, they just didn't know about the ward. They didn't know about the ward they had on the high ground, and Team Magma capitalized on it and turned this game right around.
Yeah,
what an incredible performance.
Yeah, this TB ended up popping off. All they needed was a little bit of space to be able to finish up a couple more items, be a little bit tankier. And they almost turned it back around, but Magma identifying that the biggest issue was Ulu. The SF, like, yes, he's normally pretty scary, but he just didn't build damage this game. He wasn't able to with the amount of burst that they had.
Yeah, I mean, this was just such a sick performance. I'm so surprised at how this one managed to get turned around like this. Like we said, it looked so good for Aries, but Magma held it together.
Yeah. But highlights of this game. I'm going to go through this one. I really want to watch that team fight at the top back over again, because I want to know when made them decide to take that team fight. It seemed like they were kind of on a different page. I mean, the biggest issue, like you said, was the vision that they had up around that tier 2. They could see them wrapping around on the tower. Here it was.
Yeah.
And Dust ended up pushing him just slightly further back with that scream. The arena was there and held a lot of people in place, but look at this. They couldn't quite finish off. He was so low there on the TB, but ended up getting that swap off, or the center off on a White Album.
And he couldn't, White Album couldn't use the Requiem earlier, right? Because he had the BKB up. And so he had to wait. And as a result, it just disrupted their whole fight. Another great play by Mercy here. He dodges out that stun and makes them waste a lot more time trying to kill the Rubik here. And it's just time for this Terrorblade to just set back up.
That's exactly what he does.
And you see White Album on the tail side of the fight there trying to do what damage he can, but he can't fight into Terrorblade as soon as that meta comes out, and they know. They just have to leave.
What is this fight? I mean, the Mars played as well as he could around this TB. Like, it is one of the better heroes to counter it out, but TB, again, he was just too big. Eventually, I mean, that was the super clutch play by Ulu there.
Yeah, the really nice
he
play,
watched
right?
the timing of he watched the timing of that BKB and then made sure the blood right came out the moment that one ended.
This is just buyback city here. A couple deaths, buyback, death, buyback, death, buyback. Like, no one wanting to give up the Roshan. But yeah, this is the big situation here where they managed to find the Shadow Fiend, pin him against the wall, but more concerned with taking down this Weaver and then, of course, protecting this Terrorblade. This was the big overextension, though. You can see Terror Wave comes out, but as soon as this BKB expires, you just see Ulu run in, baby. He is ready to go. Yeah, this was such a sick play.
Ulu. Yeah, just too much control off on TSF. He couldn't deal with Ulu anymore, and he ended up dishing out so much damage. The Solar Crest and Blood Rage, just so much attack speed on him with that extra pure damage, just wiping them apart. And awesome arenas, as usual, by this Mars and in this team fight, stopping this TB from being able to like destroy them with his double damage room. But the double Terror Wave is just so much to deal with. And then
it's just the refresher is way too big here. Like it gives him the second BKB. It gives him just so much more survivability, and they underestimate it. They almost get the kill there on this Terrorblade, but the Sunder out over to Kazi, it was such a sick play.
And this is the last one, I think.
Yeah,
this is after
the dieback onto the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he put himself out of position, ended up getting caught out, and that last auto attack ends up coming out after he pops the BKB, and without him, they just can't do anything about this TB. 3,800 HP, more than 40 armor on this guy with Sunders available as well.
It's gotta be Mercy, 100%.
Yeah, the plays that this man made on the rubric, the dodges, the stuns, he interrupts. This man clutched it out in so many team fights, and definitely deserved it, allowing them to take a 2-0 series and your first team to advance in the upper division. And we got good news for them. Thankfully, with this season of the DPC, Ricky, each one of these majors, each one of these seasons, as far as DPC points, it continues to scale upward as it goes on. So they spend the first season here in the lower division, but it's the one that's going to be worth the least DPC points, thankfully. So shot at the international qualifying is definitely still there, and much easier with his first season promotion.
Yeah, I mean, this was just such a phenomenal game. I tip my hat to Magma here, like you said, getting themselves back into Division 1. They clearly deserved it. They're the better team today, and I am looking forward to see how they do next season in Division 1. As for Aster.Aries, a tough break, right? But Dota must go on, right? It's not the end of the night. We got one more decider game. It's Sparking Arrow Gaming versus Extreme, two also equally impressive teams so far in the DPC. And Neff, man, I am so excited for this one.
Well, I'm a little bit less excited after watching, one of my personal favorites end up. I wanted YBB to get promoted. They became my favorites watching this season. Watching them grow and do so much better than they did the first season as they were Extreme, or a lot of them were anyway. I was disappointed seeing Aster.Aries fall to Magma, even though it's awesome to see these teams with players sticking together, continue to find success. I've had a lot ripped away from me today, Ricky.
It's all right, Nev.
But,
it's all right. It's not as nearly as much as Aries or YBB. So, no, I love these teams though. They've very much impressed me. I mean, Division 2 in general for the CNDPC has been incredibly impressive around, like just through and through. These teams have been absolutely incredible. So, yeah, we got to go to a break though. We've got about 45 to 50 minutes before our next series. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that is going to be the last game deciding who the second team qualifying for the upper division in season 2 is going to be.
Yeah, so very excited for that one, everyone. You will not want to miss it. Again, in case you didn't hear who it is, it's Sparking Arrow Gaming versus Extreme, the last game of the Division 2 for the DPC here in China. And yeah, we'll see you then. We'll be going to a little bit of a break. Stay tuned for that one. Again, 45 minutes from now. Neff, any final thoughts before we go?
It's disappointing that we've only got one match to close out the season. I was expecting, some spicy matches or tiebreakers to happen after we had that 5-way tie just 2 days ago. But this is going to be it, everybody.
It's going to be
last game coming up. You better stick around for this one, as these teams are absolute giants facing off against each other.
All right. You won't want to miss it, everyone. We'll see you after the break.
感觉这个好赢一点，就选这个，没别的意思。打得舒服一点。啊，对。啊，对对对。
有说等我冰眼可以反打什么的，大家都大家都有在说，并不是我一个人。
跟不上还不太行，好吗？
对对对。
确实，让上高这个卡尔太多了，这个血有点太猛了。是的，而且这卡尔斯实在是，我明显这个影魔要花费所有的那个，
哦，没有，因为我们那不把那个买活影魔杀了，我们就感觉对面就一个盒了，就一个血魔，然后我们出把羊就特别好处理它，就我们概率很低，好吧？要输的话。
上一波。
已经过了，有吧？得有吧？
这回我的感觉，而且你们跟我说点事儿，说实话都是我的，对，我是在谈，我没有听一下，一个月都交，一天有经验，对，他看到你留言，然后他直接拿我把他举起来了，他看到你脸，他说掉了，就是有点免条了，是吧？
谢谢，拜拜。
这波。
有一个人前来买瓜。
生意行吗？你们哥俩？
你是大招保重吧？
我一个专业团控能给你空大？
那你要是打不中怎么办？
要是打不中，我给你送人头，满意了吧？
我操！你是忘记上盘跟我做队友的时候了吧？5个人打4个人，他妈4个幻象加个蛋。另外你说的，空大了自己送啊！你他妈给我忘了送头了！
多打 plus， 恩怨无需多言。
一个团队最需要观众的是什么？赛前各分段英雄胜利走势、版本强势与否；赛中实时经验经济的走势以及胜利预测；赛后各项数据与大数据的对比分析，无一例外，都得是数据来说明。掌握数据的人，方才掌握胜利。听懂？掌声。
DOTA Plus， 您的火辣让数据不再冰冷。
to donut, friend. It's donut time, baby!
大招踩到了4个，但是第一还在对面之上，基本上没有突破环境了。对上好像还买不活，被铁锤死了。诺瓦直接跳出来，GG，恭喜Liquid！恭喜Liquid，拿到了本届 Super Major 的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
大高地，鬼王也会也打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
第二下率有没有锤？还传一下，传一下，漂亮！一个2级走，再走。
这样，这一盘老坑爹其实已经没有什么机会了。恭喜 Manesky， 恭喜 Manesky 拿到了野鸡亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
我估计 Works 这个都没有想到。啊，他以为在 B 吧？站起来，泽宝迪打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我那有个什么东西？这是开人吗？我又要提这个问题。3胜！恭喜 Monster！ 恭喜 Monster！ 2-0。 战胜了来自于芬兰的 Major 亚军
Welcome to the International.
上路传续这波大招之后，对面也接下来放弃大击到2个猛犸拱过来，一掌2击反转，再接一张网，所有的 AOE 控制都打出了 AOE 的效果。哎，这边跳猴找到霍乱支援，队友离得比较远啊，没办法了，实在救不了。超级猎人这小大招采取了4个人，美杜莎石化凝视往前点，对面所有人都转头，但是大师的血量已经很低了，转过来的瞬间被石化了，累积的时间持续时间到了。哎呦！一个吹风把水人吹了起来，哎，扔在水量也看到了。DP 开大进场，水人这时候很尴尬，直接拨过去想打盾打掉下下人，哎呦拿到了盾，水头虽然非常快的，海绵过来是死掉 ，DP 也死掉，这样的话是残局3打5，2打5了。但是这边末日和水人都是残血，回头给了美杜莎一个大招，但是有输出吗？自己是残血，美杜莎被晕住了，末日还有一丝就跑掉，水人在硬刚美杜莎，用自己的变形打击晕了美杜莎一下之后还是没有输出。看一下蓝猫没来了。又要被射死，就是牛头一个进场跳大，摆了3个人帮助自己的，打残了美杜莎。美杜莎是没盾的，水人是有盾的，这是肯定想硬拼。美杜莎最后还是倒地了。天辉不知道这里有大风上场，热血竞技场加上开兵1秒潮汐了，要秒，能不能秒掉？有机会，秒掉了，2个人都不能买。霍乱支援拉了一个满的影魔没动过。哇，这波出事了！团灭0换5，这里有 A 仗，但是没有 BKB， 用水来过渡时间。
打到 CD 的
3杀拿到 Godlike。哎，这脚大招还不错，但是美杜莎已经拿到了不朽之守护，魔爪拉到斧王之后成功杀死，再往前追击。大圣想摆大招吗？自己血量不太健康，还是把大招摆了出来。先动谁？潮汐猎人再被噩梦睡一下，救一下。正面硬刚美杜莎，这一发暴击大地伤害还是比较充足的。美杜莎已经被打得没蓝了，但是大圣血量也很不健康，直接被美杜莎拼死了。
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the DPC CN. My name is rCryptic, and of course I'm here with Neff. Hope you all enjoyed a little bit of a break here, but we are finally at the last series of Division 2, Neff. It's been a long journey. How you feeling, man?
It hasn't been a long journey, and I'm feeling...
Oh, you're right, it hasn't.
No.
It's been 3 weeks.
Yeah. Happy that, I get to see some of these teams continue to move on to Division 1, but I'm disappointed that Aster.Aries and YBB ended up being two teams that are going to remain in Division 2 in this next season. I wanted to see them move on, man.
They played a heck of a DPC, honestly, and I think a lot of people are shocked, right? I think a lot of people expected Aster.Aries to make it to Division 1, but only 2 teams can make it. That's just the rules. And despite the 5-way tie we had coming into the games today, 3 of them have to essentially remain in Division 2. And right now, we're going to find out who that second team is going to be joining Team Magma in Division 1.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is bound to be an interesting series. Extreme Gaming, they have looked incredible the last couple of days. They did end up losing just yesterday to CDEC, who had lost every other game, well, every other series that they played this tournament. Finally ended up having a replacement towards the end there. But again, Paparazzi has looked absolutely insane, exactly what people would expect of him. Sparking Arrow Gaming, they looked a little bit shaky for a while there. I was concerned because they didn't start off amazing. They ended up dropping a series against SHENZHEN, a series against Magma, after winning against CDEC in the first week. So with 2 losses at the beginning of the season, I guess a lot of people thought that they wouldn't be here ready to contest this number 2 spot here, especially not against a team like Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, and it's surprising too, because Sparking Arrow looked great in the previous season, so it would have been very surprising to not see them, making their way, or at least contending for the promotion spots. But we are just waiting to get to the draft here. I don't
last season, but
yeah. We're just waiting to get to the draft here at this point. Neff, you don't already see it, do you?
I absolutely do. You might want to give your a feed, like switch over to in-game and give your feed a quick restart.
I see. Okay, yeah, let's do that. That's probably not a bad idea.
But yeah, draft already underway on the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming. They'd open with Weaver and Doom on their side. Extreme Gaming opened with Razor and Spirit Breaker. The Razor has been popular across every single region. Whenever it's not banned, it's almost always picked up. And the Spirit Breaker's gotten a little bit more popular the last little while. I'm still not a fan of the hero. I think that you definitely need to put it with something that has like good rundown or global jump potential. I do like it quite a bit with the Invoker, but I'm not sure we'll see that here. I mean, you do have the option of just picking Invoker Faceless Void here if you're on the side of Extreme, but I don't imagine they'll run Razor SB in the offlane.
Yeah, I think this is probably we've been seeing a lot of mid lane Razor, though, to be honest. I think more often than not it's been mid lane Razor. Probably going to be the offlane Doom here for Sparking Arrow. I'm just kind of curious like where they want to go with the Spirit Breaker, because like you said, it does normally need something that like works well with it. Heroes like Darkseer obviously are come to mind, but whether or not you want to pick the Darkseer having not seen the safe lane is pretty rough, because they could just respond with like a Morph. Oh no, Morph is banned actually.
Morph is banned. A couple of these heroes that are decent saves against the Spirit Breaker are banned. EOD, which is a big one. The Morphling got rid of. They got rid of the Medusa as well, which I think the Razor's like okay against the Medusa, but I guess in the late game, if the Razor doesn't just manage to stay on top of the Medusa, he struggles to blow the Medusa up super quickly, even with like refresher orbs and multiple Eyes of the Storm. It takes quite a long time. They go for Bane next, so they've got a lot of single target damage here on Extreme. And
hey,
alrighty, you get to see your favorite.
Shadow Fiend.
Yep. I mean, they've got 2 opportunities to counter pick up against it, and they're going to go with the Invoker. So here that's able to sit pretty far back in the lane, doesn't need to play far forward for Paparazzi. Just absolutely body him by getting those stacks of raises off onto him. I think it's one of the better options they could go. Also pretty good against the Spirit Breaker, decent against the Bane. You drop a Cold Snap and earn on him in a team fight, he's never going to be able to get off his Fiend's Grip. You can usually Tornado the Spirit Breaker or the Razor to stop their initiation, whether he's coming in with charge or whether he's trying to run somebody down with Static Link. And I imagine they'll probably ban out the Faceless Void on Extreme. You don't want to play against that Invoker Faceless Void. They go to the TB first, though.
Yeah, it's a little interesting. Yeah, you're right, though. Faceless Void, absolutely the next absolute must-ban hero there.
Just absolutely destroy everybody. I mean, SF especially, just jump onto a Paparazzi in the back. It doesn't matter how tanky he is. You hit like Paparazzi +1 with that Cataclysm, and you're melted. You do have some save from the Chronosphere with Nightmare, but you probably don't want to play against that or around that if you don't have to.
That's a dangerous game to play, hedging your entire survival on a Nightmare during Chrono.
Nightmare save, yeah.
That'd be rough.
There's definitely better saves, or just avoid that one completely if you can, which is what they're doing.
So I'm curious where Extreme Gaming go with their last pick here. I would say it's probably going to be the Safe Lane Razor into the Doom now, and they're just looking to go. Well, actually, based on the ban, Sparking Arrow think it's off lane. So off lane Razor here potentially, and they need a safe lane hero. It is definitely going to be Paparazzi's Shadow Fiend. He's played it for this team every single time.
Yeah, they go to the Juggernaut and the Ursa.
So they might be looking to go for the Tide Hunter or something.
I mean, they've already got Doom.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know.
3.
Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking they needed a position 3.
Yeah. I mean, once in a while, I think we're past the days of like... sorry, we're not past those days. I think going for a position 1 Doom in your match that's going to qualify you for Division 1 would be a little bit ambitious. Maybe even disrespectful to the enemy team. So I don't think they're going to go for that one here. If they're getting rid of those heroes, though, again, I guess they're just worried about the ability to run down this Doom. They'll probably put the Weaver with them. I don't think they'll run the Disruptor in position 4.
Okay.
All right. They don't end up going in position 1 at all. Instead, they go for, the Fade runs it in North America, but they end up going for the Beastmaster. It's probably going to be position 1 Razor. And 3 Beastmaster here. Against Doom, that's interesting, though.
It's actually, I like this pick because they don't have any cores currently that can deal with the summons, right? They don't have anyone that can kill the Helm of the Overlord. So
Doom.
Can he? Doesn't he have to get the Ancient? Or I guess you have to get Devour target Ancients, but that's a really bad talent.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's good if you're taking out Helm of the Overlord creep.
Yeah, I guess.
Well,
the other option would just be to pick a heavy right-click damage hero here, but...
Well,
okay, there it is.
There's your heavy right-click damage hero. Drow, and I want to see it. Show me that new Arcana. There it is. Or sorry, Persona. Show me that Persona.
No, it's definitely the Arcana. You had it right the first time, Matt. Yeah, you had it right the first time.
All right. Look, I know Dota mechanics. I don't know hat mechanics. Thank you, Ricky.
The Persona is the Murano one that should honestly have just been a model update, but that's for a Reddit thread to argue over.
Yeah, you don't want to avoid that one. So this one is an Arcana.
Indeed, is an Arcana. 800 voice lines. It's a lot. Someone had to say a lot of words into a microphone for this.
Wait, the Dravenger comes with 800 voice lines?
Yeah.
They didn't just reuse the old voice lines?
Nope. All new voice actor. Or I guess it's the same voice actor they brought back, but they recorded all new lines. It's like 800 of them.
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Should be kind of cool, though. I know it looks great in game. I haven't paid for it because I'm not gonna. But as of right now, there are more pressing things on the line, which is, I don't know, Extreme Gaming versus Sparking Arrow. The game one, it's a decider series, the winner of which will go on to Division 1. The team that loses, however, will be stuck here in Division 2. So it is a lot on the table here for both these teams. Neff, what do you think based on the draft? Who are you favoring?
I'm not going to say it's based on the draft because I absolutely hate Shadow Fiend. Based on the draft alone, I'm thinking Sparking Arrow Gaming. But based on the players, I'm feeling like Extreme Gaming are going to be able to pull this win. Paparazzi has been insane in every match that we've watched. Like, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to shut this guy down. You've got Doom. You've got, like, Disruptor, who is always going to be able to, you know, glimpse him back. But I think with an early BKB, which Paparazzi is certainly going to get this game, he's going to be able to very easily play against the Sparking Arrow Gaming heroes. So my favorites going to this game, definitely Extreme. What about you?
I am a believer in the mid Shadow Fiend. I think this offlane Beastmaster is going to own. And then, of course, when you look at the safe lane, you have Razor into the Doom. Pretty favorable for the Razor. He just needs to get like a single point in the Storm Surge at some point. So I really do like Extreme Gaming's draft. We'll see what they can do here, as it is D-Stones on yet another one of his Grandmaster heroes. First, it's the Queen of Pain, but now it's also going to be his Invoker. So very scary. But let's take a look at the Drow Arcana, because I know people are going to ask, like, ooh, show me the Arcana. It looks very good.
Oh yeah, you pulled that up and you pulled it up in full screen, right?
Oh yeah, you know, we don't mess around.
Yeah. I had wait, she's got all Arcana equipped, right?
Yeah, that's all the Arcana pieces.
Back, arm, shoulder. One of my friends ended up investing in buying a bunch of the abs on the Drow Ranger before it came out and made a tidy profit.
Oh yeah, very nice. That is I believe called market manipulation or insider trading potentially.
I mean, he's not really an insider. I think everyone knew that it was being released, right?
Oh, did it? I don't know. I didn't know there was a Drow Arcana coming out. First blood, by the way, for DY there, as they just chase him down. Very easy kill for them. A little boar offering a little bit of help, and it's a right-click damage there from Spirit Breaker and a Bane. Quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh, the first blood going their way. God, the way of the DY, unfortunately, I mean, he's going to buy, like, what, early boots with that money. He's not going to get too much from it. But does make the lane a little bit easier.
All right, I guess we could probably focus on mid lane Paparazzi.
Yes, finally.
Since,
can we?
you know, this is always a treat to watch him on his Shadow Fiend.
Mm-hmm.
But
again, against the Invoker, it's a little bit more difficult. Just like outplay him, because he doesn't have to play close to the creep wave at all. And whenever you try to play too far up on D-Stones here, he's just going to hit you with a Tornado EMP. And there's not much you can do about that. I mean, he's going to hold on to his mangoes in order to spam out his raises.
yeah, he's doing really well so far still. 8-2. Overall, not that surprising for Paparazzi's mid lane performance given the DPC so far. And yeah, he's just played extremely well.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering if he would go like second point is Necromaster early on. Because again, against his Quaswex Invoker, he's not going to be able to find a bunch of kills. And you're a little bit worried about just getting your mana burned down by EMP, but he's going to max out his Shadow Raises anyway.
It's just too good for the wave push. Like, his Invoker can't deal with getting shoved in, and that's what gives him such a massive CS advantage right now. I mean, he's 14-6 to 4-1. So there's not a lot of options here. Nice cold snap there from D-Stones to get that kill, last hit. But yeah, I mean, Paparazzi's off to a fantastic start. He's got the bottle. He's got his water rune done. He's just going to go back to continue farming.
Is Paparazzi going to shove this one in to punish D-Stones? No, he's not. I was wondering if he was like just raise the wave in and push into the tower when D-Stone's walking away. But I guess he figured the tower wouldn't have killed the creeps fast enough for that to have mattered. Because he's very good at lane manipulation as well, punishing the enemy laner whenever they step away from the lane.
Yeah.
Whenever he needs to step away.
Top lane, they're actually getting a really aggressive here onto... Oh, he misclicked! Oh, no. Flyby, I think was... I don't know. Maybe maybe he was trying to break the Weaver out, but I don't think he was, because that Nightmare was coming off of off of the Weaver in just a second there. But go and grab themselves a kill here onto the Weaver top lane, and this is expected. I think this Razor lane is going to go really well for the side of Extreme.
I mean, Yeah, it's going to be, you have a lot of rundown potential in this lane. The only thing that you're...
Bottom lane,
Vayne is able
Tank's
to
taking
save
a
you.
lot of damage, but will just come out on the other side of that one alive. You're just going to TP home.
Fly by. He's got 2 points in Scorched Earth, so I guess he's looking to see us potentially run people down. The only issue that they have inside this lane is that when Bane comes back, if Bane comes back, Bane is a very easy time setting up just by like dropping the Nightmare off into somebody and letting Raze to get like a good position. Weaver, not so easy to get, but Doom, if he doesn't get like, I don't know, if his Scorched Earth on cooldown doesn't have that bonus movement speed, he can be punished. Bottom lane.
Yeah. Ooh, nice little bash there. But this lane is going pretty well for the Drow Sum. She's still got 15 CS. She's CSing okay. Not nearly as well as, say, like the Razor, but could definitely be going worse. I think that, like I was saying, the thing I worry about is this Helm of the Dominator coming out pretty early, as well as the Helm of the Overlord, and they just don't really have a hero that's just going to sit in front of towers and protect them from this Beastmaster, right?
Normally, a hero like Tidehunter would be solid rounding out the draft, but they picked this Doom pretty early, so you have no real way of clearing it out. I mean, Invoker is going to be decent at it, just like spamming out his Tornado, but you know, if Drow Ranger tries to step up and start auto-attacking creeps, you could easily be punished by the Spirit Breaker. Speaking of...
Oh, yeah. Doing a lot of damage bottom. The slows there from that boar. TP in, though, from the Weaver, and they're going to try and turn it around onto Tank, and he's forced to TP. They don't have a glimpse. He doesn't make it out. The last auto attack there ends up finding the kill.
That second point into Thunderstrike does do a lot of damage, even though it only tapped him a single time with that end bit there. Oh, a lot of damage coming up from these heroes. And Doom, we talked about this last match. He's very good at sitting in the lane by himself. He's still going to find farm no matter what, thanks to Devour. Razor, he's not going to be able to show up in this top tower.
Yeah, I don't think he really wants to. He just wants to continue to... He just wants to get to level 6, and once he has level 6, he has kill threat, I think, so... Meanwhile, mid lane, rotation and Paparazzi has Requiem, but he gets mana burned in at the very tail end of the cast, and D-Stone's going to turn around and try and find a kill here onto DY. Brain Sap does come out, but he just needs one more auto attack. The high ground, he doesn't miss as he pops that salve, and we'll be able to make it out. Unfortunate there for Paparazzi. They got the Nightmare into that Requiem, but just didn't end up connecting with it.
Yeah, rotations ended up coming in, so nice response there from the rest of the heroes on the side of Sparking Air Gaming. Bottom line, I thought we'd see something, but I think it's going to come up that one. Still very far ahead in CS in the mid lane, but we're not surprised. Paparazzi, he does this every time he plays the SF.
Yeah, he always comes really far ahead. I imagine this Bane's going to be looking to TP mid. Yeah, he's pinging his tower right now, so going to be refilling Paparazzi's bottle here. Let him get back to farming at the top net worth position. Doom pretty much neck and neck with him, which is expected. And Flyby will be forced out. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Razor gets to level 6, is able to play more aggressive onto that Doom, and now has the lane to himself, at least for a little bit.
All right, never mind. He's not going to be able to glimpse him back. He's actually out of mana on Tank. He wouldn't have been able to charge out if he had glimpsed him back on this Disruptor. Mid lane, Paparazzi.
Yeah. Getting aggressive onto Paparazzi. D-Stone won't have the damage to finish him off, though. A lot of fighting in these lanes, but no one actually, very few kills.
They're looking to change that in the bottom lane.
Yeah, charge comes through, connects onto that Disruptor, gets that kinetic field off, but he's just taking so much damage from these boars. Tank just needs one more auto attack. The boars are going to be able to help finish off. Ends up getting the bash, and Ava will go ahead and just kite out the Drow here.
Yep. Boris slowing her down. She's not going to be able to secure that kill there. Mid lane, I think he's become very fast. I think he did. He dodged the EMP with the Nightmare off onto Paparazzi, so he didn't lose all of his mana. Very nice. I only got the tail end of that one. But yeah, Drow Ranger's lane, unfortunately, going to be made very difficult in a moment here. He's clearing back up on the Beastmaster. He actually ran out of mana, so he wasn't able to use his Roar last time. But I imagine Spirit Breaker is just going to charge out the bottom lane, and they're going to Roar MS.
DY gets glimpsed into the mid lane, and he is stuck right next to D-Stones, but they actually don't have the damage quite yet. Another great EMP dodge, and he's going to be out. Invoker actually opting to just go straight for the Midas as opposed to going for like an early Urn, which we see a lot of the times, and a lot of that's just due to the fact that you have the Weaver on your team. So Son Goku actually has the Urn queued up. He's going to be the one going for it here. He should probably turn this into a Vessel, but we'll see how that goes. Rotation to the bot lane here. Tank, as well as Paparazzi, will get scouted, and MS going to make his way underneath the tower instead. They're trying to get eyes on him. There's going to be the Crow. Charge comes through. They've got the Root as well. Paparazzi with the Requiem, but the Tornado on the backside from D-Stones. He just completely killed Paparazzi. He's got nothing left. The Requiem will finish off the Drow, but you're going to be able to grab a kill here onto Tank as well. 2 for 1 in the bottom lane. This whole rotation scouted thanks to this ward.
Nothing they're able to do. I mean, they want to finish off those heroes faster, but Beastmaster is playing with way too little mana, and I think his team is a little bit upset with him for that one. The Roar never ended up coming out, so Drow able to sit super far back underneath that tower, and then the punish comes out. Definitely not worth it for the side of Extreme Gaming. Ends up being a decent chunk of gold and XP swinging their way.
It's funny, the Spirit Breaker immediately pings out the ward. He's like, yeah, there's a ward up there, by the way.
He definitely saw us coming, but if you're playing against the Spirit Breaker, you do need these wards like a little bit of a distance away from the lane so you can see him coming in from the outside and have time to react. Beastmaster, where did it go? He had a Ring of Aquila. Well, he bought a Ring of Basilius rather just a moment ago, but I think he ended up selling it and buying boots instead. So still going to be having mana issues. Looking for this kill on a Weaver though, but unfortunately no ultimate on Spirit Breaker, and Beastmaster not in position.
Well, he's got a Hawk, and as a result, like the Hawk's got a bug attacking it. That's pretty funny. Tank is going to do some harassment damage on over to the Weaver, but he does need to be a little careful. He's just going to TP all the way home. He's like, wait a minute, I actually can't outrun this.
Yeah, he would just get run down.
Paparazzi with an Invis rune, though, going to try and make his way underneath the tower. Oh, the Requiem! Paparazzi with the read! The question is, will he be able to finish him off? He does indeed. Very nicely done. I am very confused. I'm like holding the Alt key, and there's like this bounty thing hovering on them.
Yeah, that's new. That came with the most recent patch. It's how much gold you get for clearing out that creep wave. Or see if a creep dies and the bounty goes down.
What?
Yeah, so it tells you how much gold is in a lane if you hold down Alt.
It tells you in his creep camps as well? Wow, that is broken.
I mean, any good player would know this kind of information, like, estimate how much gold they're going to get from a creep wave. Yeah, this is like, it visualizes for players how much gold they're missing out on if they just lit a wave dive the tower.
Yep. Top lane, MS caught by the Spirit Breaker, and the Fiend's Grip comes through from DY. The Glimpse not going to be able to save her as MS ends up going down. Nice Tornado. EMP out onto the Razor. He definitely doesn't have the damage alone, so Razor's just going to go back to farming top net worth here by quite a bit. He's just been left alone.
He's maxed out Plasma Field as well, so it will farm pretty quickly. Unfortunately, I mean, Razor's farms surprisingly quick when he just like drops Eye of the Storm and spams out Plasma Field. I never considered him a great farming hero, but I guess he has okay tools with it if you're like getting the max damage out of Plasma Field.
Oh, Tank just there, walks by and yoinks the bounty rune. Very cool.
Yeah. Top lane. D-Stone's going to show, and Spirit Breaker will have vision of him in a moment, but he doesn't have another strike to follow up, and his team's pretty far away, so I don't think they can find a kill off onto him. So, they're just playing the farming game right now on Extreme. I'm sure you're happy to, at least until you get a BKB done on the Shadow Fiend.
Speaking of Shadow Fiend, he went for drums.
Yeah, I guess he's planning on playing this. I rarely see this item picked up.
I never see it either,
much in the region.
But my guess is it's to play with the Helm of the Overlord timing for the Beastmaster. That is the only thing that makes sense to me, is they just want to group with the Beastmaster as soon as they have that. I'm assuming he's just going to go BKB. Yeah, exactly. And they're just going to group up and try and take towers.
I heard somebody picked it up in like NA yesterday or something like that.
Ooh, they're going to be able to find the Spirit Breaker here in the mid lane, potentially. Nice stomp comes through, and they've got the damage by a landslide. Debating on going back in, the roar onto the disruptor, and the right clicks from Paparazzi, more than enough to find the kill. The question is, can they actually go back in?
No, it looks like both teams. Someone's on the respective side of the river. Nobody able to commit forward. Roar was a pretty big commitment there, but you know, you're not able to go any further up the hill. You need to be able to grab the disruptor right where he's standing. They're going to try to smoke up and find the invoker, but D-Stones, I'm pretty sure he gets out of this.
No, he's charged and they've got Fiend's Grip. There's no chance. Drums comes out. DY. Okay, turns out he does get out of this, Neff. I was wrong.
Man was just on way too high alert up here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to farm the dangerous areas right now, so Drow can farm safely. But everyone was off the map and walking towards that direction after the creep wave, so he'd like a general idea where they were heading.
Razor almost to his BKB as well. Looking like Extreme want to play this quick, man. Where are we at on Flyby? He has the minus on the way to the Blink Dagger, so he is still doing pretty well. MS has that Dragon Lance. Ooh, Nightmare mid lane. Gonna go with the Fiend's Grip here, potentially. It looks like they will. Paparazzi with the Requiem's gonna end up doing a ton of burst damage as well as prevent anyone from coming in. There's gonna be the Tornado. Charge through from tank. Will connect onto the Weaver. Does have that Nether Strike as well, but can they actually pick him off before he gets the time lapse? No. Goku back in it, throws those bungs. Just gonna be able to push Extreme back onto their own high ground here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, none of those multi-shot from the Drow Ranger ends up connecting with the SB, so he ends up getting out, not slowed. Gonna go back in for more.
Finds the Weaver, gets him with the dust, perfectly done, and now gonna regret coming back in onto that one.
They do fortify by themselves a little bit of extra time, but I'm pretty sure they lose this tower here. The Static Storm available on the Disruptor, but with everybody set up here,
Flyby doesn't have the blink yet.
They don't have BKBs yet.
Yeah, nice Nightmare on the disengage, and they all leave. If you had the blink on Doom, maybe, but it's so hard otherwise.
Yeah, I thought that they would have been able to stand their ground there on the Extreme Game, but I didn't realize they were just a little bit short of these initial BKBs. Razor's like, I think, yeah, Razor is flying out right now, and Shadow Fiend is like 1,000 net worth off at the moment. If they had those, they would have been able to stand their ground and fight there, though.
Yeah.
But this is what they're waiting for. The heroes do struggle to fight into the Static Storm, so once they're able to just walk straight at the Disruptor and not really care about his positioning in the fights, it becomes a lot easier. SB can just run at them, and everyone can follow up with the BKBs. There's the Blink Dagger completed on the Doom, by the way.
Yeah, he just had that coming out. Again, Paparazzi trying to work on this mid lane tower, and they will get it with the help of the Doom. Glimpse gonna find the Shadow Fiend. He's stuck in there for the moment, but he's just getting crushed here on the Disruptor. Doom does end up coming out, and Shadow Fiend will go down. The question is, can they get out of the rest of these heroes? There's gonna be this Nether Strike holding MS here in the center of the lane, trying to take down DY, but he doesn't have the damage. Tank now needs to be able to get out the bulldoze, gonna give him the speed, but here he comes. It's the Razor, pops that BKB. There's gonna be the Static Link chasing down D-Stones here on the Invoker. No chance now he's getting out. That charge now redirected on over to Flyby, and they might continue the chase. Plasma Field being able to hold him in place, and there's going to be the Roar as well, and that is a huge win for Extreme here in the mid lane.
Yeah, they had to play super far forward on Paparazzi there. Ends up sitting in the Static Storm for the entire duration, then muted by the Doom afterwards, but gave Razor all the space he needed to run these heroes down. Once Invoker was taken care of, everybody else became pretty easy to grab. Tank on MS at the start of that team fight as well, so well played hitting their timings. I think they just wanted to use that BKB on Razor as effectively as possible before they finished any more items on Sparking Arrow Gaming heroes.
That was pretty effective. Oh, yeah. DY is just gonna TP home. See ya.
But yeah, they're gonna dodge until SF completes his BKB. He needs another 100 gold right now.
Yeah, he wants no. He does not want to fight. I mean, I don't think he really wanted to fight there. It was more of like he didn't really have a choice. Gus comes out top lane onto the Spirit Breaker, but he does have charge available if he can get out here. And charges right into a kinetic. Wait, you go through kinetic field?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I guess you technically get free pathing with charge, but I don't know. Kinetic field is a very interesting interaction sometimes. Because like it stops leap and stuff like that, you know.
Forcing your movement will put you through it. So there was for a little while you could like use ground target abilities in front of the
hold on.
kinetic
Come
field,
back to
and it'll let
this.
you go through them.
There's smoke top lane here. Huge static storm and the kinetic field managing to catch the Shadow Fiend, but DY, he's got the Nightmare off onto the Drow Ranger, and there's going to be the BKB from Paparazzi. That Drow is dead. You can only peel so many heroes. Charge now still being sent through. Tank trying to get here on top of this Disruptor, and nice kinetic field placement, but Nether Strike. Very difficult to deal with.
I am impressed with the placement on that kinetic field, though.
Yeah, that was very impressive.
It was absolutely perfect.
All right, they're into Roche. Interesting, just like itemization here from Ava. He actually went back for a medallion and the brown boots, where a lot of times we see Beastmasters just rush this Helm of the Overlord, but he actually opted to play more active with his team instead. Top lane here, DY. He's still got the Fiend's Grip. He's found the Doom. He's gonna go ahead and pop that bad boy. His tank charges on up. Razor gonna join the fray as well, and they get themselves another kill with the Aegis to boot. Looking very good on Extreme right now.
Figures he's safe up over there. Well, they're taking Roshan, but you know, that sleep ends up being way too big of a setup. Plenty of time to hop on him, and do end up committing the Fiend's Grip for it, but I'm sure it's worth it. Now it's a matter of pushing these towers, getting a little bit more map control, and grabbing the outposts. Only a 5k net worth advantage right now, but 6 to 17 is pretty rough for them.
Yeah, it's just like a steady increase here for Extreme since like the start of the game. Like the lanes went pretty dang well for them. As we talked about earlier, like this Razor has just had an absolutely free game, just sitting so far above all these other cores on the side of Sparking Arrow, and he's on his way to a Lotus Orb. So good luck trying to doom this guy. That's not going to go well.
I mean, you can, but then you have like a stop hitting yourself situation.
Yeah, and Razor wins those usually.
Yeah.
Paparazzi in the mid lane has a bottled double damage rune, queuing up a Shadow Blade, so he's going to go for that Silver Edge, most likely. A lot of damage that comes from that item. But again, they're just grouping around these Beastmaster, like all these summons. They've got a pretty big wave here in the top, and Fortification is going to come out to try and clean this up, but they've got a catapult coming in right now. Charge. It's going to find Disruptor. Tank. Nether Strike setting up potentially another kill onto the Disruptor. It's just a couple quick autos, and that's a fantastic find. And now your high ground, the next target here for Extreme. Very difficult to defend.
Fortify. I mean, Drow Ranger and Invoker are both decent at defending
maybe not
Paparazzi.
too difficult to defend. Paparazzi just lost all of his health and mana. Tank also taking a ton of damage from the Drow Ranger here. They're kind of trying to bait them out on Extreme, but good restraint here from Sparking Arrow, not overextending.
Invoker already in position because he tried to jump in and save the Disruptor, so he's there to...
Look at the vision Extreme has right now in this base. They got a really good ward here on the lower ground. They have a Hawk on the high ground. So they know everything that's going on. They get the Hawk, they're going to smoke up right away.
I don't think they saw that. I think that was up on the high ground.
I think one person was on the low ground, to be honest. Yeah, I think it was, because they're very grouped up for this.
Yeah.
Oh,
this
no.
Is like the perfect positioning. They've got the DD on Shadow Fiend as well. If they walk up this hill, they just die.
Yeah, they actually don't see the other ward here. And they smoke right under it. So Sparking Arrow, obviously, they know what's going on here.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to find anything. In fact, they scanned that one out. You see heroes up on the triangle. And then suddenly disappeared. So I think Tank is going to... Yeah.
He gets flyby on the ward. The question is, can they actually finish off this Doom? I mean, if he just keeps getting bashed, I guess he can.
Get him again.
There you go. It's just that simple.
Oh, 17%, Mike.
Just don't get bashed, I guess. I don't know.
When you're good, I suppose. Paparazzi at half HP here in the mid lane, but they're so afraid to commit forward onto him. I mean, he's got the Aegis. He's got...
That was like 3 out of 5 attacks, wasn't it? Something like that?
Yeah. He popped the. Do you see what he just did? He popped the essence ring and then passed it back over to Ava. It increases
Roar.
HP.
They found the disruptor, the damage from the Shadow Fiend. Yeah, you can gust him up, but you can't stop him from attacking. And now charge right into the base. The Fiend's grip from the down low, and BKB comes through from the Reed, so they're gonna buy back here on Disruptor. Drops that Static Storm. He only pulls Tank back onto the high ground. That's not really the value kill. Doom TPing into the bottom side. Sunstrike. Boom, baby. He's got him. D-Stones finally connecting here to grab that kill.
Yeah, but there goes your mid tower. The only outer tower you have left is that bottom tier 2, and they're gonna be looking for that one next. 40 seconds left on this Aegis. I imagine Paparazzi is just going to get you to farm up and heal off of this one, but they're so much stronger than Sparking Arrow Gaming right now. They're just gonna run that one down and keep them boxed in their base.
Absolutely. Aegis for, yeah, I'll just let Aegis expire here, right?
Yeah. Razor ended up changing his mind, by the way. Ended up going for this Refresher Orb instead of the Lotus. Just decided to hold on to the plate mail for the extra armor. Against Draw Ranger, it makes sense.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
And on top of it, like, the double BKB is just so value this game, right? Like, it's not really that big of a deal if, you know, they're going to probably try and doom heroes like Shadow Fiend or the Beastmaster, preventing him from getting the Roar off. But Razor just having 2 BKBs to work with, 2 Eye of the Storms, 2 Static Links. I mean, it's a lot of damage that they have to deal with.
And the only thing that'd be able to take down the Razor in that double BKB is the Drow Ranger just clicking you down. But with that plate mail, you know, much easier time staying alive. They're going to smoke up and try to find something here in Sparking Arrow Game. I mean, they have to.
Yeah, they do. They really do. I was going to say the other thing, too, is Razor's one objective is just run directly at the Drow Ranger, so she doesn't get that freedom to just auto-attack him down, right?
Yeah. And once you lose all your damage, it doesn't matter if you have, like, the bonus proc some marksmanship. That's going to be your job in this team fight. No one can stop it. I mean, maybe Disruptor if he gets an eggs eventually, but he's not been having a good game. Razor?
Oh, they did find him, but the Doom is committed. Can they actually keep him alive? There's no chance here. There's way too much damage coming through, but there's going to be the charge. Does connect. Requiem as well from Paparazzi. They take down one. The Roar onto the Doom. Yes, you managed to get the Razor, but at what cost? You're down 2 heroes. D-Stone trying to get out of here. The dust does come through from Tank, trying to chase him down. Nice tornado. Will give him the space he needs, and it looks like Extreme will be pushed away for the moment.
Honestly,
still pretty good. Yeah, still pretty good. You got the Razor.
Yeah, they're gonna realize that they put Vision up there. The only reason they got the jump on the kill is because they got Vision from dropping that. Or they had that super deep Observer Ward early on.
Ooh, he's got Vision here onto Goku. The question is, can they get the kill? Sentry does come down. There's gonna be the sleep, and now Beastmaster with the rotation, and he gets the time lapse, but they don't have any. They don't have any stunts. Spearbreaker's not here.
Other side of the map. He's trying to farm BKB himself. But yeah, he is the majority of the catch. The vision that he provides at the start of these fights are pretty important as well. If your Bane don't get the initiation, then they do struggle to actually bring people down.
Catapult mid lane. We'll be able to grab the tower there.
Nice. A little bit of map control. Help the Forge Spirits there. So, at the very least, it becomes easier to invade the enemy team's jungle, but you're playing against a Spirit Breaker. You're playing against a Beastmaster as well, the vision that these Hawks are providing for you.
And Beastmaster, man, he's just not finishing the Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah,
I guess he's waiting for the 15 talent is what he's doing, 100% from the Doom.
What do you mean waiting for it?
He's seeing if he's going to pick it up or not. Roar bottom lane reflected there by the Weaver. We'll actually buy him a little bit of space, forces the time lapse, but DY rotation in here. He's going to be forced to just TP out.
Yep. He gets it off.
Yeah, I think that's what Ava's doing. He's gone for the Blink Dagger Solar Crest, and he's just waiting to see what talent Doom picks, because if he goes for the target's Ancients, like, there's no reason to finish it, right? Well, I mean, like, not rush it, I suppose.
Yeah, and then he's just feeding Doom at that point, because it's like 100 gold for your Humble the Overlord creep versus 100 for Dominator versus 250 for your Overlord.
Yeah.
So you're just feeding the Doom gold at that point. So yeah, that might be what he's waiting for. That's it is quite clever.
Can't that's like the classic, like someone picks Morphling into your Earthshaker and you're like, yeah, you can't enchant Totem if I don't level it. Gotcha. Morphling like morphs into Earthshaker for the first time, and he just sees 404, and you're like, huh. Well, this is cool.
10 head.
Smoke up here for Sparking Arrow as the smoke for Extreme Gist expires here. They don't really have a lot of vision planted yet on the side of Sparking Arrow. There's one ward on the high ground near the Roche pit. Gonna be a lot of them to scout that Beastmaster, but Roshan, it's back. Aegis and Shard is available. Spider Legs there, that's a pretty big one.
Yeah. I mean, you're so worried about giving this one up, like, I don't know, the Razor or the SF, and just letting them sit on high ground and be dead near your towers. So,
I mean, the Shard is pretty sick this game for the Spirit Breaker if he can get it. Charge comes in. He finds the Weaver. He did not know they had the vision, and they're going to be able to turn that one around, grab themselves a quick pick off. Pesky Bug has been squashed. 50 seconds sideline, and that opens up Roshan.
Looks like they're not even going to try to defend this one.
Actually,
XCJ just ended up picking up a Blink Dagger, so he's ready to take a fight, but I do think that he needs an Agnum Scepter before his Blink is going to be that useful. Otherwise, he has to wait for, you know, Razor to use Refresher, BKB has to wait for Shadow Fiend to pop his. Because that's...
Well,
and that's essentially what these people are waiting for.
They are charging Flyby bottom, and they also saw XCJ already, and DY is going to see him for a moment. Oh, he's able to get the blink out. Okay, so he is safe. Doom makes it out as well. Aegis picked up there. Ava, I thought Ava might be the one that takes the shard. Who do they give it to? Oh, they put it on Paparazzi. Wow. So not a shard we see all that often. The guaranteed crit off the Necromastery does consume a soul when you do it, though.
Unless you're a gamer.
Yeah, I guess unless you're a gamer.
So, anyone tuning in just now, I was talking about this one last match. You can, if you toggle it on, it's your next auto attack where it activates. But if you deactivate it while your auto attack is in the air, it won't go on cooldown. It won't consume the soul.
See, if you're a real gamer, you do that while having Quicksilver Amulet.
Quicksilver Amulet?
Oh, increases range projectile speed.
That is rough.
Yeah.
I mean, they're on low ping. They could probably do it.
Yeah. Smoke up once again here from Sparking Arrow. I mean, they have been trying to find something with these last two smokes, but have come up empty. Only having 8 kills so far at the 30-minute mark is incredibly rough. Goku trying to scout them out mid. Flyby. He's got his eyes set. He sees Ava. He jumps in. He gets the stun. They get the ultimates, holding him down in place, but the Fiend's Grip countered right out by the Doom, and he doesn't get a chance to do a whole lot. He drops that on top of the Razor, but it's Paparazzi on the backside here with this Shadow Fiend dropping that Requiem onto this Weaver, and he is just going to get crushed. Does manage to get the time lapse out, but again, just way too much damage coming through. You doomed the Razor, but you don't end up getting anything out of it.
Well, I mean, he kind of forced him out of the fight, but you didn't really do much outside of that one. Beastmaster ended up getting absolutely melted underneath the Static Storm, and you know, you want to be able to catch these heroes out before they get to your base, especially with this Aegis timing. But I'm not sure that one was worth it. Not giving up all those heroes there.
Yeah, it's definitely rough.
I mean, they do struggle to push high ground with their heroes on Extreme Gaming until Razor gets a negative Scepter. Because, you know, SF does die pretty fast, especially if his BKB's off cooldown. Or they get like an Agnum Scepter on the Disruptor, and they could. I mean, he's got a Philosopher's Stone this game, so we could see like an end game Disruptor blink, egg Static Storm the SF, and just like everybody melts him.
Yeah, that is true.
We've got a way back into this game, so if they stall it out while they have this Aegis, especially, I think that Sparking Arrow Gaming do have a way back into it, but it is very hard. Thankfully, they've got a very good high ground defense with Drow Ranger, Invoker, and Disruptor.
So we saw the Lincolns picked up here on the Drow. Not an item you love to build, but definitely a necessity this game. D-Stones is almost to a Scythe of Ice. He is very close. He just needs a couple hundred gold for a Void Stone.
I mean, useful if you can get that off on the Razor.
Oh, Tank's looking for the Courier. He gets it. Oh, no.
Okay,
big heads up play there.
That is very rough.
2 minutes, 45 seconds, no Courier here.
That was Ultimate Orb and Void Stone, right?
Yeah, Ultimate Orb and the Void Stone.
Okay, again, I'm not sure they'll push. I mean, I think that they're a little bit more motivated to push after grabbing that courier. They probably saw the items that were on it, but without the Aegis, it's difficult. And they only have 1 minute and 15 seconds with this. I think that they're waiting until Razor's got like 1 or 2 more items before they go high ground.
Requiem, bottom lane. He's found Flyby with that Ayascani. There's no chance you're getting out of there. Nicely done. Oh, the roar comes out onto the Disruptor as well. Do they have the vision to finish him off? The little dive bomb will be enough control there as Paparazzi finishes off a second kill there. Tornado, EMP, doing what damage he can. He does have 45 seconds left on this Aegis. Would like to expend it. Maybe not this fast, but charge through. Gonna get caught there by the Euless as the Razor as well. Trying to loop back around. Tank force to BKB. Will just go ahead and walk out of that Static Storm. Paparazzi on the side. He turns around. He finds the Razor. They didn't see him hiding in the trees. Cheeky play there from the Shadow Fiend, but now he's got to get out of here. He does have Silver Edge. He does have a BKB, so he is not easy to pick off. Another Tornado, but Tank with the charge through. He's going to find D-Stones and Razor. Now eyes on the prize, the Drow Ranger. They get the Invoker. No buyback available. Fiend's Grip even from the from downtown, but DY decides to cancel. There's Grip the Doom. Dropped onto the Shadow Fiend, but Son Goku just gets crushed. High ground miss will save him for the moment, but you've gone pretty deep into the base. Extreme, you got to be careful here. Doom still onto the Shadow Fiend. He doesn't seem to care. Another charge comes through, and they will finally find the kill there onto the Drow Ranger. Turning their attention at the base. Extreme want to claim themselves the first lane of barracks.
Yeah, that dive bomb hitting the Drow Ranger is so annoying. Ended up dropping off of that one. A little bit of lag for a moment there. But 3 heroes down. You can't defend without this Invoker.
Oh, they have a roar up, and it comes out onto the Doom. Flyby in the game for only for the blink of an eye.
He's down for 44 seconds, no buyback available, and they're just going to call it. They realize 2 sets of rack down this game. There is no way they're going to be able to get back into it. And Extreme Gaming, they take the first game, and this means they're only 1 game away of getting promoted into the upper division themselves. It's been a bumpy road so far, but my God, did they look good this game. And Paparazzi, I don't like Shadow Fiend that much, but I feel like you can't give it this up to this guy, man.
I've been saying this the whole time, man. I'm like, dude, just don't give this guy Shadow Fiend. The CS in the lane was ridiculous. I mean, D-Stones is an incredible mid laner. He's so good on the Invoker, but yet you look at the player net worth at 10 minutes, and Shadow Fiend is almost 1,000 net worth on you. Like, he is so good on this mid lane Shadow Fiend. I don't think you can afford to give him this hero.
No. The man is absolutely insane, but played well everywhere on Extreme Gaming. Razor itemized perfectly, and I feel like you never had the... I don't know. Your heroes had like decent jump, but you weren't able to bring the hurt to Extreme Game before they had BKBs, and then at that point, your Disruptor wasn't doing too much. You had to commit so much onto like a single target. Like the only kills that they found this game, they had to jump on with a Blink Dagger on Doom, give the stomp off, and then commit like Static Storm plus Doom onto them, and there's just no way they're going to win team fights that way. It was too difficult. And I did like their lineup, but again, it just didn't feel like you won the lanes hard enough.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what it felt like. The lineup from Extreme, the lanes seemed to click for me. Like I look at the safe lane Razor, it's really not going to struggle that much at all. Beastmaster, pretty solid in the off lane, and then you never really doubt the Shadow Fiend Paparazzi. But yeah, it all just came together. Like they just had a really early timing. They played around that. They just grouped well. They fought well, and Sparking Arrow never really had time to breathe. This was like the only real, I would say, mistake that Extreme Gaming made was this dive behind the tier 1 bottom.
Yeah, way too far. They just rotated everyone over here, but all these jumps. Like again, they have to commit so much onto just the Spirit Breaker for this one. Tank ends up going down, but they do even end up using XCJ there.
And the good old Fiend's Grip into the Requiem. Plenty of burst damage, and of course fearing off the heroes from the high ground. So really well played here from Extreme this game.
Yeah, they did a good job of keeping their tier 1 alive for a pretty long time, but the reaction was just slightly too slow. They were so fast coordinated on Extreme Gaming.
This is right after the mid lane tower, right? Yeah, this is right after they took the mid lane tower, and they get the Shadow Fiend, but it ends up costing them the Drow. and a lot more. As you can see the Razor rotating in on the mini map right now, and he's just going to run down D-Stones here on this Invoker.
BKB freshly completed. D-Stones is nothing left, no way to get out of this one.
I mean, they clean up all 5. They had I didn't even realize they Fiends gripped the Weaver, but they did. And then Roar comes out on Flyby. The fact that it hadn't even been committed yet in this fight, like.
Yeah, I mean, Razor was so far away, but they still managed to make that work. They just dropped absolutely everything onto the Shadow Fiend. And it was just before he completed his BKB, but they were confident they'd be able to take that fight, and they did. Razor managed to get in. They didn't have enough damage to bring down the heroes fast enough before the Razor got in either.
It just never felt like this Drow was, like, had the ability to really fight. Like, she was able to sit on her high ground a little bit and defend as long as she could. But as soon as Extreme Gaming wanted to take a fight, they just had no way to prevent these heroes from getting on top of her.
Yeah. I mean, they did play these ones fairly well. Like, there's a DY in that fight with the, coming out of the Razor super hard there. They dropped the cold snap off onto DY, so he's not able to get off Fiend's grip in that fight, but didn't end up mattering. And yeah, every single team fight, they have to commit so much onto a single target. Doom didn't end up dropping Doom onto Ava there. You put it on the Razor.
Yeah, he puts it on the Razor, but he like BKB'd with his Eye of the Storm, so he just, he's still going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, just way too much damage out from Paparazzi at that point.
Curious.
DY with the MVP. I mean, a deathless game on support. He did play fairly well. Set up a lot of kills with his Nightmare Fiend's grip. So.
Yeah, he had a lot of really good Fiend scripts this game, honestly. Like, he found the Drow multiple times. He set up kills around the map. Just solid performance all around, I think, from Extreme. Not surprising that it goes to a support this time. Not a flashy role, but an essential one for sure. It's honest work, I think, is what they like to say, right, Neff?
Hey, much, but it's honest work, exactly.
32-9, a pretty impressive game here from Extreme here in game 1, but we've got a game 2 coming. It is important, some would say. The winner of this series moving on to Division 1. They will be promoted alongside Team Magma, so a lot on the line here for both these teams. Sparking Arrow have to bounce back to keep their hopes alive. Otherwise, Extreme might just take it 2-0, but we'll see. We're going to go to a quick break, everyone. Stay tuned for game number 2 here on the CN DPC. This is the final series of the Division 2. You will not want to miss it. We'll see you then.
请夜眼方禁用英雄，请夜眼方挑选英雄。还剩10秒，请天辉方挑选。
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the DPC CN. My name is R Cryptic, of course. I am here with Neff going into Game 2 of the final series of Division 2, and it's Sparking Arrow versus Extreme, and boy did Extreme look good in game number 1, Neff.
Yes, they did, my friend. Yes, they did. And they want to go for that 17% again. Ricky.
It was nice, man. It worked out pretty well.
There's been a lot of the Spirit Breaker. I, for one, absolutely hate seeing it. If this hero is more popular, you kind of have to like rethink the way that you're playing Dota, and always keep in mind where the SB is on the map. Like when you can predict where it's going, and have teammates that are teleporting in and able to react to it fairly well, great. But when you're under that kind of pressure in like a pro level way, they know exactly how to manipulate. All right, either you stay off the map and you don't see SB, or you play these heroes super close behind whoever SB is going to charge. Then you're wasting a lot of time on the map. You're not setting up wards. You're not going for ganks of your own. You're just playing responsive Dota to this Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
That's one hero that is very good against it, though, is the Bane. Being able to put him to sleep, dropping the Fiend's grips. Putting whoever Spirit Breaker is ganking with to sleep alongside him is like your best option, as well as being able to dodge things out with that Nightmare, that second invulnerability to dodge the charge coming in plays a pretty big part.
It does. I think what we've been seeing a lot recently as well, like heroes that do well against the Spirit Breaker, are heroes that can build a Yule Scepter. It is the best counter in the game currently to that Spirit Breaker. It purges the bulldoze. It stops the charge. It allows you to just kind of punish him for being out of position. It's an instant cast point. So it's had some success, but I'm curious if we're going to see teams like, if we're going to see Sparking Arrow here kind of itemize a little bit more to target out this Spirit Breaker. They pick up the Wind Ranger, and they respond with the Queen of Pain for Paparazzi.
All right, so you can run this. You can run the Wind Ranger in a couple different positions. We've seen it 4 and 2 mostly, but here I feel like it's not so bad against the Queen of Pain. Whenever she tries to trade with you, you just activate Wind Run. You can power shot in order to secure CS. The stuns are pretty good against SB, just with how he comes into the team fights. I feel like it's solid enough to run in the mid lane here, but I think they'll wait to see the rest of this draft. I think 4 is the most common position we've seen it in the CN DPC.
Yeah, I agree. I think we've seen it in the position 4 probably the most often.
I think we've only seen it mid like once or twice.
So I've only, yeah, I was gonna say, we've only seen it mid once or twice. So it'd be rare. It can happen, but it would indeed be rare. We see some of the main Queen of Pain counters, right? Getting banned out here. The Lina, the Templar Assassin. They grab the Beastmaster as well.
And they ban out heroes. Well, I think they banned out the Beastmaster just because it happens to be really bad when you don't have an Enchantress to play against it. So they got rid of that one, but they were getting rid of counters to the Wind Ranger, right? If you're playing Wind Ranger, you don't want to play against Morphling, because if he builds an Aghanim Scepter, then you have the double charge of the Wind Run, and it's absolutely amazing. You've got the Shackle as well, and then of course Enchantress being able to dispel the Wind Run is great. So I'm almost certain that it's going to be a core Wind Ranger if they're committing 2 bans that are pretty solid against it. But they get rid of the Beastmasters because if they can't pick that Enchantress counter, then they don't want to deal with it. She gets bored, but better. And they pick the Tidehunter next here. And then immediately... Oh, I've got the... I'm a couple seconds ahead of you.
Yeah, they grab the Ursa there. One of the best heroes against this Tidehunter. I'm curious if they still want to pick up something like Disruptor or a Doom and just like make sure that this hero is eliminated from the game, but it looks like they're going to opt for the Grimstroke. Honestly, Grimstroke Ursa is a very strong safe lane into this Tidehunter. He does not enjoy playing against this. You can't remove the Phantom's Embrace.
Yes, you can.
Not with Kraken Shell.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's the attacks only. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like that only gets removed from attacks. It's one of the reasons we see the Grimstroke into it, but I could definitely be wrong because I have known to be very wrong many times in life.
Oh no, you're right. Sorry, I'm thinking of like Yule Scepter dispels it now, but it's when you become invulnerable. So yeah, one of the few counters to that one. Tidehunter. So I think they just have to accept that this guy's going to be getting off his Ravage inside the team fights, but Ursa is one of the better lanes against it. Just stay on top of him, build up Furious Void stacks, and very easy to run down. Just throwing out the Earth Shocks. And yeah, Grimstroke, also solid combination. They pick up the puck, which is super solid this game, is they don't have any like instant disable here on Extreme, and they've already shown most of their draft. Whatever offlaner they pick up here isn't going to have disable. It's super good against puck either, so a lot of lockdown from this one. It's certainly going to be puck in the mid lane, right? When Ragers switch over to position 4 now.
Yeah, it has to be. It's definitely a D-Stones hero. He's played puck quite a bit. So yeah, my guess would definitely be the Wind Ranger 4 here with the Tidehunter. And the thing is like, yeah, they did dedicate 2 bans to this, but those 2 heroes, Enchantress and Morphling, are also incredibly strong against the Tidehunter. So it kind of makes sense that they would just ban them anyway to protect the Tidehunter lane. So it's really not the end of the world. But they're going to ban out the Doom. They ban out the Night Stalker. I think the Doom ban makes in a ton of sense. Again, very good against the Tidehunter. Very good against the Puck.
Very good with the Grimstroke.
Yeah, very good with the Grimstroke. Yeah, it really no sense to give them the Doom at this point.
Yeah, what's better than 1 Doom, 2 Doom? So banning that makes sense. Banning the Night Stalker makes sense. And yeah, super hard carries that they're trying to get rid of because they don't have enough like hard right click damage. And they're going to continue on with this early game lineup and round their draft out with a Timber Saw. All right.
I don't know why it's not loading on the draft. There it is. Yeah. I was like, I heard it, but it just wasn't. It didn't load. Yeah, I like the Timber Saw here actually quite a bit.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, someone's making a comment about best of 7 inside the chat. Those days are over. Timber Saw, it's going to be good to whether or not they put the Bane or the Wind Ranger up at the top lane. All these heroes really have to harass the right click. You're not going to do a ton with the Nightmare. You do have the pure damage from Brain Sap, but I feel like you kind of have to pick up a melee hero here in the lane. I don't think you can fall back on like a Draw Ranger or something, and it needs to do like huge right click damage. Like whatever they're picking here needs to like carry their team super hard. They banned out the 2 heroes that do that better than anything else. Like give the option of taking a Gyrocopter maybe. Not what I thought they'd take. I mean, this hero is solid against Timbersaw, but if he gets shut down in lane, there's going to be no recovery for him.
I am not usually a fan of Slark into Spirit Breaker, to be honest. That is not normally something I think that ends well. You will like know when you're being charged, I suppose, but gosh, they have so much pure damage, burst damage on the side of Extreme here from the Queen of Pain and the Timbersaw, and I worry that this Slark is not going to have the HP pool to survive it. At some point, this Timbersaw is just going to be left alone in the lane, and then Slark will have no ability to contest and just going to have to be pushed out towards the jungle. Not necessarily a bad thing, but he doesn't really like farm stacks as fast as other heroes does.
No, I mean, he's okay at it if he maxes out Dark Pact first, but then he's not trading with the Timbersaw so well in lane. Like the entire idea of picking this hero into the Timbersaw is building up those Essence Shift stacks to zone him out of the lane. Otherwise, he just builds up reactive armor. He comes back in 15 seconds if you only put a single point that Essence Shift, and he does way too much pure damage to you. He can kill you underneath your Shadow Dance as well. So for a number of reasons, Timbersaw is very good against the Slark, but Slark, does play fairly well against the Timbersaw if he maxes out the Essence Shift. I'm just worried about how the start of this lane goes. If the Slark doesn't get like a couple early game items and like zone the Timbersaw out of the lane, then this game is just going to be free for Extreme.
All right, well, we're gonna find out. We've made everyone. It is game number 2 here between Sparking Arrow and Extreme. Everything on the line here for Sparking Arrow. This next victory for Extreme would secure them that upper, or the promotion rather, to Division 1. They've got their eye on the prize.
Yeah, they have to bring this one back here, force a game 3 on Sparking Arrow, and I do prefer Extreme's draft going to this one, so not going to be easy for them. Paparazzi has been amazing every game. He's played the Queen of Pain as well. I do think the mid lane matchup is slightly puck favored. You're able to dodge out the daggers with the phase shift. You've got decent lockdown potential onto him.
What in the world is this Windrunner set?
Oh God, what is that? Is this new?
I think this is the one. I think this set is from the new Treasure. It is very confusing.
Tradable and marketable after 2023.
Yeah, it's from like the new Battle Pass. I think I recycled all of those because I didn't want it. It's fine. Back into the game. Let's take a look at Paparazzi here in this mid lane. Once again, going to be taking on D-Stones. I think we've actually seen this exact matchup for Paparazzi at least once, if not twice so far in the DPC. His mid lane Queen of Pain versus Puck. And if I'm not mistaken, he won these lanes pretty handedly.
Yeah. Very much struggled against him. I mean, I do think it is puck favored. D-Stones, he can win this lane, but sorry, D-Stones does win this lane. Paparazzi can win it, but I think D-Stones will do a little bit better than last time we saw this matchup. Well, I don't think there'll be too much action here in the mid lane other than just like a CSU war for a little bit. What I'm interested in is this bottom lane.
Yeah.
Like how the Slark does the first couple of waves is going to decide whether or not he's able to stay in lane against the Timbersaw. Timbersaw might even opt to just go Whirling Death and Timber Chain instead of any points into reactive armor to start the lane off and just keep Slark's HP as low as possible.
It's honestly not a bad idea because if Slark wants to come up and play aggressive, he did go for double mango, so he actually can kind of afford it at the moment until he gets his Soul Ring. And Spirit Breaker did a pretty decent job at zoning out the Bane already, so we'll see what he ends up doing here. But yeah, for the moment, he's not having a bad lane.
No, in fact, yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Put the hurt onto MS. He's got a single point into Essence Shift, but the Timber Chain does make him difficult to get on top of. It's not as good as it was. They ended up nerfing the damage level 1 from 100 to 70.
Yeah, it was way too strong. I actually picked position 5 Timbersaw a few times and just dove people in mid lane. It was quite funny.
Yeah. He does go reactive armor level 2.
People very much reported me for it, but it's fine.
We're just going to avoid your position 5 Timbersaw innovations.
Hey, it was good, man. I don't care what it says. But yeah, you were right. He does end up going for the reactive armor here at 2, like you were saying. I guess just would rather kind of sustain the lane, get to those like reactive armor at level 3, so he has the 2 points. And then Tank probably just gonna leave the lane, right? Like just leave Timbersaw solo, try and soak up as much XP as he can, get closer and closer to that level 6 to where the Slark can no longer contest the lane.
Yep. Exactly. Once he's level 6, then you want to get 6 sooner than the Slark, so he's not able to just regen off all the damage that you do with the Shadow Dance. Well, he's probably... Well, he's hanging around for a while, though. I think he just wants to get that Charge of Darkness before he leaves. Once he hits level 2, he's more than happy to leave Ava.
Oh, just an easy bash. He's just waiting for another one. Oh, free courier? Ooh. Doesn't quite have the damage for it there. Very close.
Unfortunate.
Let's talk about this top lane, Ursa and Grimstroke.
Not yet, bottom.
Oh, hold on.
Misses that one.
Okay. I was like, we're having engagements happening in both lanes, but yeah. Doesn't look like anything came out of it top. Tidehunter looks like he's doing pretty good here. 15-0, Ursa 17-1.
Well, it's going the way of Ursa for now.
Ooh, there it is. The charge onto the Bane. If he gets another bash, he might fall, but it's not going to happen. Instead, bashes the courier. There it is. That's what he was looking for. Bane forced to salve himself, and they are pretty much sticking to just wand at this point. That is all of your regen.
I mean, he's got 10 charges. The thing is, like, he can turn things around on Timbersaw fairly easily if he builds up several reactive armor stacks. Then he thinks he's able to finish him off. You turn it around, popping the magic wand. All of a sudden, you've got like no HP and mana, and your stats have been reduced to absolutely nothing. But I think they'll send out probably more regen on the Bane, or maybe one more salve on the Slark. He's got actually power treads coming out. All right, this is absolutely insane. I'm sure the Timbersaw punishes them for this.
You would think so, but Timbersaw does need to get a little bit more XP because he's still only level 3. He went for 2 points in the Timber Chain instead, so doesn't actually have the extra regen and armor from reactive armor. And charge coming through from tank will connect. He does have himself an Orb of Venom now, so a little bit more difficult to build distance on the Spirit Breaker, but this bottom lane is... I mean, I don't want to say it, Neff, but there is nothing happening in these lanes. Everyone is just clicking creeps.
Hey, man, this favors Slark. The only thing I was concerned about is Eva getting too far ahead the first couple of waves. It looks like he's, going to be on par as far as EXP goes. And okay, never mind.
Well, now XCJ might be in some trouble. Does Tank get the bash? Needs one more auto attack, but a nice pounce there from MS. Will be able to save the Bane. And now Bane's got to walk all the way back to base once again.
Yeah.
Actually, he's got a courier with salve and everything. I'm wondering if he just turns around. No, he's going to walk all the way back. No. Okay.
Probably just drops a salve onto the Slark when he comes back to lane. So this is honestly going good for Sparking Arrow. Because, again, if you hit level 6 around the same time as the Timbersaw, you can just heal off all the damage that he's doing to you. As you get, like, perma-stunned or jumped by the Quap. Speaking of, she has hit level 6. Paparazzi here in the mid lane. So I think once Power Runes spawn, we're going to start to see rotations coming out from Paparazzi.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tank. Which mid laner rotates first, right? You have Puck, you have Queen of Pain. Both these heroes like to get active around the map. And they both are really good at finding these early kills. So we'll see which one, gets the Power Rune and which one's able to actually make that rotation.
Whoever wins the 50-50 is going to get active first.
Top lane, Goku up here. Wants to secure it, and it's going to be a haste rune for D-Stones, so quite a nice find.
Right, so Paparazzi is to be a wee bit careful. What about the Slark diving? Wind Raider's not going to rotate to the mid lane. Instead, just focus on stacking, getting vision over into the triangle.
He's got a decent number of stacks already. Just trying to make them for the Tidehunter here is really the only hero that can clear these stacks. I guess you can on Puck, right? You can use Orb and stuff, but I imagine these are stacks for the Tidehunter.
Yeah. Tidehunter is going to be taking these.
Charge bottom lane. We'll connect onto the Bane. Slark here as well. Gets one bash, and here comes a TP from the Puck. Nightmare does come through. D-Stones pops that haste. Trying to find the first kill here of the game onto the Timbersaw. He gets caught by the Coil Tank. Not here, but there's Paparazzi. A huge Sonic Wave. MS on 50 HP, managing to survive just for the moment as he gets the TP out. Nobody dies, Neff. How are we still deathless?
7 minutes into the game with all this action happening in the bottom lane.
This is surely first blood. They caught him. Only needs a few more auto attacks. Beautiful shackle from Goku, though. Can he chase him down? Slowed up for the moment. One more auto attack. The Ursa's got it. All right, there it is. First blood goes the way of Extreme. Just under 7.5 minutes into the game.
About damn time, too. That was a nice attempt to TPN and even like got in close to him with the wind run to get that 15% slow off onto the Ursa. But it didn't end up being enough. He gapped the distance with those phase boots.
Yeah.
Oh, finally, some blood is drawn here.
Both teams just farming up. And like you said, you think it favored Sparking Arrow, but now looking at the net worth, your Queen of Pain and Ursa already pretty far ahead.
I mean, it's only a 1k net worth lead at 8 minutes. I mean, Slark is way better than Ursa as a late game carry. Once this guy has items with him, he is impossible to play against. And they've got some lockdown with SB, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think you need to be winning the lane a little bit harder than you are right now.
Ooh, charge through, connects into the Inkswell. They're looking to take down D-Stones. He gets another bash. Drops a coil, but it's not going to be enough to get him out. And beautiful play there. Great combo from the side of Extreme to be able to grab that puck.
Yeah, bashed up. A second greater bash sealed the deal there. And I'll look for Flyby now.
There's no chance they have the damage for this guy. Flyby actually went the Orb of Corrosion build. Something we don't see that often.
Interesting. I guess it's kind of good if they have a bunch of heroes playing up on him. It's decent for running people down. But he's going for phase boots as well, so I guess he's just looking to be able to do right-click damage to people.
Ooh, tank here. Oh, gets the charge. Instant shackle though from Goku, and they got a lot of damage. DY will throw him with that Inkswell, and Tank should be able to get out with this one, so he's gonna be fine.
Yep. Bottom lane, Timbersaw is level 5, well, level 6 now, so putting the pressure on MS, but he does have Shadow Dance available, so he's gonna struggle to actually be able to bring this guy down.
It's Timbersaw time, man. This is what he does, right? You leave him alone just long enough, gets his level 6, and then no longer can be contested in the lane. So this bottom tower will eventually fall once the creeps get to it. You also have Catapult coming on the next wave, which will help quite a bit. So they're going to try and focus by taking top tower instead. They're rotating up D-Stones. They have Flyby up here. Oh, yeah, mid lane. XCJ. Doesn't want to let the Sonic Wave go for the support Bane, it would seem. Paparazzi keeping his cool.
Then May gets off before any action happens there.
Oh, Timbersaw's going top. He doesn't want to trade. They actually want to fight. Tank with the charge finds the Wind Ranger. Paparazzi with the double damage rune throws the Sonic Wave out. But he has to be careful as D-Stones is rotating in. A couple auto attacks. He ends up getting to kill Flyby. Looking to go in with the Ravage. The silence doesn't come out in time. And Queen of Pain catches a Fiend's Grip as well. A lot of damage coming through. Inkswell plus the charge. Able to take down that kill onto that puck. And they will find a third onto the Bane as they chase for more. Flyby here trying to make his way back to safety. But I think he should be able to make it. There's no way they can follow that up. So 3 for 1. You did get the Queen of Pain. But Ursa's... thinking of going into Roche sometime soon, maybe. He's like at 2 points in overpower.
Yeah, it was only 2 points in overpower, and no Morbid Mask. He's not gonna be able to clear that one out. Phase boots as well.
He's got Morbid Mask.
Oh, sorry. Possessed Mask. The other mask.
Yeah.
Both of them lifesteal. But yeah, without the Possessed Mask for the extra 7 lifesteal, I don't think he wants to go in there mid lane.
Oh, Tidehunter falls very low, but Paparazzi snipes him anyway. Tank gonna focus fire down, so a 1-for-1 trade. I think you're pretty happy with that if you're Paparazzi, but he does run right into the Slark. Blink up in a second, perfectly timed on the silence. The power shot, they dump everything on. He gets him on the last auto attack. Perfectly layered spellcasting there from Sparking Arrow.
Yeah. They definitely try. He tried to bottle through that the auto attack. The last one did end up finishing him off, so very much needed. Puck getting close to this Witchblade, then he's gonna be able to find solo kills a little bit easier. Till then needs to move around with his team. I do think that kill earlier off onto the Paparazzi, a pretty big part in them coming back in the game at this point. I mean, we're at 6 right now, but this is making space for MS. He's working on his Diffusal Blade. Slark definitely need a little bit more space post-laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. We're doing pretty well. Tidehunter still farming decently here. He's definitely doing better than the Timbersaw, who had a pretty rough start to the lane. Obviously, couldn't really find a lot of CS, but my concern is this Ursa. I mean, this Diffusal is going to be online fairly quick.
I mean, it's going to be decent against the Tidehunter, but everybody else, they're able to cut around the Ursa well enough, I feel.
Charge bottom's going to connect onto the Slark. Gonna be forced immediately to use that Shadow Dance, and you
Top
take
lane.
that. Yeah, top lane. They found the Timbersaw. MS is like, hey, how's it going? Gonna chone right into that Fiend's Grip, and pretty easy pick off here for the side of Sparking Arrow. Great rotation, honestly, from the Slark. Rather than dying bottom, helps find a kill top. Grabs himself some Essence Shift there.
Yeah. They set up with the Fiend's Grip. There's no way they were going to be able to bring down this Timbersaw without a 6-second disable. Finally caught him out by himself. They needed absolutely everything there as well. The Nightmare, level 3, as he's level 7, have set up for everyone to TP up to the top lane, the Shackle Shot afterwards, and then the Fiend's Grip. And even then, they only just brought him down.
Well, they find themselves a tier 1 tower as well, so they end up trading, essentially being really good here for the side of Sparking Arrow, like you've been talking about. Like, the longer this goes on, it feels like it's going to be Sparking Arrow favored, but you do not. I have a hard time betting against Paparazzi's Queen of Pain. This man on his way to his Orchid. He is usually had pretty good timings on it. Slower than normal this game.
Yeah. I mean, you say you don't want to bet against Paparazzi's Queen of Pain, but D-Stones is keeping up.
He really is. D-Stones is super farmed on this puck. Has the Witchblade queuing up that Blink Dagger as well. Charge onto MS. He actually doesn't have the mana quite yet. Can he actually get the Chain Stuns? He does. The Inkswell into the Nether Strike. The silence comes through. Slark is going to go down. Okay.
A lack of mana ended up getting him there. And there's also several bashes. He ended up getting hit with a second one. Well,
yeah, Charge Connect into Bash, into Inkswell. Yeah. He did not get out of there at all.
That 3 greater bashes coming out from the Spirit Breaker and 3 attacks.
17%, by the way.
17%. I'm real sick of this hero. I definitely don't want to play against him more, but it's getting more popular. I don't even want to try to go for D-Stones. Very easily dodged that one, you know, so close to his tower, potentially turn it around, especially with Tidehunter. Does have Ravage available. I'm wondering if he goes for a Blink Dagger next tier. He started with the Orb of Corrosion, so I thought he was going to go like more of a bit of a greedier build. Then he went to Defiance immediately afterwards.
I mean, I'm curious if he just goes for the Ags, honestly. Just has long-range wave clear with that. Ursa getting chased through the jungle here, but Bane not going to be able to connect. So they're going to try and wrap around onto mid, perhaps, as this would be one of the next good targets for them, but end up not finding anything. Read pretty well there by the Ursa, just able to dodge out that gank. Felt something was off.
Yeah. They don't have a lot of the heroes are just off the map at the moment, so they figure they're either behind puck up in the top lane or they're sitting by mid, and just bang on that one. They're making space for Tank right now to build a Shadow Blade. This is weird, man.
I mean, they did this. We've seen a lot of people do this with the Spirit Breaker. Like, it is so strong. Like how the Shadow Blade on the Spirit Breaker.
I guess the extra attack speed, being able to charge in without anyone seeing you, having to place more sentries in the ground, is like, very annoying to deal with.
Just getting charged by this hero invis is devastating. Like, you just don't expect it. Ooh, Tank gets the bulldoze off. Coil, he is going to be able to snap that, trying to run away, but they even commit the Fiend's Grip. They drop a lot onto this hero, but now they might get more as D-Stones here, however, walks into the Ursa. The damage just gets popped. 2 heroes soulbind. Can they actually chase them down is the question. Able to make that pretty far away, and it looks like Extreme will cut their losses. A 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, that almost, I mean, that was an excellent positioning there by the Ursa. Exactly where the puck was going to be. All of his spells on cooldown. They just tear them apart with this firstly revealed Diffusal Blade. I thought that they'd be able to turn that around a little bit harder. Maybe if the Ursa didn't get the puck right away, because they'd committed so much there onto Tank. Like, the Fiend's Grip came out, ended up throwing like Coil onto him too as well.
Oh, mid lane Orchid reveal here from Paparazzi. Tank, he's got that Nether Strike, but doesn't want to have to commit. They will just take that kill with the Sonic Wave. Flyby trying to get in. There's going to be a beautiful pounce and Flyby with the Ravage. Can the Queen of Pain get out of here? She's got the Blink. 1 second, she makes it out, and now on the backside, Ava, they're just going to burst down the Slark. He doesn't get a chance. Ava continuing the aggressor here on this Timbersaw. This man is so scary. You got to be careful of the Timbersaw at this point.
The Inkswell thrown off onto the Queen of Pain, ended up buying her enough time that the stun came off onto the Tidehunter, and she was able to blink out. That was so sick. The Grimstroke
goes for the wind run here, but there's the charge. Beautiful stun into the coil, however, so that's been spent, and Tank will be able to just make it on out. Do they go? He's got no Fiend's Grip. Ursa here on the side. They don't see him hiding in the trees. They do now.
Yeah, they're too afraid to commit onto the Timbersaw.
During that whole fight, he gets an Aegis.
Easily worth it, just making space. Now they can't really commit onto them defending this tier 1 tower. Ravage on cooldown for 100 seconds. I mean, this is the kind of timing they were going for. They've got these like early mid-game heroes on Extreme. Timbersaw is hitting like the peak of his power. Ursa's very close to it once he gets like his Blink Dagger or BKB.
I imagine he just goes for the blink next. So now that he has Aegis, I think he's just going to go for the blink dagger and try and play aggressive.
Yeah, and then you have like a bunch of half-completed items on the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming. Puck does have the blink dagger completed himself.
He's been charged right now and needs to be very careful here. Gets the stun. Will he get another? The inhibit does come through. Be forced to jaunt to the bottom side into a blink, and D-Stone's gonna be fine. No nether strike, yeah. Oh, okay. Fiend's Grip. They managed to find Paparazzi. That's a big kill. Question is, can they get more? Timbersaw here, gonna get shackled up. MS, no pounds for a few seconds. Flyby closing the gap, and they've got him, baby. Just a few more auto attacks is all it takes. It goes the way of the Wind Ranger. Double kill for Goku. That's, I mean, not ideally who you want the kills to go on, but that's a lot of gold and XP going your way.
Yeah, I mean, Son Goku's scaling the core now. Bottom lane, they end up losing wide of the, or sorry, mid lane end up losing the wide of the puck. D-Stones find himself another kill, showing off this blink dagger. I mean, now he's got so much kill potential, just being able to gap the distance and tons of extra damage from the Witchblade. But yeah, that last team fight ended up getting the shackle off onto Son Goku here, and then just followed up with that Fiend's Grip. Nothing the Quap was able to do. Still working on that BKB. Lincoln Sphere is probably going to be pretty important in this game as well, but they're a long way off that one. And again, Sparking Arrow Gaming ended up coming out of these lanes fairly well. You hit all of your timings just now on Extreme Gaming, but then you got picked off all over the map, and they're about to finish these half-completed items on a couple of these heroes on Sparking Arrow. They were working on that Aghanim Scepter that you mentioned on the Tide Hunter. Is that one's going to come out another 700 gold. Yeah,
I think this is just the most. This makes the most sense. The Ags this game is very good at kiting around the Ursa, but it's also really good for deep push, and they just want to make space to go late, right? So I like this a lot. But you also have the Ursa who's about to have his BKB. It's literally being delivered as we speak, and the Queen of Pain not. She's actually got quite a ways to go.
Yeah. Has to build the most expensive components still. We'll find the Vambrace, though. That's Spell Lamp. Going pretty nice. And they're going to look for a kill regardless of not having his BKB done. Oh. I mean, Ursa just finished his, and he's feeling very strong.
Timbersaw finds the Bane top, baits the Nightmare, as there's going to be the charge into the Inkswell, and a very quick kill. Set there by the Timbersaw with no Bane. Potentially no more defense. Ursa, see if he can find someone. He does have his eyes on D-Stone. There's going to be the charge through. They will get a glimpse of this at the very end. The Orchid comes in from Paparazzi on the front end. The Nether Strike onto Goku. He pops that Wind Run, but you ain't going anywhere. What a sick pick off here from the side of Extreme.
Yeah, there's no way that this pocket, he probably switches over to a Link. He's got the first component of his BKB, but he got so owned by Paparazzi there. You saw that charge coming towards him at the last second, but that absolutely perfect timing. We saw him do this to OD just the other day, too.
Yeah, this is what he does. He always just saves his Orchid for the moment of, like, they're about to use a spell to save themselves, right? Like, and he punishes them for it.
Yeah, the absolute clutch moment that he drops the Orchid in these team fights in now. Completes his BKB. Both teams are going to need Lincoln Spheres this game. But again, the later this goes, the more this does favor Sparking Arrow Gaming. And they're trying to scale all these heroes into the late game. Like this Wind Ranger just... Did she end up building? She's working on the Maelstrom right now.
Yeah, she's got the Falcon Blade and, like I said, on the way to the Maelstrom. 3 heroes smoked up here on Sparking Arrow. They will get a glimpse, I think, of DY. They don't know if there's a ward up on the high ground. That's a big one. Oh, they know that they're there now. And that's going to be the completed Ags there from Flyby. I think the rest of Extreme, they might just try and leave. That age is going to expire. They smoke up, trying to just disengage, but the big Gale Force, oh no, getting a little bit of desync here, but Flyby going to get stuck right back into this fight. And the question is, can they actually make their way out of it? Big, oh my gosh, I can't see anything. Neff, give us the play-by-play.
Ravage came out just a fraction of a second too soon. Ursa had his magic community for it. BKB ended up running him down with that one. D-Stones, he just forced a TP out. They lost the fight. Tried to force that one by holding with the Gale Force, but the BKBs coming out from the Ursa just ended up being too much. Couldn't stall that one out, and taking down the Wind Ranger and the Bane here as Extreme Gaming win the fight, and now shoving the bottom lane. Imagine they'll just take this tier 2, go for Outpost afterwards. this is their timing. They want to be hitting this. They don't want this going like 40 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My game decided I'm just desyncing like crazy. So we're going to switch the feed over to the alternate here, because that's no good. Hopefully it fixes itself in a moment. We'll come check back in a second. But thank you, Neff, for the great play-by-play. Appreciate it, brother.
I could go back to this one anyway. Ursa ends up finishing up his Blink Dagger. So BKB, Diffusal Blade, Blink. He's going to be able to get on top of these heroes in the backline. Imagine Bean's going to be his first target. Wants to be able to take out this guy's Fiend's Grip. But they smoke up, but it's immediately broken by the Spear Breaker. Tidehunter?
Yeah, nicely found there. D-Stones with the silence, able to keep them in place. Dude, this Gale Force is owning in the coil as well. It might just snap them both. They will be able to take down that Grimstroke. Ava on the run here for the Timbersaw, but will not be able to make it away. Really smart fight there from Sparking Arrow. All right, looks like we stable, boy.
Excellent. Happy to hear it. But yeah, they just can't get out of these fights with this Gale Force. They've got so much hold down between, you know, Ravage, Dream Coil, Gale Force. Once you enter these fights or you try to get back out after getting in, you can't. You're just stuck. And with the Spear Breaker, you want to be able to take these super scrappy fights and take fights on your terms, then leave and get out after getting a single pick off. But now they can't.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm still surprised at how farmed they are on the 2 cores from Extreme here, considering that it feels like Sparking Arrow is starting to do a little bit better, but we'll see. What's the next item for the Ursa? He's queued up a Basher. That is going to be pretty big.
Yeah.
Paparazzi to the Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah. Slug's got his BKB. He sees Puck going for 1 as well. He wants to be able to get on top of him on the backline, be able to burst him down, just like a single use of his overpower. Otherwise, he is too easy of a time in the team fights. Because this is an issue they had at the beginning of their draft, is like no hard lockdown. You can see the Spear Breaker coming. You know, you can see the Phantom's Embrace coming out onto you. The Puck's going to be able to dodge a lot of time. But Blink Dagger Basher and like Blink Dagger Abyssal Blade is going to be too much for D-Stones to deal with. Especially with this, even with this BKB. D-Stones will probably be forced to get an Aeon Disc towards the end of this game, but now he's got to finish up where he's going.
They're going to smoke up mid here on the side of Extreme, and there goes Tank. Gets a stun out onto the Wind Ranger. Nether Strike comes through. She's just dead. That is the shard reveal there from the Spirit Breaker.
Well, playing a little bit too far up, but trying to establish vision around the Roche Pit is they figure it's going to be respawning in the next like minute and a half. It's got 30 seconds till it's back up, and you do take it so quickly with this Ursa. I think Sparking Arrow Gaming have to start moving around the pit in order to contest this one. I mean, they do have decent team fight ability. Like we saw what this Gale Force can accomplish with like the Ravage and the Dream Coil.
Yeah, the Gale Force is pretty hilarious with this combo. Just Ravage, then Coil, and drop the Gale Force. They just snap the Coil right after. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Basher's still not completed on the Ursa, but BKB was completed on Puck. And Roshan responding a couple seconds after now. His timer's been slightly off sometimes.
Yeah, it definitely has. We've seen it a few times where it was off by like 5-10 seconds. But game's still in beta, so you know, what can you do?
Yeah. All right, man.
Jeez, it's still... Okay, there it is. I was like, it is still not up. Also, you notice Roshan has his comfy little hat on now, right?
Santa hat? It's very festive.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Remember back in the day in Dota 1 where if you got 3 kills or more, you'd get a Santa hat, but if you got 3 deaths, you get like a black Santa hat? It was like black and gray.
I don't remember this.
It was years before, I think a couple years before Dota 2 came out.
That's pretty cool. No, I don't remember that.
That was neat.
Tier 2 tower bottom lane's going to go down, so that opens up outpost. Tank decides to just charge instead. Does have his eyes set on XCJ. Goes right through, but gets put to sleep, and a lot of spells do come out, including the Coil Bulldoze. Not going to be able to save him this time, so a little bit too aggressive there. They even managed to bait out the Soulbind for a moment. They're going to walk right into the Roche Pit instead. Paparazzi has a DD rune. Do they buy back the Spirit Breaker? That is the question. Ava going to drop that Chakram in.
I mean, if Timbersaws going to try to zone them. Oh my god, so much damage coming out onto the Grimstroke. But yeah, Timbersaws going to try to zone them out. But if they commit for this Roshan, they got to buy back on the SP. This would set him back quite a bit, though. He wants to finish up this BKB so he doesn't just get owned by the puck in these team fights.
Yeah, looks like they did manage to stall it out long enough, but Sparking Arrow is going to smoke up instead. They really do not want this Spear Breaker to be in this fight. Gale Force does come through. DY on the backside, sniped by D-Stones, though. Very well done. Onto the Timbersaw they go. Yule's going to buy him a little bit of space. Paparazzi on the side trying to find a way to get back into this fight. He does get the Vision of the Pain. Silence does come through. Goku trying to do what he can, but D-Stones comes over. In comes the Ursa. Does he have the damage? Oh, nice depth shroud there, holding them in place, but there's the charge finally from Tank as it sets up the kill onto the Bane. That's the one they need to be careful about. Ursa now trying to fight into this Slark. Sonic Wave comes through. They take down the Tidehunter. He doesn't have the Ravage. They get the silence onto the Slark, but do they have the vision to chase him? Then gets the bash. Ursa finishes him off. And Extreme, a fantastic fight. Incredible patience from them to find the kills they needed.
Yeah, Spear Breaker has the Aghanim Shard. He ended up applying the break to the Tidehunter there, so he didn't end up getting off his Ravage. There's nothing he was able to do, and Bane just ends up getting charged on the backline. They didn't get off Ravage, they didn't get off Fiend's Grip, so they just crumbled in that team fight. They have these super good abilities for taking the fights, but the positioning on Extreme Gaming and the way that they're countering out these heroes is just way too good. Now they're going to keep this aggression going. With this Aegis, they're going to be able to keep them boxed in their base. They need to grab tier 3 neutral items next, though.
Goku trying to maybe find tank bottom, but he has already left TP in home.
Yeah, that was so sick, that shard pickup on the SP. I mean, that's how you play against Tidehunter.
Yeah, you just need. The thing is with the Tide, the reason we've seen it actually kind of start struggling a little bit is people are starting to figure out the counters, right? There's a lot of sources of break right now, and on top of it, there's heroes that have always just been flat out counters. Things like the Grimstroke, heroes like Doom and Disruptor are super meta right now.
Yeah, but yeah, the Doom, the Disruptor, anything that, I mean, there's so many dispels in Dota that like break everything, but then people are just like, all right, this ability you can't do anything against. That's why this is good. I mean, that's why Face's Void is, you know, continuously nerfed over the years. The amount of nerfs Chronosphere has been hit with is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when that thing used to have a 60-second cooldown late game, and people are like, yeah, okay, this is fun.
This is okay.
Now it's just
break for a little while as well.
Oh, I don't remember that.
I remember activating Wind Run on Wind Ranger one in like a certain patch, and Face's Void like continuing to hit me inside the Chronosphere.
Did you just had
like evasion didn't count?
Yeah, you just had like True Strike or something. That's nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, people have gotten very good at countering out, you know, the dispels and whatnot. So break, very necessary for this game. Timbersaw, they just don't have the damage to kill this guy.
No way. Yeah, he's got the plate mail. Kaya Sanj completed as well as the Hood of Defiance, and then he always has that Yules to fall back on, and it's gonna get a lot more difficult once he has the Lotus Orb as well. So.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that's gonna be able to lock him down long enough for you to be able to bring him down is the Fiend's Grip. But you know, Paparazzi's been on that every single team fight, waits for the Bane to show himself and jumps him.
Speaking of Paparazzi, he's got a Bloodthorn. They are charging this Slark top lane here. He knows it's coming. Another strike, gonna get canceled. Does force the Dark Pact. I mean, that is very important. Like your carry's ultimate expended because he just gets charged from the Spirit Breaker, and that's why I was so concerned when they picked this Slark in the first place into the Spirit Breaker here. Mid lane, they're looking to fly by now. Charge comes through. The Nether Strike. He's going to get the Yules off for a moment. Tank, he's going to be forced to just go right in with the Ravage, but he instead finds the Wind Ranger, but up on the high ground. The Slark just gets crushed by the Ursa. Doesn't even stand a chance. He's just turning his attention one to the next. Paparazzi, he's at the tier 4s, baby. He thinks he owns the place.
He might as well. 2 minutes left on this Aegis. I mean, they are doing decent harass by throwing out these gushes, but they forced the Ravage there by committing onto him so hard. It's Tidehunter who's supposed to stand in front, but after he used himself, you know, after his initial Kraken Shell broke, in order to not just get owned by the Spirit Breaker's break, like
he has no choice. He has to.
Yeah, he had to make a decision. It's either get hit by this ultimate from the Spirit Breaker and don't get my ult off, or commit it now and not be able to defend this tier 2 tower. Nobody else is able to stand in front like him. He's itemizing as best he can, but there's so little that he's able to do against how Extreme Gaming are taking these team fights, and now they're going to be blocked inside their base for probably like the next 5-10 minutes here.
And the Spear Breaker's just doing so much. I mean, this whole fight set up initially by forcing the Slark's ult top, and then he forces the Ravage in the mid lane, and Slark doesn't have the ult to fight and just gets bashed and killed by the Ursa. So there's just so much value that tank has been providing on this Spear Breaker this game. It is absurd, and he is super farmed. I mean, he's got the Shadow Blade. He finished his BKB. He's on his way to an Assault Cuirass now, which, I mean, why not? Normally, you see the Aghanim Scepters come out from the Spear Breaker, but he is more concerned with just right-clicking very fast. Yeah, I don't think so either.
He's mind at the moment. Because Paparazzi is an Assault Cross queued up as well.
Charge out onto MS, and there it is. Once again, gets the Shadow Dance. Tank faster than a big Gale Force, apparently. He can actually outrun it.
So, buy them a little bit of time. At the very least, they can't force the fight with this Aegis, so they're probably going to wait for the next one. We'll see game slow down for a little bit.
Ooh, D-Stone's, he went the Deso build, and he's got a Divine Rapier queued up.
They're waiting for this. They're waiting for Paparazzi to come in and clear the creep wave.
Yeah,
They've got Bane here, but he's got a Lincoln Sphere and Quap. They need to be very quick with this.
He gets him. The question is, can the charge and everything else come through in time? It might. It's going to be super close, but no. He gets the kill on Paparazzi, and now a Yule's going to be able to catch the Bane here on the backside. The question is, can they also get the puck there? And there's an Abyssal Blade. You're going to pay for this, says Extreme as they take down 2 to avenge Paparazzi.
Honestly, though,
still worth a lot worth. Well, maybe
sure. I'm not
1,600 gold.
I'm not getting like a proper fight recap there, but Paparazzi didn't buy out before he went down, so he lost like 600 gold.
He's looking to just go onto the Wind Ranger mid, and Tank sets up another kill here for his team. Yeah, it was absolutely worth, by the way. It was like 1,200 gold for like a break even, essentially, for Extreme. All right, he is going for the Aghanim Scepter. I like this a lot more than the AC. He just needs to be able to charge a lot more often.
Yep.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Ava, he's going in, gonna catch a Yule's. Nice Soulbind, I guess. Not really. That did not end up connecting correctly. He maybe was gonna connect with the Inkswell, but just didn't happen.
Yeah.
Double catapult here in the mid lane though, so this is a lot of damage out onto this tier 3 tower. Flamethrower as well just got delivered, so even more. They'll respect the respawns though and back on out of here.
Yeah. Don't want to get caught out by, Ravage followed up by a couple other things, Shackle, Dream Coil. They get back. Again, this is their game plan right now. They just want to keep them boxed in their base, continue to grow their net worth lead. Wait for this next Aegis. They don't have anybody who's amazing at hitting towers. It's essentially like Ursa and Timbersaw who have to stand on the high ground, and they are kind of under threat of getting killed when they do that. Wow. They've got decent high ground defense between these heroes, but they've countered out what Tidehunter's been trying to do so well.
Yeah.
Because you have nobody else who's able to sit in front. I mean, Slark kind of can, but he still needs like more HP. He's only got 2,100.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets caught by an Abyssal Blade without the Dark Pact up, he can just die to this Ursa. I mean, Ursa does so much damage right now. He's finished up the Abyssal Blade like we just talked about, and he's on his way to a Monkey King bar. And he also happens to have a Mind Breaker. This is a very good item for the Ursa.
Yeah, if he can jump anybody on the back line and they die in like...
Oh, he's going to cancel.
They're going to die in like the Mind Breaker silence plus the bash from Abyssal Blade. We're going to see the next Roche respawn time here. Another 5 seconds here.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but Tank did finish his Aghanim Scepter now.
Very cool.
He is as farmed as this Tidehunter.
Yeah, fair enough. Power to him, man. He has made this Tidehunter's game miserable. He's now working on a Refresher Orb, by the way. I mean, if you can get level 25 on Tide, if you get the Refresher Orb, I do think you can take this game, but with the advantage that they're pushing for right now on Extreme, it's harder with every passing minute. This next Roshan, I think, is when Extreme are going to try to seal this game.
Well, charge onto Goku mid. I mean, the thing is like it's so hard to leave your base on Sparking Arrow right now because anytime you do, you're just under risk of being charged here by the Spirit Breaker, and they do get pretty much their last remaining ward on the map outside of the one at their jungle entrance bottom. So Flyby gonna go up, get a quick D ward, and run away.
It seems like it's all they can do right now is run.
Well, they actually got 2 D wards. That's quite good.
Money in the bank. Let's go.
But
yeah, this mid-tier 1 tower is still standing.
at 50, at 20 health or something. Yeah, it's been here a while.
Yeah, I think Puck might... All right, never mind. He doesn't even want to try to go for it. He
the
goes
creep!
down and...
Oh, so close. 20 health.
Not going to deny it, are they? They'll keep that up. It is such a useful TP point for either a fight around the pit or like getting back into the enemy base.
It's also a free refresh on your glyph. More than anything, I think that's why they have it.
Well, another 15 seconds until Roche respawns. Paparazzi right now with the Assault Cross completed, the Bloodthorn. So difficult to take down. Everybody on Extreme are just so big, and they need more time for the Slark to finish up like an Eye of Scotty. They need the Tide Hunter to finish up this Ravage. They have like a bunch of unused net worth. They don't feel strong enough to fight the Extreme heroes.
Neither team actually manages to scout Roche, despite the timer saying that it should be up. It should be up. You know, it's coming. He's coming. He's just taking his moment. He's trying to find his hat. Neff, I'm pretty sure he's looking for his Santa hat. He lost it.
It feels bad.
Dude, this timer is way off. There it is. That timer was off by like 30 seconds.
Yeah, that is bizarre for sure.
So Roche will have respawn now. It does have the Aghanim Scepter, the cheese in there. So Ursa drooling right now, hoping he can finish this in time, and it is falling really fast thanks to that Bloodthorn. And the question is, can Sparking Arrow make it into the pit in time? They're gonna stop Flyby. He gets in with the Ravage, but the Inkswell, it's gonna dispel him. In comes the Puck. So's BKB. Everything's on the deck. They're trying to pick up everything they can, and they do. You got the Aegis on the Puck, but you lost the Aghanim Scepter. You lost the cheese, and there's gonna be the Abyssal Blade. You managed to find 2. Timbersaw on the high ground finds the Bane. Silenced up for the moment, and a quick pick off there for the Ursa. 3 heroes go down.
Desperate to take that one.
What can you do?
They thought they'd have more damage than that. Roshan would go down a little bit faster, but he had just a little bit of health left, and that Sonic Wave coming out from Paparazzi, pushing them back away from the items, allowing them to grab them. So regardless of getting the Tiner to the Puck there, they end up getting destroyed. And now
he needs to be very careful. Tank comes in. Oh, nice Depth Shroud, though, protecting 3. Timbersaw able to make his way out, but Tank, there it is, the Nether Strike. He just melts that Tide Hunter. That's going to be a dieback, and Paparazzi just focusing down these barracks. This dude does so much damage.
Yeah, nothing Flyby could do there. I mean, he already expended his Ravage. He's got an Aghanim Scepter. He can throw Gushing out of the tower, but they're trying not to lose too much of their base.
Ooh, Paparazzi goes to look at this Wind Ranger. It is... Yeah, it is all Paparazzi, baby. Extreme looking like they really want to join Team Magma in Division 1 as they take down a second lane here. Almost nothing left for Sparking Arrow, man. Puck coming off of... I'm going to be respawning here in about 15 seconds. That ultimate just coming off cooldown. Abyssal Blade comes through onto the backside. They do manage to force Slark's Dark Pact into that Shadow Dance, but here it is. Tank, he's rejoined the fight. There's going to be the Soulbind holding 2 into place, but can they actually make it? Ursa, he gets the Nether Strike into the fountain. Slark will barely survive, and Tank has extended a little bit too far this time. Paparazzi forced to blink away as D-Stones, he's back in the fight. Buyback as well from that Wind Ranger. Yes, you found the Timbersaw here, but do you have the damage for this guy? It's going to be a Fiend's Grip. MS going to do what he can, but he's going to be safe for the moment thanks to the silence from Paparazzi. BKB is going to protect him as he is really wanting to get the Mega Creeps. Ursa back into the base here. It is all about the objectives for Extreme. MS comes in. He gets caught by the Abyssal, though, and the Sonic Wave will finish him off. He's going to buy back into the game. And it looks like Extreme might finally back out as they are pretty much out of mana on every hero.
One more attack from the catapult and finished off. All right, Slark managed to get it just before it brings down the melee racks. The last one standing and will regenerate. Damage is healable, but I mean, they expended absolutely everything. They're now down 40k net worth after that team fight. Slark ended up getting pushed out of the fountain a couple times for the Spirit Breaker, getting that another strike off onto him, but they did hold against all odds. I didn't think they'd be able to stand their ground in that team fight. Cheese wasn't used by Paparazzi, though. I think that they're more than happy to come back after dropping a little bit of this gold. Everyone has so much money to spend after that last push.
Yeah, I mean, Ursa finds a Penta Edge sword, bought out his Monkey King bar, and still has 2,500 gold to spare. So, yeah, I mean, DY is just sitting on 3.5 thousand gold. So they are. If you thought it was hard to fight into Extreme before, it's gonna get a lot worse.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of being up 40k net worth, they're still playing these fights so carefully on Extreme. Paparazzi still isn't initiating until he sees where Bane is and drops that Fiend Grip, and immediately the Bloodthorn comes out.
We've seen him do it every time.
Yeah, whenever Fiend's Grip is up and Bane is alive, Paparazzi is there to cancel it.
Tank. He's got the BKB. He's going to pop it. He's looking for his target, and it's going to be the Wind Ranger. Aesthetics Cap will save her. Nice Depth Shroud from MS there on the Slark. Bashed up here on the Timber Saw, but he's got a BKB. Big Coil on the backside, but can they actually take the fight? Big Ravage from Flyby, but Puck held in place. It's going to be an Abyssal Blade, and now crumbling one by one is going to be the side of Sparking Arrow. Bane taking a lot of damage, but it's the Slark who falls on the backside. That's going to be the dieback, and there it is. The GG, and Extreme will be the second team to make it to Division 1.
There it is, your speed run of the CN DPC lower division. Magma, Extreme Gaming. They make it back. Paparazzi wanted back in. Magma, they wanted back in. They had a taste of it, and they could not let go. So beautiful 2-0, and I don't think anybody is going to be convinced that Extreme Gaming isn't the team that deserves to be there, regardless of that 5-way tie that we just had prior to the matches today.
Dude, Paparazzi is just built differently, man. That guy has just played such an incredible performance in the DPC. So is his whole team. I mean, it's just been a really clean, very clear performance from them. I mean, obviously a couple hiccups. They lost to CDEC just the other evening, but close series still.
Lost to YB, but also close series. Obviously, they played absolutely incredible this DPC season. Well deserved them being promoted into the upper division, and it's a good thing they get into the first season as well, as the points that you earn in the DPC and at these majors do scale upwards this year the closer we get to the international. So if there was a time to be in lower div, it would be right now. And they got themselves a little bit of a break thanks to the format of the DPC and some of the players not being able to get home right away. So a couple weeks off will serve them well. Hopefully they don't get too rusty. But that is going to be it. I imagine we're going to go over some highlights right here.
You would be correct.
There we go.
This was such a sick kill here. I mean, granted, kind of set up by another bash from the Spirit Breaker, which was kind of the theme of this game. In my opinion, I mean, Tank is definitely my MVP here. He did so much work on this Spirit Breaker this game. This hero feels ridiculous when you have this like Grimstroke to make it work.
Yeah, played so far forward in all these fights. Tidehunter's game got so shut down, man.
Yeah, he never really got a chance to come online this game. But, I mean, every single fight is always Tank just running in, playing super aggressive with that bulldoze, and they pretty much always manage to find something. This is actually a sick turnaround here on a Paparazzi, right? They get the Ravage.
No, this is a save because...
oh my god, you're right. He does survive.
That Inkswell ends up coming up from DY preemptively, so they couldn't keep the melee heroes on him. The stun came off on Tidehunter, and they just blinks out. That was such a sick play there by the Grimstroke. Yeah. They were turning a couple of these fights with these Gale forces, and that was sniped there by D-Stones.
I mean, all of this stuff seemed, it was like nice play by Sparking Arrow, but they're just so far behind, and like you said, every single time like they went for like a Fiend's Grip play, Paparazzi is just waiting on this Quap, and you see right here, he goes and jumps CJ right here, knowing that the charge is coming through.
And here's the shard. Stunned up here on the Tidehunter.
Sonic Wave, everything, yeah.
Yeah. that break coming out.
They just focus their spells so well, and of course the diffusal on the Ursa is so good at helping find kills.
Look at this. He's forced to go the Yules for this, so he doesn't get broken, and then he's being forced to choose there. Either I pop Ravage now, or I get broken and go down, and I don't pop Ravage for this team fight. So he does end up using it, but they're just too far on the back foot. And this team fight, the Ravage comes out, Roshan takes too long to go down.
This Sonic Wave.
The timing on that, he knew exactly how to react to them coming into the pit there. And yes, they did get the snatch there, but
Abyssal, too good.
Yeah.
And at this point, I think you're just too far behind.
Divine Rapier on D-Stones. The Spear Breaker picked it up, by the way.
Does he really?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you caught that one.
I did not. That's pretty funny. I mean, he's doing a lot of damage on the puck, but he doesn't have rapid fire on the coil and just gets bashed up and killed so fast. Yeah, D-Stones does pick it up.
Tank
does pick it up.
Look, yeah, there's the end screen. Tank MVP, Divine Rapier in the inventory.
I'll be honest, this is like the 4th MVP for Tank that we have seen, at least. I mean, he has been a standout player for the side of Extreme Gaming and just in the DPC in general, and I cannot wait to see how he does going into Division 1. I know one of the things that we've talked about a lot is just how good the 4-position players are in the Chinese region, and Tank, he's making a name for himself, dude. This guy owns.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch with Earthshaker, especially this tournament, so congratulations to him for making that Division 1 spot. But that is going to be it for the CN DPC lower division, everybody. Unfortunately, we only had 3 weeks, but we fit a lot of games in that time.
Oh, yeah,
we had an exciting 5-way tie just yesterday before they evened it out. So, unfortunately, there won't be any tiebreakers. That is going to conclude things. Be once again Magma and Extreme moving into the upper division. But, Ricky, any parting words from our viewers? I'm sure going to miss them.
I am going to miss it. It's sad that it's come and gone so fast. It was an intense 3 weeks. There were some incredible games, but I just want to say a big thank you to Perfect World for having me out once again. I mean, it was such a treat in the previous seasons, and I'm just very thankful to be able to come back and do it again this season, and hopefully for future seasons as well. We'll see, but yeah, CNDPC, it's growing on me, man. This region is sick. These players are sick. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, so thank you all so much. I really hope we put on a good product for you. At the end of the day, that's what we want to try and do. So thank you. What about you, Neff?
I'd like to thank the players and tell Aster.Aries and YBB not to give up. Give it another shot. The next season, they got this for sure. They were so close this time. Aster.Aries so close last time as well. Unfortunately, White Album not able to play on their team until the very last match. But next time, I imagine that one will be fixed up a little bit. But that's going to be it from me, everybody. And once again, Perfect World, thank you for having me.
All right, everyone. So that's going to do it. I wish I could say we're coming back, but we're not. That's it. That is the end of the DPC. So we hope you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you all so much for watching. As always, my name is Cryptic. I'm here with Neff Sensei. Make sure to check us out. We'll hopefully see y'all soon. Who knows? But as always, a wonderful night.
听起来非常爽，感觉是如此。哦，没有，这个天赋是我个人觉得比较厉害的天赋，所以我会这样讲。对。对，当时就是打完后，大家打得有点放松嘛，然后输完后紧张起来了，也就因为毕竟后面还是有那个加赛的可能性嘛，大家就卯足了劲，领了领神吧，就第二把不是就是莫克的那个连啊，我刚好放大的时候，我是想撞那个风行的，然后就冲进泉水了。对，对。 觉得氛围挺好的，打起来就挺舒服的，大家都挺好说话的，挺开心的呀。嗯嗯，目标就是打好每一个比赛吧。接下来好像还有比赛的，暂时也不会考虑放长假的事情。嗯。嗯，好，谢谢。
凡尔赛完美团战是一款立足于 DOTA 2游戏世界观，进行英雄身份扮演及推理、演说、隐藏身份于一体的语言类逻辑推理游戏。游戏共有8名玩家参与，分为2大阵营：天辉和夜眼，每个阵营4名玩家。游戏核心为开团，1人开团，多人参团。团长需要找到自己阵营的队友，进行一波完美团战。游戏不存在淘汰行为，所有人全程参与。游戏规则：一局游戏分为3个回合，每个回合包含1个夜晚和1个白天。每个英雄在夜晚可以选择使用技能，在白天则要进行团长竞选并进行团战。每个英雄的技能在一局游戏中仅能使用1次。每回合开团人数不同，包含团长在内，第1回合3人开团，第2回合3人开团，第3回合4人开团。每一轮团长基础得分为2分，加入团战的同阵营玩家每人得1分，加入团战的对立阵营玩家每人得3分。最终根据3轮得分总和判断出本场游戏的最终获胜方。个人得分最高的玩家获得本场 MVP。欢迎来到凡尔赛完美团战第2期。本局游戏的嘉宾有 Arrow、风追忆、Regan、史丹尼、Ames、AA、灿灿、Yummer。夜晚英雄行动顺序为神谕者、气运之末。选择目标玩家得知该玩家的阵营。敌法师法术反制，将本回合受到的指向性技能反弹给施法者。兽王原始咆哮，目标玩家本回合不能释放技能发言。末日使者末日，目标玩家本回合不能释放技能发言、投票和竞选团长。艾欧羁绊，与目标玩家连接，本回合若其中1名玩家加入团战，则另1名玩家也加入团战。噬魂鬼感染，钻入目标玩家身体，若该玩家本回合参加团战，则噬魂鬼一同加入团战。猛犸巨脚冲撞，冲撞目标玩家，若该玩家本回合参加团战，则参团失败。亚巴顿无光之盾，移除目标玩家本回合受到的所有效果。游戏开始，7号玩家首先发言。
现在很开心啊，坐在2个帅哥旁边就过。
这也太滑了。玩的明一点，好吧？我是一个神谕者，然后你末日要信我是神谕者，你就大我；你要不信我是神谕者呢，那你看着我第1轮晚上验下来的情况。就到时候讨论信息的时候，你再判断，好吧？第2轮再大我，你自己看着办。
你也不用帮我挡这一个大招了，好吧？就是真的神谕者在这儿，我很感谢你为组织付出的努力啊，但是这盘不用了啊，躺下就行了。过。
在上警之前的所有发言说啊我是杜牧啊，我是神谕者，其实没有任何意义。虽然之前呢我拿到神谕，或者说没有拿到神谕，假装神谕，大家都没信我，但我这把真是神谕者。过了。
我也是啊，来大我吧，好，下一个。
我不是啊，我真的不是，我不想当团长。我发现这个游戏团长的 MVP 难度有点高，是吧？我要当一个小跟班。团长是神谕者，我就是天辉的；团长是夜眼的，我就是夜眼的。我是一个小兵，我没有技能。
我是那个敌法，我觉得神谕太多了，可以让敌法来带团啊。像他们有什么杜牧大之类技能都可以给我吃，我能弹，对吧？所以一会儿投票直接给我就行了啊。我是团长，过了。
我也很有幸啊，坐在5位神谕者当中啊，但是这把的话，我这个身份，不是那种很能带领大家的啊，就这样啊。6号发言结束。
第1晚，天黑请闭眼。3号玩家神谕者验证4号玩家身份，结果为天辉。天亮了，进入竞选团长环节。2、3、5、8号玩家竞选团长，2号玩家首先发言。
2号玩家神谕者，验了3号玩家。心理路程的话，就是想跟3号玩家一起看能不能做队友赢一下。结果验完之后，道不同不相为谋，他是夜眼的，没办法了，好吧。天辉的井下的同伴们， 可以把这个票上给我，真的是神谕者啊！前置位没什么信息了，第3号玩家了啊，过了。
兄弟们，天胡开局啊！昨天晚上我是一个睁眼的玩家，因为我是验的我旁边的这位，因为众所周知啊，他玩各种游戏，他的逻辑条理都非常好。如果一旦他跟我形成一个对立面的话，那我感觉我可能大概率是不一定掰得过他的，所以我很急切的想知道他的身份是什么。我验了你，我给你一个好人的身份，好吧？跟我是一个阵营的，你说这2号位的什么茶，我又跟你对立面，不想跟我我上个礼拜跟你玩，你就是这么说的，你这个礼拜你还这么说，对吧？就没意思了。我反正就井下的听完我的发言，这轮我一定会看投票，让我当团长，好吧？我这把又是天胡开局，验到好人啦，过。
那到我了啊，5号玩家发言啊，我觉得这个谁是神谕者真的不关键，你们可以把你们的信息报出来，是真是假，就是大家听一听自己判断。但我前面就说了，我是一个敌法师，因为作为一个神谕者来扛旗的话，他打到后边会吃这个焰眼方的各种攻击，对吧？杜牧大、猛犸拱乱七八糟的都会招呼上。那我作为一个敌法师，我来扛这个大旗，哪怕后边我吃什么杜牧了，我直接弹他，我判断一下是第2轮还是第3轮他会放那个技能，所以我来扛这个团长的旗，我觉得比神谕者更合适啊。我也是一个天辉阵营的，我是敌法师，请这个井下的天辉阵营的人把票上给我啊，我是5号，过了。
非常感谢5号玩家，但是这第1轮不需要你来扛这个大旗，因为第1轮这个末日大没放出来，好吧？这个我来就行了。第1天晚上验的1号，因为这个傻子上次用末日大了我啊，那就我想看看他什么情况。如果我第1天晚上真的被大了，那也没办法，哎，但没大我，那我就验他了呀。好人，你说巧不巧？我们又是同一个阵营，但这次我们是好人，好吧？让我们荡起双桨，好人的票一起投给我，我带大家开这艘船。如果第2晚上、第3晚上，出现那种叫什么，我被干住了。那接下来我会把开团权给1号。
7号玩家投票给8号玩家，4号玩家投票给3号玩家，8号玩家当选团长。进入挑选队友环节，从1号玩家开始发言。
那这一下子让我感觉我这票上的不是很值呀！我是你验出来的队友，你让我先发言，你不应该是让你旁边的那个先发言吗？对不对？最后我们2个是末置位，
有这讲究啊！
瞬间让我感觉对这个人，让我这票感觉上的有点不是太值。但是鉴于黑洞嘛，就可以理解，对吧？那你说他验出来我是他的好人队友，是天辉，对吧？我自己能知道我的这个底牌是天辉，那我肯定投8呀。我比较想知道7号玩家为什么投给8，他不投给3啊？因为我们2个视角不一样，他又没这个验你，又没查你，对吧？而且我们这个游戏里面，其实神谕者不是最高身份，神谕者有假的，他验出来的那个人才是最高身份呀，对吧？那你要是真的神谕者的话，你开船、你开车必须得带上我，你的副驾驶得是我的啊。再有后面人进来，那要坐后座的，跟副驾位置还是不太一样。
我在井下发言可以脱衣服呀，我脱衣服了呀，我不是神谕者呀，我就是给前置位3号玩家压力啊，我想听一些信息啊，那就是对跳的就是3跟8嘛。现在这个情况呢，其实我反驳一点1号玩家啊，就8号玩家让你1号玩家这边先发言是可以的，为什么？因为后置位有他2个对跳的神谕者，他要先听对跳者的发言的，就是2号跟3号，对吧？他不可能说要把最后的发言机会留给他的对跳者。现在就是还有一种情况，就是无论是8还是3，里面肯定有验错的概率的，因为还没有听到3号发言。我听完了当时2边，这个上井的3跟8发言的话，我挺想站3号边的。就是我光听了之前的发言状态跟发言的一个思路逻辑的话，我是想稍微站一下3号边，好吧？你们也可以选我当队友，我真是个天辉牌，啊，过了。
到3位发言啊，3位在第1轮2号位就是质疑的时候就已经跳出了这个神谕者的身份，然后我并不知道8号位是出于什么样的一个心理想要去跳这个神谕者，并且他发给了一个这个查到了他是天辉的身份，因为前面在5号位他有发言，他说认为这个团长可能最好是由敌法师去当，因为这样的话他可以去帮助这个神谕者抵挡一定的技能，也可以给这个天辉带来一个团战的收益，但是我并不知道他是否真的是敌法师的身份，但是我其实是 是也会支持迪法师去当团长的，我并不一定说一定要做这个团长，但是我就是不知道8号他是一名天灰的人，然后他想要去然后他其实是一个迪法师，然后他是想去顶这个团长的位置，还是说他是个夜眼，然后来去混淆视听的？我如果这一局，反正这一局我是肯定查了4号，他铁定是个天灰。4号你来说吧，我反正没当上团长，对吧？下一个。
你看啊，3号这么阳光、这么正气的跳神域者，查了我4号肯定是天灰，8号这个天灰的车长一定要带我啊。就是你跟3的问题，其实并不是很关键，关键是我们天灰的车要开城，对吧？不管8是真神域还是3是真神域，我4一定是一个真天灰啊，真正的天灰小兵。我给你盘一圈啊，你现在是当了一个开团的人，对吧？1是你验的天灰一定要带，除此之外，这第2个人就太关键了。我之前